The young man's eyes snapped open. 2 puncture wounds marked his neck, exactly like a vampire's bite. But the true nightmare began when he glanced at the mirror. His reflection was moving on its own, slowly turning to face him. Its crimson eyes burned with a sickening thirst for blood. This chain of bizarre events had triggered just hours ago. 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏 had been brutally yanked from his slumber by his father, screamed at for sleeping past noon. "You will never amount to anything, boy." Still dazed, the shocking truth finally hit him. He had been reincarnated into his own body. But this reality hid a terrifying secret. The vampire race walked among the living. These creatures wielded absolute authority, controlling the economy and commanding entire armies. They were the supreme rulers of mankind. Even 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏's classmates had transformed, flaunting bizarre and eccentric fashion. They ruthlessly tried to drive him away, mocking his pathetic rank C bloodline. Today is the familiar selection for rank A elites only. Get lost, you worthless trash. Just as the tension reached its breaking point, his loyal best friend, Wen Chang, stepped in. Gentle as always, yet carrying massive influence as the principal's son. The duo walked away arm in arm, leaving the arrogant bullies seething with absolute rage. Powerless to retaliate, they could only watch. Through Wen Chang, 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏 learned the chilling truth of today's gathering. Everyone was here for the blessing ceremony, hosted by the vampire goddess, Ling Yu, a pure-blood aristocrat, who abused her absolute authority as she pleased. Her goal? Hunting handsome mortals to become her loyal familiars. The chosen one would receive her sacred blood and power, gaining unimaginable strength, but stripped of all illusions. It just meant becoming a monster's midnight snack. A cold shiver ran down 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏's spine. "You guys can have her," he muttered. Suddenly, the almighty goddess Ling Lang Yu descended. Her overwhelming aura forced even the city mayor and the principal to shamelessly grovel at her feet. She was devastatingly beautiful and terrifyingly powerful. With a mere flick of her wrist, she shattered an assassin's deadly strike. The rogue killer, clearly dispatched by a rival faction, realized his mission had utterly failed. He vanished into the shadows like a coward. The chaotic aftermath left 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏 desperately supporting his trembling friend. Just moments prior, in a heroic display, he had used his own body to shield Wen Chang from the shockwave. This selfless act instantly caught the vampire goddess's attention. Sensing an opportunity, a purple-haired sycophant crawled forward, snitching that 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏 possessed a worthless rank C bloodline. "He is garbage unworthy of your gaze, my lady." Society was divided into 5 genetic tiers. Rank A elites held the highest compatibility with vampire blood, making them the ultimate candidates for familiar ascension. But this bootlicker was a complete fool. To the supreme Ling Lang Yu, human genetic rankings were utterly meaningless. These mortals, who flaunted their pathetic genetic superiority, were nothing but dancing clowns in her crimson eyes. Crushed by her absolute disdain, the purple-haired elite's fragile ego shattered. Consumed by despair, his mind snapped. He drew a jagged blade, intending to end his miserable existence. Right then and there, but in a flash of lightning-fast reflexes, 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏 kicked the weapon away. His mind was reeling with absolute disbelief. Have these aristocrats lost their damn minds? Throwing away their lives for a vampire's fleeting glance? Enraged that his dramatic suicide had been ruined, the purple-haired lunatic lunged at 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏 with murderous intent. But with a casual sidestep, the pathetic attacker face-planted into the dirt, sobbing in utter humiliation. This display of calm superiority finally locked Ling Lang Yu's deadly gaze on 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏. In a blinding blur, she tasted a drop of his mortal blood. A wicked, satisfied smirk crossed her face before she vanished. Her decree echoed through the courtyard. "Those who can still stand will face the second trial at my estate tonight." As the goddess's luxurious carriage disappeared into the mist, the surviving candidates erupted into a frenzy of euphoric cheers. Upon entering the grand briefing hall, every candidate was handed a sinister-looking parchment. 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏 assumed it was just the rules for the brutal trial ahead, but the chilling truth froze the blood in his veins. It was a blood-bound death contract. His hands trembled as he read the gruesome terms. Wasn't this supposed to be a simple second round? Who in their right mind would sign away their life? Driven by sheer survival instinct, the main character cornered the terrified principal, demanding to withdraw from this suicidal game. But the grim reality crashed down upon him. "It is far too late, boy." The vampire goddess had already marked his face. Fleeing now meant instant execution for defying a noble's absolute command. Witnessing his hesitation, a feral candidate snapped. "Look at this weakling trying to act tough. Are you pissing your pants now? Trash? With deranged enthusiasm, the madman slammed his signed death warrant onto the desk. Right in front of the trembling principal, he and his delusional gang swaggered out the door, tossing a chorus of sickening laughter in Wang Zhe's direction. The main character was absolutely bewildered. Why were these humans so fiercely desperate? To dive headfirst into the jaws of death? But in this twisted, dark fantasy world, the answer was painfully clear. Becoming a vampire's familiar granted an untouchable, godlike status, a supreme elevation above the filth of the common masses. These immortal overlords controlled infinite wealth and commanded private slaughter armies. Naturally, their loyal familiars evolved into absolute tyrants holding the reins of power, and the devastatingly beautiful Ling Lang Yu was the direct heir of Baron Qi Yu, the supreme dictator of their province. Wang Zhe cursed his rotten luck. His reincarnation plan was simple: lay low, grind his studies, and cure his ailing father. But destiny had violently dragged him into the deadly crosshairs of high society vampire politics. With his back against the wall, a desperate strategy formed. He would fake his participation, throw the match, secure an early elimination, and escape back to his normal life. But that naive hope was instantly crushed. If the blood goddess detected his deception, his head would roll. The only viable survival tactic was a flawless performance. Go all out alongside his friend, and then, at the absolute final second, stage a convincing, heartbreaking defeat. The principal desperately wanted to leak the trial details to protect them. But the old man was completely in the dark himself. This was an unprecedented anomaly in history. Never before had a pure-blood noble personally hosted a selection. The scale of the danger was astronomical. Trembling with a father's grief, the principal grabbed Wang Zhe's shoulders. "Bring my son back alive," he pleaded, "and I swear, every ounce of my family's immense wealth shall be yours." An astronomical bounty for an impossible mission. Wang Zhe could make zero promises. Hell, he couldn't even guarantee his own fragile neck would survive the night. But just as the shadows of dread closed in, a mind-shattering revelation struck him like a physical blow. The triumphant victor of this selection? They would have their entire consciousness violently erased, reduced to a brainwashed puppet, bound in absolute devotion to the vampire master. This horrific truth forged an unbreakable resolve within his soul. He would rather die than become an immortal's mindless lapdog. His only wish had been a quiet, peaceful mortal existence. But fate is a cruel, twisted comedian. Because right in this terrifying moment, he was trapped on a lavish bed alongside the devastating blood goddess herself. While he trembled uncontrollably like prey before a predator, she commanded him to recount the brutal nightmare of the early trials. Flashback to the dreaded second phase. 58 desperate souls had crossed the threshold of hell, yet only 20 would earn the blood-soaked right to advance. The absolute, undeniable priority for every single candidate was surviving the very first room of slaughter. A disturbing wave of euphoric bloodlust infected the crowd. These madmen were practically foaming at the mouth, eager for the twisted challenges ahead. But the sickening reality of vampire entertainment was revealed by the sinister butler, 𝑩𝒊𝒕𝒕𝒆𝒏. The trials commenced the exact second your filthy boots touched this holy ground. His icy voice cut through the clamor. Every noisy, undisciplined maggot among you is already eliminated. The supreme law of serving a vampire noble? Absolute silence, perfect obedience, and zero disturbances. The brutal mass disqualification was flawlessly logical in their dark society. In the blink of an eye, the herd was mercilessly thinned. 32 arrogant fools were purged instantly, leaving a mere 26 trembling survivors. But the twisted butler realized this mass culling was far too boring. It would absolutely fail to entertain the sadistic tastes of goddess Ling Lang Yu. So, he tossed a blood-soaked lifeline to the condemned. A brutal redemption round. Only 5 of you rejects shall crawl out alive. The demonic rules were simple and absolute. A 32-man battle royale, fighting to the literal death for salvation. Observing from the sidelines, cold sweat drenched Wang Zhe and Wen Cheng. Thank the heavens they had kept their mouths shut. The agonizing price of arrogance was playing out before them. Suddenly, a horrific shriek pierced the air as a candidate was skewered alive. The gruesome execution drained every ounce of color from the duo's faces. 32 desperate souls meant an unbearably long and messy slaughterfest. So one absolute psychopath among the rejects devised a flawless, demonic solution. Lethal, instantaneous, and mercilessly efficient. The silent threat radiated from his bloody blade. Step up and die, or cower in the corners and live. By slaughtering the weak, He secured his absolute dominance as one of the 5 surviving victors. Wang Jie's heart pounded against his ribs. That lunatic actually smuggled a blade into the goddess's domain, but the shock was far from over. A drop-dead gorgeous competitor suddenly revealed a massive, lethal firearm, and the terror escalating in the room was just the beginning. The other survivors were decorated with sick little accessories, but the sheer brutality of the scene left our main character absolutely speechless. He stood paralyzed, staring at the crimson tide. A literal river of blood painted the floor. The revival death match had finally reached its brutal end, leaving only 5 victorious monsters gripping their weapons. But wait, one pathetic loser was still breathing. Without a single shred of mercy, the ruthless woman blew his brains out. Just like that, under the cold gaze of Butler Runby, this twisted group advanced to the next stage, bathed in the disgusted glares of the others. 𝑩𝒊𝒕𝒕𝒆𝒏 couldn't hide his absolute disgust, but suddenly, that long-haired psycho locked eyes with them. Seeing their innocent high schooler uniforms, the creep licked his blood-stained blade like an absolute maniac. Becoming the target of a killer, Van Shuang trembled like a leaf in a hurricane. Thankfully, our protagonist pulled his bro close, whispering that they just needed to surrender in round 2 to go home. But fate is never that kind in a death game. That bloodbath, it was merely the revival round, not even the official first stage. The poor kid's face drained of all color as the butler coldly announced the real rules. For the 31 remaining survivors, hell was about to open up. The solid floor violently split in half. Roiling below them was a pit of monstrous fish, flashing razor-sharp teeth. Their twisted mission? They had to fish these demonic beasts out. The provided rods were forged from a special alloy, built to withstand a terrifying 5 tons of force. The catch? Every single cast required a drop of their own fresh blood. Only the scent of human life force could lure those colossal magma beasts. Fail to get a bite, and you get eliminated. But if your grip slips, and you get dragged into the burning pit, you simply become fish food. The nightmare officially began. Each player received a massive 50-kilogram rod. Add a 100-kilogram demonic fish to that, and what normal mortal could possibly pull it up? But then, a terrifying roar echoed from behind. A competitor's muscles bulged, transforming into a hulking giant. According to the badass gun-wielding woman, that maniac had injected a forbidden combat stim, a dark serum extracted straight from vampire blood. Naturally, the fatal side effects were catastrophic, but the raw power was undeniable. With a single, effortless yank, the hulking beast ripped a monster fish straight onto the bloody shore. Our 2 stunned high schoolers could only watch with their jaws dropped to the floor. With only 20 survival spots available, 𝑩𝒊𝒕𝒕𝒆𝒏 knew his time was running out. With no time to hesitate, he gritted his teeth, squeezed his own blood into the bait vial, and cast his line into the abyss. In his heart, he desperately prayed that his blood tasted like absolute garbage. But destiny has a wicked sense of humor. In mere 3 seconds, an explosive crimson light erupted right where his hook dropped. The entire surface of the magma lake violently trembled, drawing the attention of an absolute leviathan. Bam! The monster took the bait. The terrifying force violently yanked 𝑩𝒊𝒕𝒕𝒆𝒏 toward the fatal edge. Thank the heavens, Van Shuang desperately grabbed his friend's waist. The 2 brothers screamed, planting their feet and pulling with every ounce of their mortal strength. Miraculously, they hauled the colossal beast over the ledge, but just as they thought they had survived the trial, the entire room froze in absolute horror. A massive swarm of demonic fish had clamped onto the first one, forming a nightmare chain. The overwhelming gravity immediately dragged 𝑩𝒊𝒕𝒕𝒆𝒏 toward the deadly abyss. His best friend screamed, clinging to him for dear life. But the combined weight of multiple 100-kilogram monsters was an impossible burden. Even the indestructible alloy rod began to fiercely crack under the crushing pressure. 𝑩𝒊𝒕𝒆𝒏's boots skidded off the crumbling cliff edge, bringing him inches away from a fiery grave. His loyal brother refused to let go, but our protagonist was born with a terrifyingly stubborn soul. Even staring death in the face, he absolutely refused to let go of his monstrous catch. His face was pale as a ghost, but his eyes burned with fierce determination. This was their only ticket to survive. But his mortal body had reached its absolute limit. His muscles screamed in agony, his vision blurred into darkness, and just as his consciousness was about to shatter completely, an ancient presence stirred within his mind. In the depths of his soul, a sinister third eye snapped open. A terrifying new power hijacked his agonizing, trembling body. Under the shocked, trembling gazes of every single survivor in the room, 𝑩𒍊�𝒕𝒆𝒏 miraculously hoisted the entire mountain of demonic fish. Meanwhile, observing from the shadows, Lin Lanvu took a slow sip of her bloody wine. A wicked smirk crossed her face. This boy was beyond fascinating. He was truly worthy of catching her deadly attention. Back on the floor, jaws dropped as the massive pile of magma beasts flopped on the ground. Seeing this jackpot, a greedy rat instantly slithered forward, trying to steal a fish. He shamelessly tried to act like they were best buddies, but our awakened protagonist wasn't having any of it. He ruthlessly told the parasites to get the hell out of his sight. Just 3 seconds ago, these scumbags were acting high and mighty. Now, they flipped faster than a cheap coin, begging for a piece of the pie. They wanted the glorious rewards without shedding a single drop of sweat. Though his entire body felt shattered, 𝑩💊🕕💏 forced himself to stand tall. He knew these hyenas wanted to rob him blind, only hesitating because they weren't sure if the system rules allowed it. Right on cue, Butler Runby stepped out from the shadows. Since this was designated a safe zone, murder and direct robbery were strictly forbidden. However, the twisted system practically encouraged him to share the spoils, or risk becoming the #1 target for every heavily armed psycho in the room. Hearing this absolute joke, a dark smirk crept across 𝑩💊🕕💏's face. He casually grabbed a massive fish and tossed it to his bro. The greedy mob's eyes lit up, thinking he was finally caving in to their pressure. But without a single wasted movement, our savage main character kicked one of the precious fish straight back into the boiling magma. He generously returned it to the wild so they could try fishing for it themselves. He didn't give a single damn about making new enemies. In this death game, the weak are meant to be crushed. Eliminating the trash right now was simply the smartest tactical move. But seeing their absolutely desperate, pathetic faces, a cruel amusement flickered in his eyes. He slowly hoisted another heavy fish into the air. He announced he would mercifully bestow this grand prize to whoever dropped to their knees and called him Daddy. While the prideful ones gritted their teeth in pure rage, a fat coward instantly slammed his knees into the dirt. Without an ounce of shame, he barked out the humiliating title. Satisfied with this absolute destruction of dignity, 𝑩💊🕕💏 tossed him a colossal catch. He then raised 2 more beasts in his hands. Since these scumbags no longer wanted to act like human beings, he would gladly treat them like his obedient, pathetic dogs. He declared he only had 3 left. Whoever wanted to live had better start groveling. Even among the so-called proud veterans, several tossed their honor into the garbage and bowed down. But beneath their humiliating submission, a boiling, murderous intent locked onto our protagonist. Yet 𝑩💊🕕💏 remained completely unfazed, flashing a terrifyingly satisfied, dark grin. Standing beside him, Van Shuang swallowed hard, a chill running down his spine. Had his best friend gone way too far this time? But in a dark fantasy world, the main character's ruthlessness is absolute justice. Look at their eyes. They only harbored a pathetic obsession to become lapdogs for the vampire aristocrats. These pieces of trash had 0 respect for their own lives, let alone anyone else's. They simply didn't deserve human rights. But right then, a blood-red hue violently flooded 𝑩💊🕕💏's pupils. His expression twisted into something so sinister, it made his best friend violently shiver. This wasn't the boy he knew. The old 𝑩💊🕕💏 was a bit rebellious, sure, but he had a bright, heroic soul. Now, he radiated a chilling, demonic insanity. And looking at that monstrous chain of fish weighing over 600 kilograms, how did a normal human drag that out of the abyss? The terrifying truth was, every single clue pointed to a monstrous awakening. At that exact moment, a hellish fever erupted inside 𝑩💊🕕💏's veins. His mind became a chaotic storm of dark instincts, losing all grip on mortal sanity. A primal, overwhelming thirst for fresh blood clawed at his throat. He glared at the brutally humiliated mob. Not a single one dared to take a step forward. A mocking, arrogant laugh escaped his lips. As his lips curled into that disdainful sneer, 2 sharp, vampiric fangs gleamed in the dim light. Unable to attack the players just yet, his glowing red eyes locked onto the massive fish on the floor, and a predatory smile stretched across his face. Without hesitation, he plunged his bare hand straight into the gore. Crimson fluid splattered everywhere as the crowd gasped in absolute horror. Digging deep into the belly of the dead lava beast, he finally ripped out its still pulsing heart. The survivors watched in terrified shock as our main character brought it to his lips and devoured it whole. Butler Runby just watched with a sinister smirk, because these pathetic fools had absolutely no clue. The flesh of the lava beast held immense primordial energy, It was a pure source of dark vitality, ready to amplify the eater's physical power. Ignorant to this secret, they had only looked at him with sheer disgust. But after gorging on nearly half the monstrous beast, he tossed a massive blood-soaked chunk to his loyal companion. Seeing this sudden feast, the long-haired aristocrat narrowed his eyes. He demanded to know if they could harvest the remaining meat. The moment the butler nodded, that arrogant pack of wolves drew their hidden blades and swarmed the carcass. They weren't entirely brain-dead after all. They had finally caught on to his power-up method. When the brutal feast concluded, only a fraction of the challengers remained standing to enter round 2. The death toll was absolutely staggering. Luckily, our duo had already formed a solid escape plan, agreeing to forfeit the moment the next phase began. But right now, something was horribly wrong. His partner called his name, but he stood completely frozen. His eyes were glowing with a demonic crimson light, locked onto the aristocratic faction. Those privileged snobs stared back with mocking, arrogant grins. Without uttering a single word, he stripped off his blood-drenched coat. Then, with terrifying calmness, he flipped them a universally disrespectful middle finger, leaving his companions sweating in absolute terror. He had already seen through their pathetic little masquerade. This wasn't a random gathering of survivors. They were an organized pack. Only a rare few were truly fighting solo. This elite squad dared to smuggle weapons into the arena because they had inside knowledge. From his previous investigations, our main character knew the dark truth. The vampire nobles had been secretly grooming their loyal human hounds. These bastards clearly had powerful blood-sucking patrons backing them up. And the moment round 2 officially commenced, the rules would fly out the window. Their first target for slaughter? Him. Even that pathetic pig who had begged on his knees earlier was now sneering with unearned pride, completely drunk on the borrowed power of his vampire-serving relatives. This is exactly why these arrogant nobles killed without a shred of hesitation or mercy. His companion finally witnessed the true face of human garbage. These scumbags didn't deserve to breathe the same air. But the long-haired leader wasn't just aiming for his head. Every single independent fighter who had gathered intel and armed themselves was marked for death. They needed to watch their every move. Regardless of what nightmare awaited in round 2, he ordered his companion to surrender immediately. As for himself, he was going straight into the belly of the beast, because whether he won or lost, those corrupted hounds would never stop hunting for his head. So before they could make their move, he decided to become the monster that hunts them in the dark. Witnessing his overwhelming murderous aura, his friend trembled harder than the enemy. How did a regular guy transform into this terrifying predator? But the truth was, even he didn't understand his own violent mutation. He only knew that his blood was boiling like molten lava. Pure, unadulterated wrath was hijacking his very nervous system. Suddenly, the brutal rules of round 2 were announced. Only 3 survivors would reach the finals, and their hellish objective was to conquer a massive labyrinth. They had to ascend to the 99th floor. Up there, the vampire lord waited to anoint her new dark servants. According to the deadly layout, elevators and standard stairs only reached floor 90. To reach the absolute summit, there was only one bloody path left. The overseers, then, handed out slips of paper. Each prey had to select a starting floor from 1 to 89. A twisted rule designed to scatter the lambs and prevent an immediate, chaotic bloodbath. Because a quick massacre wouldn't entertain their immortal masters. The fat pig confidently suggested rushing to floor 89, but was instantly shut down. That would just paint a giant target on their backs. The cowardly bottom feeders would just wait out the bloodbath and ascend over their corpses. The pack turned to their long-haired alpha for the final call. His companion panicked, knowing this elite hit squad would be completely unstoppable if they stuck together. But our main character just smirked. He knew their fragile alliance would inevitably shatter. After all, there was only room for one true victor. That was exactly why the fat pig was left to beg for scraps earlier, while his so-called comrades watched. When it was his turn to draw, he surrendered his choice to the whims of destiny. So the sinister butler, Ranby, made the choice for him. Today was the 17th, a perfect number for his designated hunting ground. With his friend officially dropping out, 19 tributes stepped into the second ring of hell. The massacre was officially underway. A blinding magical array ignited beneath their boots. The ground vanished, sucking the tributes into the spatial void until the violent turbulence snapped to a halt. He found himself standing in the eerie silence of floor 17. For a split second, it felt like a safe haven. But from the pitch-black shadows, A monstrous silhouette lunged forward, an ambush right out of the gate. A hulking brute charged out of the dark, swinging a heavy steel fire extinguisher like a massive warhammer. The giant tried to crush his skull into paste, but he evaded by a hair's breadth. He dashed up the concrete stairs to gain the high ground. But this rabid dog was relentless, swinging his improvised weapon to shatter his bones. However, the main character simply spun and delivered a devastating kick, sending the titan tumbling down the jagged stairs. Snatching the dropped steel tank, he raised it high, ready to cave the bastard's head in. But suddenly, the hulking brute broke down weeping, screaming his absolute surrender. The heavy tank halted inches from his skull. He took a deep breath, his raging blood slowly cooling down. The demonic crimson faded from his eyes, and he spared the pathetic loser. But make no mistake, this attacker was no weakling. He was a massive wall of muscle, standing over 1.8 meters tall, with elite combat training. Yet against his newly awakened strength, a single, casual kick was enough to completely break him. Recognizing the thug's affiliation with the noble pack, he immediately began a brutal interrogation. Once he squeezed out every drop of intel, he continued his dark ascent. The long-haired alpha was camping on floor 89 with 3 elites. The rest of the hounds were stationed as gatekeepers on floors 20, 40, and 60. The moment he stepped onto the 20th floor, he dropped into a flawless combat stance. But the sprawling corridor was completely devoid of life. It was an absolute ghost town, just as his tactical mind had predicted. Every single one of those greedy bastards hungered for the ultimate prize. None of them were willing to play obedient guard dogs on the lowest levels. Smirking at their predictable greed, he casually strolled up the next flight of stairs, without breaking a single sweat. Logically, he had planned to throw the match and walk away with his life. But a terrifying primal instinct within him was roaring for absolute dominance. The moment the thought of victory crossed his mind, a skull-splitting pain erupted inside his brain. He looked down at his trembling hands in absolute horror. The normal blue veins bulging beneath his skin were violently mutating into thick, blood-red tendrils. His vision rapidly corrupted into a terrifying, blood-soaked filter. He had just breached the 40th floor. Right on cue, an elite assassin dropped from the ceiling to spring the trap. The ambusher immediately unleashed a high-level hypnotic wave, completely confident. Because his S-rank genetic mutation made his mind control absolute. This arrogant bastard had specifically claimed this lower floor to brainwash the stragglers and build his own personal army of meat shields, to carve his path to the top. The second his boots hit the concrete, his glowing fingers clamped onto his shoulder, triggering the mental invasion. But as his prey slowly turned around, the assassin was met with a nightmare made flesh. A demonic face etched with pulsing crimson veins, staring back with eyes glowing like pure hellfire. Assuming this mental attack was the cause of his agonizing mutation, our raging main character prepared to unleash absolute slaughter. He hoisted the man by his throat into the air. A lethal warning left his lips. Cancel this pathetic illusion. Now. But this trash lacked the true mastery. His weak magic could only paralyze his hypnotized victims. Realizing this garbage held no further value, the main character unleashed a devastating punch. The man crumpled to the floor, completely knocked out. Suddenly, crimson veins writhed violently across our hero's skin. A terrifying bloodlust hijacked his very soul. Completely losing control, he lunged downward, his jaws unhinged, aiming straight for the helpless prey's throat. But a sudden jolt of humanity snapped him awake. What am I becoming? He staggered backward in absolute horror. His breath came in ragged, desperate gasps. Yet, the sight of that exposed flesh made his mouth water uncontrollably. Desperate to break the trance, he slapped himself hard. The stinging pain temporarily chained his inner demon. He turned and sprinted down the endless corridors. His only thought was reaching the hair salon. He had to find his father, but panic clouded his usually sharp senses. He tripped, crashing violently against the cold concrete. A heavy, suffocating silence filled the air. When he finally stirred and slowly raised his head, his eyes glowed with a demonic, blood-red luminescence. The boy was gone, replaced by a monster starving for carnage. Meanwhile, the sinister butler Rani made a fateful call. He reported to his shadowy master. The death game was entering its final, bloody phase. Exactly as planned, the surviving rats gathered on floor 89, a ruthless slaughterhouse where everyone held a secret dagger. Each player harbored their own dark schemes to survive. Some relied entirely on their overwhelming brute force. Watching these pathetic humans tear each other apart brought endless, twisted amusement to the vampire elites. But wait, where was our anomalous main character? A few quick keystrokes on the surveillance terminal revealed his location. He had just breached the hellscape of floor 89. Instantly, a brutal headshot dropped a thug nearby. Another competitor mercilessly crushed the fallen man's skull. Amidst this chaotic symphony of destruction, dozens of desperate souls fought a losing battle against death. Yet, our hero stood completely unbothered, like a silent mountain. His eerie calmness immediately attracted a swarm of bloodthirsty lunatics. A screaming maniac swung a spiked bat straight at his face. With a mere tilt of his head, he dodged the lethal strike. He casually strolled right through the raging mob like a ghost, leaving the mindless grunts swinging at empty air. He approached a striking woman and a long-haired man. The two had formed a temporary, fragile alliance. Seeing this monstrous anomaly approach, they froze in sheer, unadulterated terror. But to the awakened king, they were nothing but dust in the wind. His burning gaze was locked solely on the elevator to floor 99. Humiliated by this absolute disrespect, the long-haired thug snapped. He lunged forward, thrusting a deadly, poison-laced blade. He thought his treacherous ambush was flawless, but the main character vanished like a wisp of dark smoke. While the venomous blade sliced through mere air, he materialized right beside his attacker, crushing the man's wrist. The thug shrieked in agony, begging for mercy. Ignoring the pathetic cries, he effortlessly disarmed the weapon. Fully aware of the fatal toxin dripping from the steel, he boldly licked the poisoned blood right off the edge. The two bystanders watched his insane display in absolute dread. But this mere appetizer could never quench his monstrous thirst. His narrowed pupils screamed of an apocalyptic madness. His newly awakened body craved only one thing: the supreme, royal blood of Lady 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏 waiting above. As he ascended the stairway to the ultimate stage alone, the fierce woman gritted her teeth and trailed closely behind him. Abandoned and humiliated, the long-haired rat refused to give up. He scrambled desperately to claim his piece of the glory. But before his foot could even graze the first step, a decaying hand violently yanked him backward. His former allies had transformed into mindless, ravenous ghouls. They swarmed him, tearing into his flesh with animalistic fury, leaving behind nothing but a horrific, mangled bloodbath. Despite swimming in a literal lake of corpses, the mangled survivor somehow crawled out of the flesh-eating pit, dragging his shattered body up the stairs, fueled by one dark obsession: he would become an immortal vampire, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, at the summit of this towering nightmare, Lady 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏 received word of her 3 final toys. She had watched the entire blood-soaked spectacle unfold. The brutal betrayal at the threshold thoroughly entertained her. Tasting their absolute despair sent euphoric shivers down her spine. And so, with her golden trio of survivors finally assembled, the grand, macabre banquet was officially set into motion. Brilliant chandeliers illuminated a hall dripping with decadent luxury. Hauntingly beautiful music played while countless masked vampires waltzed around like nobles in a twisted masquerade ball. The immortal aristocrats turned their hungry gazes toward the grand entrance. The final selection game was about to commence. A large-scale hunt of epic proportions. The vampire queen was hiding among 100 disguised guests. This ultimate trial was designed to test their very souls. Who could pierce the veil of deceit and find her first? She had flawlessly blended into the sea of unpredictable nobles. Any random aristocratic face could be the true sovereign. Choose correctly, and you claim the ultimate victory. Make one wrong move, and your soul is forfeited forever. You would become nothing but a chew toy for the undead horde. Malicious laughter suddenly drowned out the classical symphony. The normal humans trembled in overwhelming, paralyzing dread. The final round had begun. 30 minutes to locate their true master. The mangled long-haired rat gnashed his teeth in silent fury. The fierce woman instantly saw the murderous glint in his eyes. Knowing he planned to eliminate the competition, she flashed her trump card. Hidden beneath her coat was a massive, heavy-duty ammo belt. Yet, she remained perfectly composed, refusing to strike first. She knew her mortal weapons were useless against our overpowered main character. She had to bide her time and wait for the perfect opening. Truthfully, she couldn't care less about this pathetic vampire game. Her soul-burning mission was absolute annihilation. She came to exterminate every leech here, including Lady 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏. She belonged to the Apostasy Syndicate, a legendary resistance faction. They had once attempted to assassinate the corrupt mayor but failed. Now, The world had been entirely swallowed by the vampire empire. Humanity was reduced to mere cattle for their slaughterhouses. But rebellious sparks still dared to defy this apocalyptic fate, and this fierce warrior was the tip of their vengeful spear. The survival game had barely even started, and within 3 seconds, the desperate long-haired rat was captured by the horde. Seductive vampires immediately swarmed the fierce woman. Her iron willpower allowed her to ignore their mesmerizing illusions. But a shadowcaster hit her with a devastating binding spell, trapping her completely in an inescapable, hypnotic web. Down below, the humans were already breaking like fragile dolls. Meanwhile, the vampire queen stood elegantly on the balcony, soaking in the chaos. She gave her undead subjects full permission to play them to death. Kill them all, it doesn't matter. Replacements are easy to find. For her, this was merely a fleeting moment of divine entertainment. She arrogantly believed her disguise was absolutely impenetrable. The ballroom was practically overflowing with chaotic demonic auras. But her supreme confidence was about to be shattered. Our hero, who had been standing as still as a statue, suddenly snapped his head up, locking eyes with her across the abyss. In a fraction of a heartbeat, he completely vanished from the ground floor. He instantly materialized before her, gripping her delicate wrist like a vice. His absolute certainty in exposing her true identity was undeniable. A wicked, thrilled smile crept across the vampire queen's face. The spirit hound's keen nose completely exposed her true scent. Her cover was blown. So, instead of hiding, she dragged our main character straight to the dance floor. She played right into the show's twisted format. Meanwhile, the long-haired hunter watched helplessly. Pinned to the floor, he reached out in vain. On the other side, the beautiful operative was panicking. Ling Longyu was slipping away, and the explosives hadn't been triggered. Suddenly, a cold hand wrapped around her waist from the shadows. Her desperate plan was foiled. The room was rigged with a signal jammer. The detonator was completely useless. Disarmed and defenseless, the operative fell right into the clutches of those blood-sucking hags. Her weapon clattered to the floor. There was absolutely no escape. At the same time, Ling Longyu's dark desires peaked. She forcefully dragged him back to her private chambers. The tension in the room was suffocating. Pushing him onto her luxurious bed, her twisted fantasy was about to begin. She planned to turn him into an obedient blood thrall, a puppet bound only to her will. Without hesitation, she initiated the dark ritual. Her fangs pierced deeply into his flesh. But the taste of his blood was intoxicatingly rich. A surge of pure ecstasy hit her. It was the most divine vintage she had ever tasted. But before she could gorge herself, a chilling voice interrupted her frenzy. "Is my blood to your liking?" The sinister ritual required her to drain him completely. Only then could she inject her pure-blood vampire essence into his lifeless veins. She thought she was the apex predator. She was dead wrong. In a flash, he gripped her throat. A terrifyingly affectionate smile crept across his face. 2 razor-sharp fangs elongated from his mouth. Without a single word of warning, he viciously sank his teeth into the vampire's neck, devouring her crimson life force. Ling Langyu's mind completely shattered. A human possessing vampire fangs? The sheer shock paralyzed her. A paralyzing toxin flowed from his bite directly into her bloodstream. It was an absolute power suppression. Ling Langyu was being forcefully marked by him. The arrogant pureblood who tried to play God was now being reduced to a lowly servant. Her soul violently rejected the submission. A proud vampire noble taking orders from anyone? Absolutely unthinkable. But as his ancient power coursed through her, all her dignity vanished into thin air. An ecstatic laugh escaped her lips as absolute euphoria consumed her mind. But he had no intention of letting her enjoy this. He abruptly ripped his fangs away. When she desperately begged for more, his eyes flared with a terrifying crimson light. "Did you just try to command me?" Reality hit her like a freight train. The overwhelming aura crushed her arrogance. She immediately dropped to her knees, swearing eternal servitude to her new absolute monarch. Bowing deeply, she pleaded for his dark blessing. Thanks to this arrogant noble, his ancient hunger was finally satisfied. Her blood wasn't the pinnacle of purity, but it served as a decent appetizer. With a flick of his wrist, a single drop of his supreme blood materialized. He traced a glowing crest right onto her forehead. The moment the seal burned into her flesh, her eyes glazed over with fanatical joy. The soul-binding contract was complete. The mighty Ling Langyu was officially his familiar. But her newfound loyalty quickly turned into endless curiosity. Why does an almighty being like you reside in a mortal's fragile shell? Before she could continue, he silenced her with a deceptively gentle glare. She instantly realized she had crossed the line and begged for mercy. This wasn't mere possession. His current human form was simply his unawakened, dormant state. With the crisis averted, our overpowered protagonist drifted into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, his new vampire guardian sat diligently by his side, but boredom quickly got the better of her. She hatched a mischievous scheme to test her new master. She wanted to act like the blood binding never happened. As he groggily opened his eyes, he realized he was trapped in a vampire lady's bed. She lunged forward, pretending to force the turning ritual on him, waking up to a predatory pureblood. Trying to seduce him sent our boy into a masterclass of acting. He faked absolute panic, stumbling around like a weak prey, desperately searching for an exit. As she cornered him, he threw his hands up in defense. "My parents told me holding hands causes pregnancy. Please respect yourself." Despite his hilarious protests, she only looked more amused. Her playful teasing finally pushed him to his limit. His fists clenched tightly. He portrayed the perfect image of a defiant mortal refusing to become a vampire's puppet. Seeing his resistance, she dialed up her seductive charm. She whispered about the absolute power of a soul bond, how a weaker being could never rebel against their dark master. To break his feigned struggle, she made an irresistible proposition. The scene suddenly shifts. A fleet of pitch-black luxury cars pulled up under a storm of camera flashes. The media was in an absolute frenzy. A pureblood vampire openly claiming a human familiar hadn't happened in an entire decade. The societal impact was earth-shattering. This was an exclusive banquet for the highest echelons of dark society. The most dangerous power players were all gathered here. Everyone whispered that Ling Langyu had completely lost her mind, bringing a lowly human servant to a sacred gathering. Under a crushing wave of judgmental stares, he calmly stepped out of the luxury vehicle, walking shoulder to shoulder with her, entering the lion's den with unwavering confidence. Rabid fans, ruthless journalists, and high society gossips were out in full force. The room exploded into whispers the moment they laid eyes on him. A blatantly ordinary human snatched the ultimate jackpot? Rumors spread like wildfire. They speculated she chose him solely to maintain political balance among the vampire factions. Choosing a noble's heir would have sparked a bloody civil war. So, the brilliant strategist allegedly picked a powerless nobody with zero background. A perfect pawn to keep the elites from tearing each other apart. Their vicious whispers were deliberately loud enough to reach his ears. He perfectly played the part of a discouraged mortal. Noticing his mood, she immediately linked her arm through his. "We are the headline tonight," she murmured softly. "We have to play our roles flawlessly." As they navigated the banquet, she guided him through the shark-infested waters of the aristocracy. Suddenly, Duke Yuyang's piercing gaze locked onto them. He instantly detected the massive blood energy radiating from our protagonist. The overlapping auras and scent signatures left no room for doubt. This mysterious boy was definitively her soul-bound familiar. But the danger was far from over. She sensed the murderous intent, locking onto her master. On the grand staircase, envious glares burned into him. Those were the loyal familiars of rival vampire lords, thirsting for blood. She discreetly asked how he wanted to crush these gnats, offering to teach him dark arts so he could exact his own ruthless vengeance. Hearing this, he acted genuinely surprised but secretly thrilled. An excuse to display some devastating new powers. Right on cue, two rival underlings approached with sickeningly fake smiles. They politely invited the new meat to follow them. But right at that moment, his mind completely blanked out. Flashes of Ling Langyu's destructive magic and the deadly 40th floor ambush flooded his brain. He froze dead in his tracks. The devastating truth hit him like a shockwave. His memories after the ambush were completely erased. Why the hell was he actually here? His quiet moment of isolation was abruptly shattered. Two shadowy figures dragged him forward. It was time to enter the inner circle's grand banquet. A twisted rite of passage for the newly reborn. An absolute metamorphosis of both body and soul. This was a dark decree from the royal bloodline itself. Pushed through the heavy iron doors, his eyes immediately locked onto a grotesque old woman. The hall was packed with waiting shadows. She was the master of ceremonies tonight. Before he could even process the scene, the deranged congregation began their dark prayers. They were no different from a fanatical cult, blindly worshipping the vampire lords as their ultimate saviors. They had traded their humanity for mere table scraps of power. The main character could only stand there in absolute shock. Their fanatical screaming echoed louder than a chaotic riot. Suddenly, the old hag unleashed an ear-piercing shriek right into his face. The sheer force of it twisted her features into a demonic mask. After enduring their exhausting, theatrical rituals, a terrified servant finally approached his table. A silver platter of raw meat was placed directly before him. Feeling the piercing gazes of the entire room, cold sweat dripped down his spine. His mind raced with horrifying thoughts. Were these monsters forcing him to consume human flesh? But just as he gathered the courage to touch the macabre feast, the servant snatched the plate away and presented it to the old hag. Her jaw unhinged, revealing a grotesquely long tongue. She swallowed the massive chunk of meat in a single, sickening gulp. Thank heavens, it was only goat meat. Servants quickly swarmed the room, distributing the dark feast. The attendees wore the finest aristocratic silks, yet they tore into their meals like starving, drooling beasts. The spiky-haired punk from earlier sneered at him. He demanded the newly awakened servant eat his portion, claiming it was a supreme delicacy gifted by the royal family, and wasting it was a sin. The punk gleefully whispered about the ancient traditions, how these banquets used to demand the blood of pure maidens and the flesh of infants. The main character froze in absolute disgust, but the fanatic kept rambling. He dared to lecture him on survival in this dark world, telling him to lower his head and accept whatever depravity the nobles demanded. He wanted to drag the main character down into their abyss of twisted luxury. But the main character only looked back with glacial contempt. From his newly awakened perspective, these beings were nothing but lowly parasites. He saw nothing but greedy monsters consumed by their lust for power. His expression darkened into a deadly scowl. Meanwhile, the old hag wiped her bloody chin and gave the next order. A tiny, trembling girl was dragged into the light. This living sacrifice was completely illegal in the modern era. But because of his master's supreme status, they dared to bend the rules. The sight completely shattered his composure. Before he could even process the horrific reality, the grand hall plunged into absolute darkness. Only a single spotlight illuminated him and the terrified child. The aristocratic monsters levitated into the air, floating like vultures. Looking down from the shadows, they commanded the blood ritual to begin. The little girl robotically stepped forward, stripping away the bandages that bound her fragile arms. Without a single wasted movement, she slashed her own wrist. Crimson drops hit the floor like shattered glass. The scent of blood drove the floating demons into a drooling frenzy. The main character stood completely paralyzed, watching her tears fall freely. Despite her silent agony, she offered her bleeding wrist to him. The impatient monsters above began to hiss and chant, demanding he take his first sip of human life. The horrifying truth of this trial finally clicked. They were deliberately forcing his hand. If he refused the blood, his awakening would fail, turning him into a defective husk, and a failed familiar was nothing but premium livestock. Even as the servant of a high noble, they planned to devour him. To these treacherous beasts, his pure blood was an irresistible delicacy. They were fiercely jealous of his master's supreme authority. This was a calculated strike to eliminate a future rival before he could grow strong. They foolishly believed he was just helpless prey, assuming they possessed the strength to crush him right here and now. They thought the rules of the night dictated that the weak must feed the strong. Becoming a creature of the night meant you were a hunter, but it also meant you were constantly hunted by your own kind. Slowly, he reached out and wiped the teardrop from the little girl's cheek. Then, he turned his gaze upward toward the floating trash. An overwhelming urge to completely obliterate them surged through his veins. Meanwhile, in a realm of glittering high society, an arrogant noblewoman dragged her son toward his master, boasting that her precious boy possessed 75% pure vampire blood. She desperately wanted him to become 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏's new servant, but the regal lady wouldn't even spare him a glance, instantly rejecting his arrogant request for a dance. Desperate to save face, the old woman tried to change the subject, inviting her to a private lounge for rare vintage wines. Her true ambition was glaringly obvious, a political marriage to elevate her crumbling clan. The dark underworld was practically drowning in wild rumors, whispering that the royal family was ruthlessly crushing Count 𝒕𝒐𝒏, and 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏 choosing a seemingly ordinary human had only fueled the chaotic gossip. The old woman smugly believed she held all the cards, pressuring the powerful lady into an alliance. The arrogant son tried to turn on the charm, but his words fell on deaf ears. Her mind was entirely consumed by thoughts of her newly awakened servant. But she wasn't worried about the other nobles bullying him. She was completely terrified of the bloodbath he might unleash, wondering how she would ever explain the massacre to the other masters. The arrogant noble boy sneered, assuming her new pet was just weak. He mocked that a new familiar needed months to absorb royal blood. Claiming true power took decades of painful evolution, and skipping that process was impossible unless the servant was a supreme genius. A crimson glow flared deep within Lin Langvu's eyes. She knew a terrifying secret the world had yet to discover. Her servant wasn't just a genius, he was an absolute king. Realizing her killing intent was leaking, she quickly masked her emotions, playing the part of a loyal subject who simply revered the ancient rulers. Suddenly, the heavy doors of the lounge were violently thrown open. Panicked servants rushed in, their faces pale with absolute terror. Lin Langvu immediately sensed that the inevitable had happened. With a wicked smirk, she invited the arrogant boy to witness true power. The curtain was ripped aside, revealing a scene from hell itself. Everyone froze in soul-crushing shock. The main character stood calmly, shielding the little girl, while a mountain of mangled corpses painted the floor crimson. Just moments ago, his monstrous aura had fully detonated, delivering a single, devastating death blow to every monster. A demonic bloodlust had completely hijacked his senses, transforming him into an unstoppable force of annihilation. Looking at the carnage now, a chilling sense of déjà vu washed over him. His mind was a blank slate, missing crucial memories, leaving only the visceral, terrifying sensation of tearing through flesh and bone. The puzzle pieces were finally slamming into place. The unexplainable superhuman strength he possessed, the phantom bite marks he thought were just his imagination. Staring at his blood-soaked hands, panic began to set in. The terrifying reality could no longer be denied. He was no longer a mortal man. An ancient noble barged in, trembling with volcanic fury, pointing a shaking finger at the boy who had slaughtered his elite servants. But the surrounding nobles could only laugh, mocking the old fool whose seasoned warriors were utterly annihilated by a newborn king. Rage blazed in her eyes like wildfire. She completely ignored the old man's 50 years of loyal service, executing him in a single, devastating heartbeat. Then, she turned her fierce gaze, demanding compensation for the insult. She sealed the entire grand estate, trapping them all within a massive iron birdcage. Her demand was absolute. Count Tenyok, her father, must personally arrive to settle this blood debt. Of course, these greedy nobles only hosted this banquet to lure her father out, desperate to steal a sliver of his legendary fame. But Lin Langvu didn't waste her breath on trash. She pulled out her smartphone and immediately called her father, complaining about being bullied like a spoiled princess. The moment the call ended, her terrifying aura vanished. She sprawled casually across the long sofa, acting completely entitled. Then, she ordered Wang Zhe to come over and massage her shoulders. He stood there, frozen, but had no choice but to obey. The nobles watching from outside flushed bright red with sheer embarrassment. That arrogant fool who tried to court her earlier? He was only after her family's terrifying lineage. Her father possessed 100% pure vampire blood, a legendary strength second only to the true king. Those greedy bastards couldn't help but drool, dreaming of dividing the Count's supreme power among themselves. They wanted a piece of the ultimate predator. Meanwhile, Wang Zhe heard every single disgusting word. As he diligently massaged his master, his mind reeled from the overwhelming truth. Suddenly, Lin Langvu's projection appeared right in front of him, scaring the absolute life out of him. This was the subconscious realm, a spiritual domain shared only between master and blood servant. To the outside world, they just looked like two fools staring blankly into space. Inside the realm, Wang Zhe grabbed her shoulders, his voice shaking. He thought he was just pretending to be her servant, but the horrifying truth struck him like lightning. He was no longer human, and he had been completely played. He was utterly devastated, but the vampire princess refused to let him wallow in pity. Time was a luxury they didn't have. The immediate priority was to awaken his latent strength. Right now, their bloodline fusion was at a mere 1%. It was dangerously low, leaving him wide open to fatal attacks. Her expression shifted into something dangerously alluring. Without warning, she transferred her blazing life force into him. The surging mana rushed straight into his brain, forming an ethereal structure within his mind. With fierce concentration, he molded that wild energy into a single, glowing piece of parchment. This was the Book of Awakening, a manifestation of absolute power hidden deep within the human soul. The more cosmic laws inscribed upon its pages, the more invincible the wielder would become. But right now, Wang Zhe's page was completely blank. Not a single rune graced its surface, because until now, he only knew how to throw simple, brutish punches. Closing his eyes, he focused his spiritual energy, willing a phantom pen to materialize in his grasp. He began scribbling wild, chaotic lines across the pure white page, pouring his very soul into the ink. Strands of divine light erupted, intertwining into a blinding flash. And then, boom! A literal refrigerator materialized out of thin air. Wang Zhe panicked, running laps around the bizarre object. No matter how he looked at it, it was just a standard household appliance. But the crazy part was, his internal mana could actually control this strange metallic beast. Historically, the Book of Awakening only produced ancient texts or mythical runes. Yet his weak to strong journey had somehow manifested a physical, modern object. However, this anomaly was a terrifying unknown. Opening those frosty doors could unleash unimaginable consequences. Because in a world of dark fantasy, even a simple box could hold catastrophic doom. Outside, the crowd finally noticed his shifting, unstable aura. But before they could act, apocalyptic thunder tore the heavens apart. The deafening roar violently pulled Wang Zhe and the princess back to reality. Cold sweat drenched everyone's backs. An overwhelming, suffocating presence descended upon the estate. Like the wrath of a god, a blinding pillar of crimson lightning struck from the sky, obliterating the reinforced roof like it was made of wet paper. Out of the dust emerged Count 𝒕�្�� himself, the supreme pure-blood vampire, possessing exactly 100% of the ancient royal lineage. He had shattered the unbreakable iron cage without even noticing it. And why did he destroy the majestic castle? Simply because its architecture offended his aristocratic eyes. It was too ugly, so he crushed it. The moment he arrived, his eyes actually began to bleed, not from injury, but from sheer disgust. Looking at these lowly, pathetic nobles physically hurt his refined vision. He wanted nothing more than to leave this wretched, filthy place, unable to hide his absolute contempt. Only when his gaze landed on his precious daughter did his murderous aura soften into a gentle breeze. But his supernatural senses were impossibly sharp. He instantly caught a foreign scent mixed into his daughter's aura. She quickly stepped forward, pulling Wang Zhe into the light to explain their blood-servant pact. Hearing this, the Count didn't care about the boy's lowly human origins. Instead, his eyes started bleeding again, because to a pure-blood vampire's divine standards, Wang Zhe's completely average face was a crime against beauty. While they bickered in this bizarre, comedic display, the terrified nobles finally found their courage. They tried to complain about the disrespect shown to them, but suddenly, the remains of the shattered mansion behind them collapsed completely into a mountain of twisted metal. The nobles swallowed their words, practically wetting themselves in fear. Count 𝒕�្�្�� didn't need to speak to show his dominance. As a legendary star Diamond II powerhouse, he didn't give a damn about anyone. Ignoring the kingdom's entire military, he levitated into the night sky. With a casual wave of his elegant cane, he summoned a catastrophic meteor shower. The old man frantically raised a desperate mana shield, but the crushing weight of the falling rocks made him vomit a fountain of blood. The arrogant nobles scrambled like terrified rats, but they all shared the exact same miserable fate. An entire army of elites, absolutely annihilated in a fraction of a second. This was the crushing despair brought by a true pureblood. The Count floated silently, the massive crimson moon resting perfectly behind his silhouette. His terrifying vampire king aura suffocated the survivors. He had taught these fake aristocrats a brutal lesson. No matter how noble they pretended to be, before a true god of darkness, they were nothing but dirt. Pushed to the brink of death, the surviving cowards threatened to report him to the Supreme King. Hearing this, Lin Langvu's eyes flashed with killing intent, ready to slaughter them all to keep their mouths shut. But the Count didn't want to dirty his pristine gloves. He boldly dared the empty barrels to make their noise. After all, back in the day, he used to hang the current sub-emperor from a tree and whip him for fun. Meanwhile, Wang Zhe searched the rubble and found the innocent girl from earlier unharmed. It seemed the Count had deliberately spared her, simply because her aesthetic beauty met his impossibly high standards. The entire massacre had been recorded by hidden journalists. By the very next morning, their terrifying display of power dominated every single breaking news headline. Wang Zhe obediently returned to the vampires after escorting the girl to safety. It wasn't that he didn't want to escape, he just knew struggling against absolute power was a waste of breath. Before he could even ask about his sudden, monstrous transformation, the Count abruptly cut him off. Wang Zhe braced himself, thinking the ancient vampire wanted his life. But in reality, the Count just couldn't stomach his painfully ordinary face. To his aristocratic eyes, Wang Zhe's looks were a visual disaster. He tossed Wang Zhe a mask, ordering him to wear it permanently just to spare his vision. Before the dust could even settle, grim news arrived. They were formally summoned to the Holy City. Those surviving nobles had actually cried to the sub-emperor, resulting in an immediate royal decree. However, the Count just chuckled darkly. There was absolutely nothing to fear. He and the sub-emperor were practically sworn brothers, having terrorized the entire realm together since childhood. Yet, amidst this storm of dark fantasy and brewing war, Wang Zhe finally confronted his master. Deep down, he desperately wanted his fragile human life back, absolutely refusing to become a pawn in their bloody games. She had given him 3 days to process everything. But the moment the vampire left, Wang realized he forgot the most crucial question. How did his new power work? Suddenly, his phone shattered the silence. A desperate plea for help echoed through the speaker. It was his best friend, Wen. His breathing was ragged, barely clinging to life. Panic seized Wang's heart. He bolted into the dead of night, tearing through the school grounds. But the campus was a ghost town. He shoved open a door, only to be swallowed by suffocating darkness. Crunch. His foot broke something on the floor. Bending down, the truth hit him like a physical blow. A shattered photograph of Wen and the headmaster. Sensing the stench of tragedy, Wang stormed into the local police station. But justice was blind, and these cops were deaf. It had only been a few hours, so they refused to lift a finger. It was 4 o'clock in the morning, and the lazy chief scoffed at him. When Wang demanded they serve the people, the pig of a man sneered. He boasted that his badge only served the royals and the immortal vampires, not lowly commoners. Hearing this absolute garbage, a blazing inferno of rage ignited within Wang. But before his fists could do the talking, a female officer slammed a file onto the desk. The report revealed Wang's true identity. He was the newly chosen blood servant of the fearsome Ling. The fat chief's face drained of color. His arrogance crumbled into pathetic groveling. He flipped faster than a coin in the air. Suddenly, he was ordering tea, offering pastries, and swearing on his life to solve the case immediately. A truly pathetic display of authority. But the female officer leaned in, whispering dark secrets into the chief's ear. Instantly, the coward backed away. He claimed this was out of his jurisdiction, involving a high-ranking vampire clan. This useless badge-wearer was nothing but a figurehead. He only knew one terrifying detail. A syndicate of night stalkers had been hunting for Wang and Wen. Furious over the recent selection tournament, Wang's blood ran cold. He desperately dialed his father's number. Hearing his dad's voice on the other end, a massive weight lifted from his trembling shoulders. And the guardian angel protecting his family? It was none other than the legendary Butler Runby. It was an unwritten, bloody rule. The family of the chosen winner was always targeted by the jealous losers. They needed heavy protection against those who craved the power of the bloodline. Those bitter failures would stoop to any vile deed. Right now, Wen and the headmaster had been dragged to the enemy's fortress. Runby's elite shadows were tracking their every move. They only needed one word from Wang to erase those kidnappers from existence. He never wanted this dark, bloody underworld. But fate forced his hand. Embracing his destiny, Wang issued his very first command as a master. Tear them apart and save my friends. The hunt had officially begun. Meanwhile, an ancient noble stomped through his vile dungeon. This old monster had trained candidates for the selection, only to watch them all fail miserably. Consumed by venomous envy, he directed his wrath at Wang. The poor headmaster lay broken on the floor, beaten within an inch of his life by the cruel aristocrat. Barely breathing, he clung to a thread of survival. Satisfied with his torture, the old vampire turned to leave. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the front gates. Standing in the swirling dust were Wang and the terrifying forces of Butler Runby. Wang's body radiated an overwhelming, suffocating aura. His eyes burned with a demonic crimson glow, staring down at the aristocratic trash like bugs. Still, the old fool barked hollow threats. He swore to mount the heads of these intruders on his wall. But the second his eyes locked onto Butler Runby, his arrogant jaw snapped shut. The sheer killing intent radiating from Wang paralyzed them. Desperate, the lesser vampires tried to negotiate their sins away. They offered their rotting mansion and their worthless lives, praying it would extinguish Wang's apocalyptic fury. But the old man refused to yield. He grabbed the battered headmaster by the throat, threatening to snap his neck if they took another step. Beside him stood a female crony of General Tian, a subordinate to the Dark Emperor. She sneered at Wang, calling it a disgrace to bow before a newly evolved commoner who had just tasted power. But Butler Runby merely offered a chilling, deadly smile. The hierarchy of the night was absolute. Under Ling's supreme decree, everyone here belonged to Wang. If these aristocratic scumbags wanted to keep their heads, they had to kneel and beg this so-called commoner for mercy. The tension in the air was blade-sharp. While the female noble hesitated, clinging to her fragile pride, the vampire beside her dropped to his knees, slamming his head against the floor. Shocked, she reached out to stop him, but he retaliated with brutal force. He slapped her across the face so hard her jaw practically dislocated. Trembling, the cowardly noble surrendered the headmaster. He even offered to lead Wang straight to Wen. He knew if Wang died, they would all be dragged to hell with him. Wen was trapped deep within a forbidden chamber. The heavy steel doors required a biometric retinal scan from the old noble. Click. The heavy locks disengaged. Fearing a trap, Wang shoved the old bastard inside first. But as Wang stepped over the threshold, his heart completely stopped. There, resting in the center of the room, was Wen, lying motionless inside a coffin draped in blue roses. Wang lunged forward in absolute panic, but the old fox finally showed his treacherous fangs. With a wicked grin, he slammed his hand on a hidden switch. The vault doors crashed down. Butler Runby and the shadows were sealed outside. Runby stood completely still. He claimed he would report this to his master, but deep down, a dark amusement brewed in his ancient eyes. Facing a Diamond Tier 3 ancient vampire was supposed to be a death sentence. Yet, something in the air told Runby Wang was going to unleash an absolute massacre. Inside the vault, the old noble uncorked a bottle of vintage blood wine. He kicked back, savoring his twisted victory. The door was forged from 10,000 kilograms of enchanted alloy. Not even in his wildest nightmares could Wang break it down. Trapped in this iron grave, Wang ignored the villain. He dropped to his knees beside his best friend. But the moment his fingers brushed Wen's skin, a cold dread washed over him. There, glaring on Wen's neck, 2 jagged, cursed puncture wounds. That bastard had infected him. The old monster's master plan was to turn Wen into a rabid ghoul and force him to butcher his own best friend. Seeing Wang's face drain of all color, the old vampire laughed like a maniac. With a snap of his fingers, he commanded the monstrous Wen to awaken. The ancient fool was placing bets, eager to see if Ling's new pet could survive this. Like a loaded spring, the corrupted Wen launched a blinding assault. But Wang didn't dodge. He stood like a mountain, absorbing the heavy blows. His friend was gone, replaced by a soulless puppet of the dark aristocracy. Wen was a hollow shell, driven only by bloodlust. His eyes shone with a feral, demonic red, and his hands had mutated into razor-sharp talons. Wang's mind flashed back to the goofy, gentle friend he once knew. Wen had never been a fighter, but his heart was made of gold. And now, this sickening, twisted world had morphed him into a monstrous abomination. Neither human nor demon, just a tragic weapon. The old noble watched the tragedy unfold with wicked glee. To the upper echelon, commoners were nothing but disposable toys. Even if Wang died here, the old man planned to sever Wen's head and present it to the Jade Count as a trophy. It was all just a sick game of balancing aristocratic debts. Bored of the stalling, the old monster ordered Wen to use his ultimate, forbidden art. Without a shred of hesitation, the mindless Wen obeyed. He raised his mutated hand and plunged his razor claws straight into his own chest. Blood sprayed as he ripped his own flesh apart, triggering a berserker state of absolute frenzy. For 1 minute, his speed and power defied the laws of physics. Whoosh! In a fraction of a second, Wen's hand pierced right through Wang's abdomen. Seeing his ultimate revenge fulfilled, the old villain threw his head back in roaring, triumphant laughter. But then, a miracle born of sorrow. Though Wen was a mindless beast, a single crystalline tear rolled down his cheek. This was exactly the opening Wang had been waiting for. Ignoring the gaping hole in his gut, Wang's hands clamped down like titanium vices, trapping Wen's wrists. No matter how wildly the corrupted boy thrashed and roared, Wang's grip was absolute, his voice a gentle, unshakable anchor. As the old man watched in pure terror, the true awakening began. His fangs pierced deep into his best friend's flesh. Witnessing this desperate attempt at salvation, the ancient vampire erupted into maniacal laughter. After all, in this dark world, only true purebloods could steal another master's blood thrall. Rewind to just moments ago. The swift and agile warrior was rendered completely helpless. Paralyzed by absolute despair, he desperately invoked his awakening power. Plunging into his own subconscious realm, he clawed frantically at the sealed metaphysical vault. Just as hope began to bleed out, The Crimson Queen herself materialized. Drawn by the spatial resonance of his soul, she breached his mental domain. But the only reason she could enter at all was because his subconscious energy was overwhelmingly monstrous, easily double that of a normal mortal. Despite the vast physical distance between them, she appeared like a phantom, merely here to enjoy the show. Even she couldn't shatter the vault's seal. So, she whispered a devilish strategy into his ear: claim his friend as his own servant. Though she proudly claimed this was her pureblood blessing at work, the terrifying truth lay hidden. The blood coursing through his veins didn't belong to a mere minion. He possessed the legendary, true vampire lineage. Forging a blood covenant was like child's play to him. Forced into a soul-crushing dilemma, he made the ultimate sacrifice. To save his brother in arms, he doomed him to an immortal nightmare, choosing transformation over a merciful death. A tragic memory flashed before his eyes. Back in the days of innocence, when he had just returned to the warmth of his home, his father was always there, hunched over his wooden desk, gracefully practicing the ancient art of calligraphy. The philosophy of heaven, earth, and man flowed from his brush, even if the young man could never quite grasp its profound meaning. It was just a father and his son living a beautifully quiet life, until destiny shattered their world, leaving them as fragmented as broken glass. Snapping back to the bloody reality, the dark transformation ravaged his body. Veins bulged with pulsing, demonic energy as bloody tears streamed down his face. The memory of his innocent father, brutally dragged into this supernatural war, triggered an earth-shattering roar from deep within. A catastrophic aura erupted from his mutating form. For the first time, the arrogant old vampire felt the icy grip of fear. Realizing the horrific power being born, the elder lunged forward to execute them both. But even with his monstrous wings fully unfurled, his speed was pitiful against their newly awakened might. He couldn't even land a shadow of a strike. Meanwhile, the newly born Nightwalker gently laid his exhausted master on the ground. Blind to his impending doom, the decrepit vampire still believed he held the reins of fate, twisting his face into a sickeningly arrogant smirk. But that smirk vanished in less than 3 seconds. He violently coughed up black blood. The unbreakable master-servant link had been brutally severed, overridden by a far more terrifying bloodline. Despite suffering a humiliating spiritual backlash, the foolish old bat kept his delusional pride. He was absolutely certain that a mere newly turned thrall could never dream of defeating a centuries-old, aristocratic predator like himself. But in the blink of an eye, slash, the very arm he used to point and command was cleanly severed from his body. Staring in absolute horror at his bloody stump, his mind shattered. His opponent merely flashed a lethally explosive smile, radiating pure demonic malice. What followed was a symphony of destruction. The sound of flesh tearing echoed like slicing through soft vegetables. Within seconds, the ancient vampire was reduced to a mutilated wreck on the floor. Covered in hundreds of devastating gashes, he drowned pathetically in a pool of his own stagnant blood. The awakened warrior didn't even spare the dying trash a second glance. His entire universe right now was his fallen brother. Normal humans would check for a heartbeat, but he simply pressed his forehead against his friend's chest, desperately sensing for any trace of life. One would think the nightmare was finally over, but fate had far darker plans. The master's consciousness was still trapped deep within his mental realm. He was perfectly alive inside, watching through spectral eyes as his familiar wept over his seemingly lifeless vessel. He had witnessed every single second of that blood-soaked rampage. He was left entirely speechless by the phantom speed used to butcher the ancient vampire. It was an overwhelming display of unholy power. Oblivious to the fact that this godly strength came from his own supreme lineage, he mistakenly praised the Crimson Queen's pureblood influence. But suddenly, the grief-stricken warrior lost his mind completely. Raising his blood-drenched claws, he aimed straight for his own heart. He was attempting absolute self-destruction. Bereft of his human life, and lacking a master's command to anchor his soul, he was acting on pure, self-destructive instinct. The master could not let his closest comrade perish twice in one night. Without a single second of hesitation, he lunged forward in the mental realm. Miraculously, he managed to embrace his friend from behind. This wasn't a physical touch. Because the ultimate blood covenant had been sealed, his subordinate soul was violently pulled right into the master's subconscious dimension. Their eyes locked in the ethereal void. Before a single word of comfort could leave his lips, the warrior dropped heavily to one knee. The eternal chains of obedience between lord and thrall had locked into place. staring at the hollow, soulless eyes of his best friend who was now nothing more than an obedient puppet. A fierce determination ignited in his heart. He demanded his brother's consciousness back. And of course, the dark arts always offered a loophole. If he performed a complete spiritual marking, it would anchor his mind and return his human sentience. But the sheer intimacy of a complete marking, the thought of performing such a deeply physical ritual with his bro, made his face burn hotter than the sun. This was the exact trope the fangirls prayed for, but his manly pride fiercely rejected the idea. He absolutely refused to cross that sacred line. While wrestling with this chaotic inner turmoil, the impossible happened. The impenetrable mental vault that had resisted all his furious attacks earlier suddenly clicked open. Inside lay an artifact of unimaginable rarity, a mystical frost crystal radiating ancient magic. The very microsecond his fingertips brushed its cold surface, it erupted with a blinding divine light. The energy shot directly into the thrall's forehead. A complex, magical crest etched itself into his skin, triggering a mind-shattering agony that threatened to rip his brain apart. After a torturous moment, clarity returned to his lifeless eyes. He finally recognized the master standing before him. But before any triumphant cheers could be raised, the grim reality set in. The young man was drowning in an ocean of tears. Upon returning to the waking world, they found they were far too late. Clinging desperately to the freezing corpse of his father, his heart-wrenching wails echoed through the night. Witnessing this once warm family utterly pulverized, an avalanche of soul-crushing guilt buried the young master. The beloved principal was dead. His closest friend was now bound as an immortal servant, and the most terrifying realization of all, he could finally confirm he was no longer human. The somber burial was arranged at the silent graveyard, overseen by the enigmatic butler, Ramb. Once the cold earth settled, the young master confronted him about the mysterious lockout earlier. It was painfully obvious the butler had deliberately trapped them outside. Yet, the deceptive servant smoothly denied everything. Too exhausted to argue with venomous snakes, he simply turned his back and walked away into the shadows. The very second the butler flashed a sinister smirk, a devastating agony exploded in his chest. The Crimson Queen herself struck him down with a telepathic arrow of pure torment. The arrogant servant choked in absolute disbelief. Why would his esteemed mistress violently intervene to protect a lowly newborn vampire? Meanwhile, safely nestled within the master's mindscape, the queen twirled her deadly spiritual arrows with a wicked grin. She had made a silent, lethal vow that anyone who dared anger her chosen vessel would taste absolute hell. Back at the bleak funeral home, the grieving son chose the path of cremation. He tenderly gathered his father's ashes, refusing to let the pure man be buried alongside those blood-sucking abominations. Returning to the empty, chilling house, the master silently shadowed him. At first, the broken survivor tried to mask his bleeding soul. He even offered to brew a warm pot of tea, acting as if the world hadn't just ended. But the moment his eyes fell upon his father's favorite black tea leaves, a single, heavy teardrop splashed into the porcelain cup. His hands trembled violently, as the dam holding back his catastrophic sorrow finally broke. Watching his brother shatter, the young master's own tears fell like bitter rain. The devastating weight of his actions crushed his spirit. His dark destiny and the vicious enemies he had attracted were the true blades that slaughtered this innocent family. The anger should have consumed Van Shuang. He was twisted into a monster, bearing the exact same curse as the main character. Yet, surprisingly, the boy held no resentment. Why? Because this dark gift was the only way to avenge his murdered father. In a flash of terrifying speed, Van Shuang teleported across the room. His glowing eyes locked onto a calligraphy scroll, reading heaven, earth, and humanity. The truth finally dawned on him. Vampires, or whatever these blood-drinking fiends were called, were just an evolution of humanity. His father's words echoed in his mind. As long as one retains their mortal soul, they remain absolutely human. The mental chains shattered. He was no longer the weak, blind bookworm hiding behind thick glasses. Now, he wielded earth-shattering power, capable of bending destiny to his will. A chilling smile crept across Van Shuang's face. It was a subtle warning, an unspoken promise that absolutely nothing would stand in his way. He was making sure his savior could not object. Bowing his head, he preemptively declared the man as his supreme master. Their desires were now aligned in blood. Van Shuang craved to unleash his newly awakened monstrous strength, to sever the heads of those soulless abominations. Witnessing this terrifying bloodlust, the main character froze in his tracks. The boy had plunged too deeply into the abyss. But just as that thought surfaced, the edgy teenager completely broke character. Van Shuang slammed his hands on the desk, frantically drafting a 100-point thesis on vampire weaknesses. Watching this intense, nerdy hyper-focus, he could only stare and mentally slap himself. He was dead wrong. The kid had not changed at all. Breathing a massive sigh of relief, he prepared to leave, tossing a final command over his shoulder for the boy to stay hidden indoors. But Van Shuang was already lost in his books, obsessively grinding his knowledge to forge a deadly weapon. As he stepped out into the shadowed alleyway, he could still hear the furious scribbling of a mad scholar. He shook his head, utterly speechless. Still, the kid had a point. The absolute priority right now was explosive growth. He needed to master his overwhelming mutation. He could physically feel it, a colossal, primordial energy coiled around his beating heart. Yet, the seal remained stubbornly intact. And to make matters worse, he had no clue how to utilize that mysterious frost crystal he found earlier. It was practically useless right now. Lost in the frustration of his own limitations, a chilling realization washed over him. He was trapped in a realm dominated by immortal vampires. There was nowhere to run, and no shadows deep enough to hide in. The only path forward was a violent ascent to the top. He had to become an absolute powerhouse. Only overwhelming strength could shield those he held dear. By the very next dawn, terrified whispers swept through the mortal streets like wildfire. 𝑩𝒊𝒕𝒕𝒆𝒏 had utterly annihilated an entire noble faction. The rumors claimed he spat in the face of the sub-emperor. Meanwhile, deep within a suffocating castle of darkness, a towering figure loomed on a blood-red throne. The crowned ruler gripped the morning report. Hellish flames erupted from his palms, reducing the paper to ash. Furious, he commanded a royal banquet in exactly 3 days, issuing a chilling ultimatum that 𝑩𝒊𝒕𝒕𝒆𝒏 must attend or face execution. Far away from the brewing storm, the main character was nagging his father to get a full medical exam. He was about to depart for the royal city with 𝑙in Wait a second. The realization struck him like a physical blow. She had never once used her mind control abilities on him. While lost in this terrifying epiphany, his eyes locked onto a familiar face. It was the little girl from the sacrificial altar. Suddenly, a heavily sweating, round-bellied man came waddling toward them. It was the girl's father. He narrowed his eyes, instantly recognizing the pathetic figure. This was the corrupt city mayor. Seeing the arrogant politician act so meek did not faze him at all. Honestly, he was just wondering if she was adopted, or if her mother's genes were doing some legendary heavy lifting. Spotting his savior, the mayor's face visibly paled with caution. But the moment his precious daughter pointed to the hero, the tension dissolved. The pathetic man forced a trembling, grateful smile. He bowed deeply, overflowing with gratitude. He apologized for not thanking him properly, citing the deadly political climate. But he could not care less about empty mortal formalities. His blood boiled with one question. Why was a mayor's daughter thrown onto a sacrificial altar? At those words, the man's entire body shook with repressed fury. There was no grand conspiracy, no logical reason at all. It was simply because they were vampires. They wielded absolute authority to do whatever they pleased. And he was just a frail, powerless human, unable to shield his own flesh and blood. Leaning in close, the mayor's voice dropped to a desperate whisper. He warned him to stay away from the royal city. It was a flawlessly orchestrated death trap, designed to slaughter 𝑩𝒊𝒕𝒕𝒆𝒏. Giving a solemn nod, he bid farewell to the broken family and left the hospital. Yet, the absolute terror in the mayor's eyes haunted him. A massive storm was gathering. Wasting zero time, he immediately relayed the deadly intelligence to 𝑙in. But instead of bracing for war, the infuriating woman just laughed it off. Her absolute lack of concern left him dripping in cold sweat. To make matters worse, his exhausted appearance made his oblivious old man completely misunderstand. His dad thought he was just partying way too hard. Instead of a scolding, his father smugly bragged about his own legendary charm back in his youth. The barbershop's business was booming like never before. Why? Because he was practically a local celebrity now, and every mortal in town wanted to copy his exact haircut. Despite the comedic bragging, his father genuinely cared about his son's dangerous new status as a vampire's familiar. Flashing a warm, prideful smile, he told his son to keep fighting for the top. It had been ages since he had heard such deeply moving words from his old man. His heart warmed for exactly 3 seconds. Then, the old geezer pulled out a massive stack of deeply embarrassing baby photos and plastered them all over the shop windows. Embarrassment aside, the truth was clear. To protect this peaceful sanctuary, he needed unrivaled strength. As for Lin Langvu, that cunning fox definitely had a master plan. She must have seen this trap coming from a mile away. Worrying about her was useless. His only mission right now was a brutal training arc, and as if the heavens heard his inner battle cry, destiny literally handed him a flyer. A girl passed him an ad for a martial arts academy. Driven by the desperation for power, he decided to test his luck. The legendary name alone, Liang Shanbo Dojo, oozed aura. But the moment he kicked the doors open, his hopes shattered. It was just a painfully average mortal gym. However, he swallowed his disappointment when he spotted two fighters in the ring. They were clashing so violently that teeth went flying into the air. Suddenly, a smirking guy in a blue uniform glanced down. Recognizing the newcomer's fame, his eyes gleamed with the hunger for a challenger. He demanded a sparring match right then and there. But there were literal mountains to move. Who has time for pointless mortal brawls? Sensing his disinterest, the blue-shirted scrub tried a cheap provocation, calling him a cowardly weakling. Insults like that could not even dent his iron will. He stood there, completely unfazed. Dropping the tough guy act instantly, the scammer switched to a greasy salesman pitch, trying to hustle him into buying a premium training course. His piercing gaze scanned the guy's energy. Pathetic. This clown was weaker than a wet noodle. In a real deathmatch, he would not last a single breath. Seeing the blatant disgust in those eyes, the fragile ego of the martial artist shattered. He furiously declared, if the newcomer won, the lessons would be totally free. But the overpowered main character just scoffed in his face. If you lose to me, why would I ever want you as a master? Realizing he was being treated like absolute trash, the humiliated fighter aggressively pointed to his master's poster, raising the stakes of the bet. He stared at the supposed martial arts god on the wall. It looked like a heavily edited fraud. He glanced around the gym, watching a crowd of blind sheep endlessly praising this master shoe. Cold sweat rolled down his forehead as he questioned mortal intelligence. This was undoubtedly an orchestrated scam cult. The entire gym was just paid actors hyping each other up. Sweeping his gaze across the room, he found zero traces of vampiric aura or immortal familiars. It was nothing but a low-level sweatshop for ordinary humans. Letting out a heavy sigh of bitter disappointment, he realized true power would not be found here. Wang agreed to a duel with the arrogant fighter. His only condition? If he won, they would test his physical limits. He needed to know just how far his awakening had progressed. The opponent sneered in anger but accepted the terms. Failing to meet his boss's strict quota left him no choice. Swallowing his pride, he stepped into the arena. Wang followed close behind. They handed Wang a heavy, numbered gauntlet. It was a high-tech artifact designed to measure pure destructive output. Woven from specialized armor, it could withstand immense impact. Even the arena barriers were lined with shock-absorbing springs. The bell rang. The enemy lunged forward like a rabid beast, but Wang's movements were like a phantom, easily dodging the strike. Refusing to give up, the attacker leaped into the air. He brought his fist crashing down like a meteor. The screen flashed 290 power points. The crowd erupted into deafening cheers. Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed through the hall. It was their grandmaster, instructing the fighter to infuse his aura into the strike. But the opponent hesitated, sweat dripping down his face. He feared unleashing his supernatural energy would kill Wang. The grandmaster scoffed at his disciple's sheer ignorance. He couldn't see the monstrous potential hiding within our main character. Meanwhile, Wang stood there, breathing heavily from the exertion. Yet, his feet hadn't shifted a single inch while blocking those heavy blows. Realizing he was facing a true monster, the fighter finally unlocked his inner core. Crackling purple energy swallowed his gauntlet whole. This was the terrifying power of the lightning element. The power level instantly surged to 388. Coiling his body like a loaded spring, he shot toward Wang. He unleashed a blinding punch. But as the flash faded, the strike had absolutely pulverized the concrete floor. Wang had already vanished into the shadows of a corner. He didn't want to retreat, but taking that hit head-on meant a shattered ribcage. Out of nowhere, the Grandmaster barked a strange order at Wang. He told him to visualize piercing his inner core to draw out the dormant power. He had to channel this chaotic energy into his limbs, but Wang's unrefined mind was completely blank. The master had to roar at him. Purify your qi and focus your mind. Only then did the words break through his mental barrier. Wang's consciousness plunged into a dark, boundless void. He tried to gently tap into his locked potential, but the seal was too strong. So, he manifested a weapon of pure willpower. He violently drilled into his own spiritual core. A trickle of ancient, raw power finally bled through the crack. Instantly, he forced the feral energy to course through his veins. The overwhelming aura violently coiled around his arm. For the first time, Wang tasted the intoxicating rush of true strength. Watching him control this explosive energy, in a mere fraction of a second, left the audience completely paralyzed. His opponent turned pale as a ghost, trembling in his boots. All his fighting spirit had been entirely crushed. Forced by his master's command, he threw one final, desperate strike. But Wang casually deflected the killing blow. He didn't even need to use any martial arts techniques. A predatory glint flashed in our hero's eyes. Guided by the master's voice, he perfectly synced his waist and legs. Then, he delivered a devastating counterpunch straight to the face. The enemy was launched across the arena like a broken doll. Wang stared at his fists, mesmerized by this godly power. He had just awakened his aura, yet the raw output skyrocketed to 688. Tuning out the shocked whispers of the crowd, he rushed toward the Grandmaster. This old man was the key to unlocking his true potential. Later, Wang shared a quiet cup of tea with the mysterious master. The old man's piercing gaze saw right through his soul. He recognized a bottomless abyss of untapped energy inside the boy. The master's insight was sharper than any oracle. Thrilled by this revelation, Wang desperately begged to become his student. But the old man, fully aware of his own legendary status, arrogantly refused, claiming he had retired from teaching long ago. He praised Wang's heaven-defying talent, but in reality, this cunning fox was just trying to hike up the extortionate price of his tuition fees. After securing the bag, he officially accepted Wang as his final legacy disciple. Just then, a staff member walked in. Handing over the official registration form, Wang swiftly signed his name in blood-red ink. But before he could pay, the girl's eyes widened in sheer terror. That name was infamous. The Grand Master's face instantly darkened like an approaching storm. He immediately took back his words, terrified to train him. Without hesitation, the girl slammed the heavy doors open, ordering him to leave at once. The reason for this sudden betrayal? They realized Wang possessed the cursed bloodline of the vampire clan. This blatant discrimination ignited a blazing inferno of rage within Wang's chest. He couldn't believe they would banish him over his dark origins. The cowardly master claimed he lacked the divine skill to guide a creature of the night. He wouldn't even dare to make eye contact as he kicked the boy to the curb. Finding a true martial arts master was like finding a needle in a haystack, yet his cursed fate had gotten him mercilessly thrown onto the streets. Boiling with fury, Wang sensed an ominous shift in the atmosphere. Behind their fearful respect lurked a deeply hidden, murderous intent. Suddenly, the ceiling shattered into a million pieces. Two shadowy assassins dropped from above, landing directly in his path. Without uttering a single sound, one phantom launched a brutal kick, smashing Wang into the concrete wall. The second assassin pinned him by the throat. These silent hunters were desperately searching for intel on the mysterious sniper girl. Her life or death remained an unsolved mystery. Looking into the attacker's eyes, Wang instantly recognized the aura of Instructor Engo. Startled by the boy's sharp instincts, the man ripped off his dark mask. He confessed his identity without a shred of hesitation. Right now, the only thing that mattered to him was uncovering the gruesome truth behind the sniper's fate. He foolishly assumed Wang was still a weak, defenseless mortal. But, with a mere flick of his wrist, Wang sent the towering man flying 8 meters away. The second assassin attempted a cowardly strike from the shadows. Wang simply vanished from his sight, delivering a bone-crushing counterattack. Seeing his comrade fall, the first attacker roared in a blind frenzy. Wang mercilessly kicked him out of the air, piling their broken bodies together. He had effortlessly crushed them using the very flow that the old master had unlocked inside him just moments ago. He knew the sly fox was watching this slaughter from the shadows. Coughing up dark blood, the defeated instructor choked out a pathetic apology. He hadn't been ordered to assassinate Wang. This was a reckless, revenge-driven ambush fueled by his own despair. The sniper girl had sacrificed her life for the survival of humanity, a truly honorable death. But throwing away your life in a blind rage was just pure stupidity. Even with one foot in the grave, the man spat venom, cursing Wang as a blood-sucking dog. Wang stood tall, his voice echoing with absolute authority. He swore that his human soul remained untouched by the demonic corruption. But the ignorant fools refused to listen to reason. Suddenly, a lethal beauty named Xiao Quan stepped out from the abyss. She was draped in a dark, tactical uniform that radiated pure danger. Her mesmerizing presence hid a deadly secret. In her hand rested an intricate, pulse-healing firearm. A single shot from this weapon would rip away a person's sanity, exposing their most twisted, buried desires. No mask could hide the truth when facing the true abyss of the human soul. With a seductive smirk, she dared our hero to take the test. Without a flicker of fear, Wang smirked back and accepted his fate. Without a shred of hesitation, he raised the cold steel directly to his own temple. The sheer audacity of the move left Xiaoquan drenched in cold sweat. Did Wang Zhe actually understand what that weapon was? He knew its dark purpose perfectly. This was his chance to test the lingering remnants of his fragile humanity. Master Tu narrowed his eyes in deep suspicion. Could the boy really be this reckless? Did he suspect this was an elaborate trap designed to erase his existence? But Wang Zhe had already made his peace. Dying by human hands was a blessing compared to becoming a mindless blood slave for those nocturnal monsters. With a decisive nod, he ordered them to fire. The barrel erupted in a blinding flash of crimson light. The specialized blood-piercing round slammed right into Wang Zhe's face, throwing his body violently backward. He collapsed onto the cold floor like a broken doll. As Xiaoquan gasped for breath, Master Tu frantically ordered his men to fall back. Terrified, the boy was undergoing a monstrous blood awakening. They dropped into defensive stances, their weapons drawn and ready for a bloodbath. Immediately, they activated a heavy-duty jammer, designed to sever the psychic tether between a vampire master and their thrall. With the isolation field fully operational, Master Tu braced himself for the monster to emerge. But instead of roaring, a chilling smile crept across Wang Zhe's lips before he suddenly snapped upward. His entire body was drenched in a terrifying, dark red aura. His limbs twisted with the gruesome unreality of a reanimated corpse. The squad braced themselves, convinced his primal vampire instincts had fully taken over. By all logic, a newly awakened ghoul should be thrashing blindly in pure bloodlust. But Wang Zhe defied the rules. His eyes locked onto his targets with dead-cold precision. He lunged forward like a phantom, closing the distance instantly and pinning the girl down. The squad's hearts stopped, certain she was about to be torn to bloody shreds. But defying all their nightmares, Wang Zhe merely plucked the weapon from her trembling hands with insulting ease. The gun's oppressive energy was real, sending a wave of dizzying nausea through his mind. Fighting through the fog, he calmly asked if the weapon shared the same frequency as their signal jammer. Hearing his composed voice, Master Tu exhaled sharply. The boy had passed the test. His human soul remained intact. Before Wang Zhe could gloat, his cell phone suddenly rang, shattering the tense silence. The squad instantly tensed up, suspecting enemy interference or a hidden communication device bypassing their psychic shields. They aggressively inspected his phone, but the caller identity belonged to Wen Cheng. The boy had finally breached the enemy networks and secured the encrypted intel they desperately needed. Wen Cheng confidently announced he had discovered a foolproof method to slaughter pure-blood vampires. The revelation left the seasoned hunters utterly speechless, giving Wang Zhe the perfect opening to defend his loyalties. What kind of vampire actively plots to massacre its own immortal kin? But the real bombshell dropped when the hunters realized Wang Zhe commanded a subordinate of his own. Dragged into this deadly interrogation, Wen Cheng was immediately greeted with a point-blank shot to the head. Yet, the dangerously naive kid just stood there, assuming this lethal force was some bizarre, modern greeting trend. His sheer innocence in the face of death left the hardened veterans absolutely dumbfounded before they erupted into genuine laughter. Wang Zhe chuckled along, realizing they had finally secured powerful new allies in the shadows. For centuries, humanity had been enslaved and brainwashed by the vampire aristocracy. The bloodsuckers sought absolute domination, turning free men into mindless thralls. But the flames of rebellion could never be extinguished. Master Tu agreed to pass down his secret combat arts to Wang Zhe. However, because of the dark blood flowing in the boy's veins, the old mentor still withheld a sliver of total trust. Accepting these harsh terms, Wang Zhe absorbed the forbidden knowledge. Master Tu revealed a critical secret. High-ranking nobles possessed a blood core, the absolute source of their dark divinity and immortal status. Unless that core was utterly pulverized, the monsters would endlessly regenerate from the abyss. And right now, the legendary Earl Qi stood at the very top of the Resistance's execution list. With the Earl marching towards the royal capital, Wang Zhe was handed a suicide mission. He had to smuggle a mysterious, sealed box straight into the hands of the Resistance's underground branch. 3 grueling days later, they finally crawled out of the hellish training facility, squinting at the blinding sunlight. Master 2 had pushed their physical and mental limits to the absolute breaking point. The old master couldn't help but marvel at their terrifying potential. The unprecedented miracle of Wang Zhe and Wen Chang maintaining their human sanity despite their vampire transformation was swiftly reported to the highest commanders. The day of destiny finally arrived. The Earl's aristocratic convoy rolled out with casually overwhelming wealth, featuring over a dozen armored luxury vehicles. Sitting inside, Wang Zhe felt a storm brewing in his gut. His mind raced with dangerous schemes on how to smuggle the contraband out undetected. Yet, while he plotted a revolution, the notoriously unhinged Lin Langyu brazenly slithered her way into his personal space. Refusing to back down, the seductive vampire audaciously reached for his most sensitive areas. His patience snapped. Unleashing a fraction of his dominating aura, Wang Zhe barked a terrifying command for her to halt. Instantly, a flash of crimson magic engulfed the cabin. To his utter shock, the seductive predator shrank down into a harmless, pint-sized child form, wailing pitifully on the leather seats. Flustered but resolute, Wang Zhe refused to lay a single finger on the crying gremlin. His sheer dominance as her master had subconsciously forced her body to regress into a physical state of primal submission and fear. Meanwhile, in the lead vehicle, Earl Qi elegantly sipped his premium tea, entirely unfazed by the world. Without warning, a shadow detached from the darkness as a demonic black bat glided through his window. The creature morphed into a high-ranking vampire envoy. He urgently revealed a secret escape ship waiting at the harbor, addressing the Earl with an oddly affectionate nickname that hinted at centuries of shared history. But despite the envoy's desperate pleas to flee the continent, Earl Qi merely smiled, letting the classical music wash over him. His eyes held the chilling calm of a man marching willingly into his own graveyard. He would attend the grand banquet, fully aware the shadows there hungered for his ancient blood. After hours of tense driving, the majestic, imposing gates of the northern Luo royal capital finally pierced the horizon. This towering fortress was the absolute epicenter of global power and politics. Before the Grand Palace, a swarm of journalists hungry for scandal were already documenting a highly explosive, royal confrontation unfolding near the entrance. Within a lavish palanquin sat the illustrious British princess, blocked by unyielding guards who demanded she proceed on foot. Her two fiercely loyal handmaidens stepped forward, stubbornly refusing to let their master be humiliated. According to their sacred royal laws, an unwed princess walking on common dirt would permanently shatter her divine purity. As the vicious verbal war escalated, a shadow fell over the checkpoint. The Earl's convoy arrived. Completely ignoring protocol, Earl Qi's armored vehicles smoothly bypassed the barricades. Seeing this blatant favoritism, the enraged maid screamed at the trembling guard, weaponizing the Earl's arrogance against the palace's strict security. The guard swallowed hard, paralyzed by fear. Rules meant nothing to a monster like Earl Qi. Trying to halt that convoy would only end with his own body crushed beneath a dozen luxury tires. The surrounding nobles whispered in absolute awe at the Earl's tyrannical display of authority. Inside the tinted windows, the ancient vampire chuckled softly, thoroughly entertained by the maids barking furiously at the terrified guards. Locked inside her golden cage, the sheltered princess trembled violently. Watching this pathetic scene unfold, Lin Langyu couldn't resist stirring the pot. Poking her head out, she casually offered the shivering royal a free ride. The princess's face ignited in a furious blush, overflowing with desperate gratitude. Her prideful maids viewed this charity as an unforgivable insult, ready to drag their master home. But the princess silently steeled her resolve. Bound by a heavy duty she couldn't abandon, she bravely accepted Lin Langyu's mysterious invitation. The moment her royal heels touched the car's interior, an intoxicating, deadly scent of cherry blossoms flooded her senses. The atmosphere turned electric. Outside, the vicious aristocratic crowd openly mocked the princess, sneering that she traded her royal dignity just to ride the Earl's coattails. The venomous insults slashed right through her maid's pride. The maid's annoyance melted into a sinister, calculated smirk. She still had a mission to fulfill in the shadows. This seemingly innocent royal was none other than Princess An Lin. She wanted to repay Lin Langvu's previous favor, but as her gaze locked onto Wang Zhe, her eyes gleamed with wicked amusement. It wasn't his striking appearance that caught her attention. It was his pathetic, fragile aura. To her, his current strength was as brittle as a dried noodle. But that was exactly why he was the perfect target. The princess harbored a dark, twisted hobby. She loved fattening up weak prey before leading them to the slaughter. Unaware of her lethal intentions, 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏 cut straight to the chase. His body was starving for an evolutionary breakthrough, so he boldly asked for a drop of her spiritual scent to fuel his growth. To avoid the taint of the polluted world, high-ranking vampire nobles possessed a unique aura. Princess Lin radiated the scent of mystical cherry blossoms. But this wasn't just perfume. It was a concentrated vessel of abyssal power. This essence could cleanse the mind and violently accelerate cultivation. Yet, her extraordinary gift was also her greatest curse. Since childhood, she was groomed to be nothing more than a lavish sacrifice for a political marriage. The crushing weight of her tragic destiny hit her like a tidal wave. Tears of pure sorrow pricked her eyes as she realized she was just a bargaining chip. Deciding to embrace the inevitable, she figured giving a taste of her power to this boy wouldn't hurt. She gracefully extended her pale hand. Instantly, an ethereal mist erupted into the air, swirling with phantom cherry blossoms. This was the legendary breath of Lin, a divine gift handed straight to 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏. As the energy crashed into his veins, his dormant power began to violently awaken. He was stepping out of the shadows of weakness. Yet, amidst this intoxicating power-up, he could sense the suffocating, silent agony of the princess. Retiring to her grand palanquin, the princess was carried toward an ancient, imposing manor. A blood-red carpet was rolled out, setting the stage for a gathering of monsters. Count Qi calmly stepped forward to seek a royal audience. His majestic, mountain-like composure contrasted wildly with the terrified, trembling bat perched on his shoulder. Finding the creature's fear pathetic, the count casually flicked his finger. The bat vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, miles away in a hidden forest cabin, an unknown figure shivered in absolute dread for the count's safety. Strolling deep into the emperor's domain, Count Qi couldn't help but scoff. The sheer scale of the palace was breathtaking, but its ancient design was disgustingly outdated. To the elegant count, this tacky aesthetic was enough to make his eyes bleed. Just as he was judging the terrible decor, a thunderous voice shattered the hall. "Qi! Roll your pathetic self in here!" Stepping into the throne room, the heavy scent of bloodline suppression filled the air. A man with blazing, golden eyes glared down with unhinged fury. This was the false emperor, the absolute strongest three-star monarch. Flanking Count Qi were two terrifying forces of nature, MANHWA and 𝑩𝒊𝒕𝒕𝒆𝒏. Both were legendary grandmasters at the monarch tier. With the powerhouses gathered, the Dark Royal Summit officially commenced. But the atmosphere was poisoned with blatant disrespect. The emperors of the other nations had only sent their lowly envoys. Despite the false emperor personally commanding their presence, they dared to ignore his royal decree. As the eldest and most formidable ruler of the Seven Realms, the false emperor's wrath was terrifying. Fearing absolute annihilation, the envoy of the Ni nation instantly dropped to his knees, shamelessly bootlicking to calm the storm. This pathetic display of sycophancy disgusted the shadow assassin from the Jia nation. While the cowardly envoys scrambled to invent excuses, the tension in the room reached a boiling point. Overwhelmed by the killing intent, Princess Than Ko dropped to the floor in a panic, begging for mercy. The unreasonable 3-day ultimatum had pushed everyone to the brink of madness. The envoy from the Snow Nation openly rolled his eyes at the theatrics. This instantly earned a mocking sneer from the fourth prince of the Mi nation. All brawn and zero brain, the prince scoffed mercilessly. Annoyed by the endless stalling, the envoy of the Hawk nation demanded they cut the nonsense. Agreeing with his impatience, the emperor finally issued his grand decree. He would graciously reduce the taxes for the 6 allied nations, but the dark trade-off was soaked in blood. By next year, they were forced to sacrifice 20 of their most brilliant, heaven-defying students. With the grim pact sealed, the council adjourned for a lavish, deceptive banquet. The very second the envoys left the hall, MANHWA's aura exploded into blazing fury. He absolutely refused to swallow the blatant humiliation shown to their emperor. Not a single rival monarch had the guts to show their face. Boiling with pure bloodlust, he demanded they march their demonic armies and slaughter a nation as a horrific warning to the others. Count Qi calmly opened his mouth, advising against such a reckless, warmongering slaughter. But the moment he spoke, MANHWA turned his venomous fangs toward the count. He aggressively accused Count Qi of colluding with the enemy, a treasonous sin punishable by the execution of his entire 9-generation bloodline. A massive projection crystal flared to life. It displayed incriminating footage of Lin Langvu, secretly giving Princess Lin Ko a ride. But Count Qi instantly scoffed, brushing off the pathetic evidence. My daughter merely possesses a kind heart, the Count defended with a sharp glare. Since when does offering a ride equate to treason? But the trap was already set, and MANHWA pulled out his ultimate trump card. Deep within the Count's hidden basement of masks, they had discovered a forbidden crest, the insignia of a whale, the absolute emblem of the enemy An nation. The interrogation instantly turned suffocating. They exposed the Count's mysterious past travels to the An nation. The darkest question was finally asked: just who was Lin Langvu's real mother? To rip the truth out, they demanded her blood be tested by the soul-rending artifact. Every vampire lineage carried a deeply ingrained ancestral signature. The nobles of their Asian faction wielded spatial manipulation. A true descendant's blood would glow with a distinct, radiant crimson-gold hue. If Lin Langvu's blood reacted differently, her foreign, impure lineage would be exposed to the world. The ruthless order was given. The unsuspecting girl was summoned directly into the Viper's den. Oblivious to the deadly snare, Lin Langvu entered the grand hall with a graceful, polite bow. But her warmth was met with the false emperor's freezing, murderous glare. "Bleed for me," he commanded without a shred of mercy. She froze, her mind going entirely blank. Without a second of hesitation, MANHWA unleashed a lethal, dark energy strike right at her heart. But in a masterclass of spatial distortion, Count Qi instantly teleported between them. He stood like an unbreakable fortress, shielding his precious daughter. Masking his fury, he calmly claimed he only blocked the attack to protect his noble pride, refusing to be a laughingstock. But MANHWA was completely deaf to reason. Roaring with power, he launched a devastating, dual-handed assault against the Count. Backed into a lethal corner, Count Qi shot a desperate look at his oldest comrade. Why was 𝑩𝒊𝒕𝒕𝒆𝒏 just standing there? The horrifying truth struck him like lightning. This was the false emperor's master plan all along. They were forcing a deadly conflict, desperate to spill his daughter's blood at any cost. Sensing the overwhelming killing intent, Lin Langvu grabbed Wang Zhe and blasted into the sky. But MANHWA sneered at their pathetic escape attempt. He slammed his hands down, erecting an inescapable spatial prison. Defying all odds, the duo shattered the barrier and broke through to the outside. Yet, the nightmare wasn't over. The traitorous 𝑩𝒊𝒕𝒕𝒆𝒏 manipulated his phantom weapon, successfully slicing away a single drop of Lin Langvu's blood. Seeing his daughter's blood hijacked by a supposed friend, Count Qi's patience snapped. He vanished, reappearing directly in front of the two treacherous elders, his aura dripping with pure annihilation. The two fools smugly believed Count Qi was permanently stuck at the diamond rank. How could a lowly diamond ever defeat two mighty monarchs? But Count Qi didn't even look at the two clowns. His burning gaze was locked entirely on the false emperor who had stabbed him in the back, confirming the ultimate betrayal. A chilling, venomous smile crept across the Count's face. If this false ruler wanted to burn the sacred bridge of brotherhood, then the Count would gladly burn their entire empire to ashes. Count Qi owned a massive, legendary collection of masks. Yet, he refused to ever wear a single one on his face. He despised living a fake, hypocritical existence like the disgusting snakes currently surrounding him. He lived by his own absolute truth. His love and his wrath were always worn openly on his sleeve. And unlike a certain cowardly emperor, he never stabbed anyone in the back. Sensing a terrifying, apocalyptic shift in the air, MANHWA hastily threw up his strongest defensive shield. But the jaw-dropping truth was finally unveiled. Count Qi had secretly broken his limits, ascending to the legendary realm of a transcendent monarch, a devastating power beyond their wildest nightmares. With a single, casual thrust, he shattered the pathetic barrier into a million sparkling pieces. That old monster was always one step ahead. Both were legendary king grandmasters, radiating absolute confidence. Yet, Count Qi only bared his fangs. He ignited his soul in a bloodthirsty frenzy. The entire sky drowned in a terrifying crimson nightmare. Through sheer force of will, he forced a breakthrough. A true king grandmaster was born. MANHWA desperately tried to halt the Count's rampage, summoning his mighty white tiger spirit to the battlefield. But with one casual, devastating clash, the beast was shattered, and MANHWA coughed up blood. Since childhood, Count Qi harbored one ultimate desire: a glorious death match against the sub-emperor. This was never a foolish rebellion. He merely craved a warrior's end by the ruler's hands, and the furious tyrant was more than happy to oblige. Facing the Count's blazing, world-ending wrath, a majestic golden dragon manifested in the heavens. The citizens gazed up at this apocalyptic sight in absolute terror. It was officially decided. Count Qi had publicly challenged the absolute authority. The entire nation branded him the greatest sinner in history. Blind to the complicated truth, they screamed for his immediate execution. But their pathetic cries meant nothing to the Count. His burning eyes were locked on one singular target. He just wanted to smash that arrogant face into oblivion. Boom! His devastating punch was halted inches from the ruler's face. Simultaneously, a massive explosion erupted in the distance. The sub-emperor had warped the kinetic energy away, but the blood-crazed Count gave zero shits. His life force was draining anyway. Catching the tyrant completely off guard, he slammed a heaven-shattering fist right into his jaw. It was a strike of absolute, unyielding resolve. He knew there was no turning back from this abyss. Yet, Count Qi felt absolutely no regrets. He finally saw that deeply satisfying expression, the look of shock he had patiently waited for. But as he readied his ultimate finishing strike, a glowing golden ring sliced through the very fabric of space. His arm was instantly severed. The sub-emperor unleashed his divine spatial severing arts. A merciless barrage of invisible blades tore into the Count. In a mere fraction of a second, the great warrior was reduced to a torrential rain of blood. His legendary body was utterly pulverized into nothingness. Even his daughter, Linglang Yu, was not spared from the wrath. She became the Empire's most wanted fugitive. Meanwhile, the dark shadows of war began to stretch. Foreign envoys witnessed this spectacular internal bloodbath. The devious empires of Xia and Ni schemed in the dark. Having observed the Empire's internal collapse, they smiled. They quietly mobilized their massive military might. The cowardly Mi nation had already scurried away. Only the Snow Nation envoy remained standing. Despite his brutish looks, he was the only honorable soul left. The fragile illusion of world peace had violently shattered. The scales of global balance were broken forever. A catastrophic world war was about to erupt. Elsewhere, Princess Lingji received terrifying news. The royal banquet was officially cancelled. Instead, ruthless interrogations began regarding the traitorous Count. While other cowardly diplomats had abandoned the capital, she remained trapped in the dangerous crossfire. Though a thorough search revealed nothing suspicious, her life was technically secure for now. But mere survival wasn't her primary concern. She was terrified of failing her supreme royal mission. Before arriving in this treacherous empire, the British king gave her one absolute, undeniable order: seduce the sub-emperor and bear his royal heir. That divine bloodline was their only shield for the coming war. Panic tightly gripped her racing heart. Suddenly, a familiar heroic aura drifted through her window. The faint, unmistakable scent of mystical cherry blossoms. The very token she had gifted to Wangzhe. The entire world knew the Count was executed for treason, and his rebellious daughter was mercilessly hunted. The imperial hounds were undoubtedly tracking their every move. So why were they here? Princess Lingji frantically weighed her dark options. Should she turn them in to earn a royal audience? But before she could utter a single word of betrayal, the imperial guards delivered a harsh, unforgiving ultimatum. She was ordered to evacuate the empire by tomorrow's sunset. Her royal maids seethed with absolute, burning fury. Treated like easily disposable pawns, exhausted by the twisted political games, the princess prepared her bath, dismissing all her loyal servants. She stood entirely alone in the suffocating silence, feeling the heroic pulse vibrating beneath the water. She bravely dove into the deep pool, her eyes locked onto a mystical shell radiating with aura. Before she could even react, she was violently dragged into a pocket dimension. Her eyes snapped open in sheer terror. A dangerously beautiful woman was heavily pinning her down. The princess froze in pure, unadulterated confusion. They knew she could track heroic auras perfectly, yet they boldly hid in her most private chambers. It was all part of Linglang Yu's brilliantly insane gamble. She desperately needed a royal hostage to breach the borders. Her eyes gleamed with villainous, predatory delight. Serve them willingly, or face a fate infinitely worse than death. The terrifying threat brought the proud princess to heavy tears. She sobbed helplessly under the predator's overwhelming gaze. But the louder she desperately cried, the more unhinged and excited Linglang Yu became. Standing nearby, Wangzhe was completely speechless at this madness. His familiar was acting like a total lunatic. But darker, heavier thoughts plagued his troubled mind. The execution order terrified his very soul. Would his father and Wen Chang be slaughtered like livestock too? Linglang Yu immediately shattered his growing fears. In this brutal, unforgiving world, Master and familiar bonds were treated like mere pets. His family's blood would absolutely not be spilled for this treason. Plus, his father was heavily guarded by a legendary master, and Wen Chang had brilliantly awakened her own survival powers. The only person marked for imminent death was Wang Ze himself. They had to escape this absolute death trap immediately. He anxiously looked over at his chaotic partner. He watched Ling Lang Yu relentlessly terrorizing the princess. He had to ask, how could she be so unfazed by her father's gruesome end? Ling Lang Yu's playfully wicked smirk vanished for a heartbeat. Then, her usual crazy, confident smile returned. She had foreseen this tragic, blood-soaked destiny all along. In this vast, utterly cruel world, Wang Ze was her only remaining blood tie. Before he could even process this heavy emotional revelation, she seamlessly flipped right back to her delinquent persona, demanding the princess play a twisted blood exchange game. The next dawn, the grand escape plan officially commenced. Princess Lingji's royal carriage marched toward the fortified borders. Heavy whispers of treason trailed right behind her. But escaping wasn't going to be a walk in the park. After taking just 3 steps, elite imperial soldiers blocked their path, not for a standard border inspection, but to deliver a final, ominous gift from the sub-emperor himself. The princess was strictly forced to accept it personally. Her trembling hands tightly grasped the box, while clutching a cursed doll of Ling Lang Yu. The elite guards scanned them with hawk-like precision. Finding absolutely zero anomalies, the carriage was finally released. Miles away from the oppressive death zone, a disguised palanquin bearer finally exhaled a heavy breath. It was Wang Ze. That imperial gift was no mere farewell present. It was a high-grade blood resonance detector. The Empire had perfectly extracted Ling Lang Yu's blood matrix. If the machine sensed even a microscopic fraction of her cellular aura, a catastrophic, inescapable alarm would have triggered instantly. But the terrifying artifact remained dead silent. Why? Because the princess's heroic aura acted as an absolute cloaking field. It synchronized perfectly with Wang Ze's core energy. Since Ling Lang Yu was deeply tied to his bloodline, they flawlessly mutated their aura signatures together, brilliantly outsmarting the Empire's ultimate tracking system. She couldn't help but admire her own sheer genius. But let's be entirely honest here. The truly monstrous existence was our main character, because his physical vessel could devour spiritual energy with absolute perfection. No backlash, no physical deterioration, just pure, terrifying assimilation. Meanwhile, the royal princess was practically suffocating from anxiety, desperate to chase these 2 anomalies away. But they had reached the precipice of fate. Before Princess Ling could safely cross the borderlands, a bloodbath was absolutely inevitable. And this time, the killing intent wasn't aimed at our dynamic duo. The scythe of death was swinging directly for the princess's neck, validating her deepest fears. 2 shadowy figures erupted from the abyss to ambush them. Sensing the lethal threat, the royal vanguard immediately scrambled into a defensive phalanx, shielding their sovereign with their lives. Ling's hands blurred in rapid incantations. She manifested a radiant, cherry blossom magic circle. However, it was completely futile. The assassin shattered her ultimate defense with a single, devastating strike. He immediately conjured spheres of concentrated dark mana, hurling them forward. But they grossly miscalculated. They never expected Lang Vu to be standing guard. She casually intercepted his deadly barrage. Even while standing face to face with these reapers, she couldn't pinpoint exactly which shadowy faction had deployed these hounds. The assassins instantly split their formation. One aimed to pin down Lang Vu, while the other darted toward the princess. But before the first killer could even sneer, she unleashed a blinding flash of aura, nearly scorching his eyeballs. Meanwhile, the second phantom teleported right beside Princess Ling, charging a lethal palm strike. But 𝑩𝒊𝒕𝒕𝒆𝒏 moved like a bolt of lightning. He snatched the royal maiden, ripping her out of harm's way. Enraged, the assassin unleashed a relentless barrage of dark spheres, firing them like a demonic Gatling gun. Attempting to play the hero and save the beauty, our guy caught a stray attack. A thin line of blood ruined his million-dollar face. Smirking at the sight of blood, the assassin summoned his demonic beast, offering them up as a bloody feast. But the shadow wolf had barely opened its massive jaws when it completely froze in place. Cold sweat drenched its fur. It met the intensely affectionate, yet utterly terrifying gaze of 𝑩𝒊𝒕𝒕𝒆𝒏. That single, overwhelming look of a true apex predator made the demonic beast whimper for its mother in absolute, soul-crushing terror. Even seeing his summoned beast shivering in pure despair, The foolish assassin remained clueless to the danger. That was until Lang Vu manifested like a ghost behind him, ready to teach him the harsh reality of knowing exactly who you are messing with. The assassins were swiftly exterminated. However, the princess's royal guards had also been wiped out to the very last man. The surviving royals were stranded, with no path back to the British kingdom. Fortunately, Lang Vu's habit of making enemies across the four seas meant she had carved out several secret underground escape routes. Now, the princess faced a fateful crossroads: trust these anomalies, or retreat to seek asylum from the Asian Empire. Naturally, trusting the cunning Lang Vu was a massive gamble, but seeing 𝑩𝒊𝒕𝒕𝒆𝒏's blood spilled to protect her, her heart fluttered. Blinded by his heroic charm, she placed her absolute faith in him. Yet, the pragmatic Lang Vu was absolutely not running a charity. The moment she demanded her mercenary fee, the two royal maids snapped at her. They argued that being cornered in this death trap was entirely the fault of Lang Vu's clan. Having the audacity to demand payment was utterly shameless. However, the princess's mind was completely blank. Her only obsession was returning home alive. Sensing her desperation, Lang Vu cunningly lured the princess into dismissing the two maids. The excuse was simple: whoever escorted her to safety would receive an astronomical bounty. Hearing this, the opportunistic Lang Vu volunteered to absorb both their shares of the reward. The princess had treated these maids like blood sisters, yet they coldly chose to split from the group under the guise of misdirecting the relentless pursuing forces. Despite Ling's desperate pleas for them to stay, the two maids insisted on becoming human bait. They claimed their lowly status as servants would completely shield them from execution. Watching the royal maiden burst into pitiful tears again, Lang Vu couldn't resist mercilessly teasing her. Meanwhile, 𝑩𝒊𝒕𝒕𝒆𝒏's combat instincts hummed with unease. Everything was flowing entirely too smoothly. A creeping shadow of suspicion grew in his mind. Elsewhere, those two maids ventured into a desolate wasteland, moving in the exact opposite direction of the princess, channeling their mana into a crystalline crucifix. It pulsed with a blinding magical light, morphing into an arcane holographic communicator. The top-secret intelligence of the Asian Emperor's internal strife had just been transmitted directly to the tyrannical King of Britain. They reported every detail of the princess's desperate flight home, but the ruthless monarch's face twisted in sheer disappointment. Princess Ling's grand mission, to magically charm the Asian Emperor, was a complete failure. Without a shred of hesitation, he ordered the assassination of his own bloodline. Her corpse would be the perfect political catalyst to wage war on the Asian Empire. The transmission ended. The two treacherous vipers prepared to fire a magical flare, signaling their hidden death squad to strike. But before they could even prime the trigger, the device was sliced flawlessly in two by a set of incredibly lethal claws. Lang Vu stood right behind the traitorous maids, wearing a chillingly sweet smile. Her phantom-like materialization left them paralyzed in shock, but the one whose soul shattered the most was the princess herself. The sisters she trusted with her life had driven a dagger right into her back. Yet, it wasn't true treason. Their loyalty had always belonged exclusively to the crown, and now they shamelessly demanded that Princess Ling sacrifice her life for the throne. Observing this nauseating scene from the shadows, absolute disgust boiled within 𝑩𝒊𝒕𝒕𝒆𝒏. How could they demand a living, breathing soul to simply lay down and die? Righteous fury ignited his core. Why must the princess perish for another's ambition? If a kingdom's prosperity is built on the corpse of a single woman, then that cursed nation deserves total annihilation. At that exact moment, his pupils mutated into a terrifying, blood-crimson hue. Suddenly, a demonic vulture soaring above spotted the disguised maid walking alongside her companion. It immediately dive-bombed from the heavens, unleashing a storm of razor-sharp feather arrows from its wings, pinning its target to the blood-soaked earth. Facing an entire squadron of avian assassins raining down countless projectiles, the two traitors were instantly ripped to absolute shreds. After verifying the gruesome corpse belonged to the supposed princess, the sky demons captured the bloody scene as undeniable proof. Once this horrific image was leaked to the world, the Asian Empire would be thrust into unprecedented political chaos. After the monstrous flock vanished into the clouds, an illusionary shell beneath an ancient tree dissolved, revealing the real princess. She had been hidden perfectly in the shadows. With the entire world utterly convinced of her demise, our trio just needed minor magical disguises to slip past the British borders like absolute phantoms. As for the mangled corpse left to rot, it was merely the treacherous maid, ruthlessly forced by Lang Vu to wear an illusionary mask. Despite witnessing the princess's complete mental breakdown, the unapologetic Lang Vu stepped right up, demanding double the mercenary fee for this chaotic operation. Then, she casually abandoned the two of them to go admire the blood-stained scenery. Sweat practically poured down 𝑩𝒊𝒕𝒕𝒆's extremely awkward face, even though he had boldly declared he would help the princess annihilate the entire British kingdom. His current power level was nowhere near that apocalyptic standard. Overwhelmed by the sheer embarrassment of his own grand claims, he did the only logical thing. He dropped to the dirt and instantly fell asleep. Overcome with immense gratitude, the princess gently blessed his sleeping form with the divine cherry blossom spirit. By the time 𝑩𝒊𝒕𝒕𝒆's eyes snapped open, his bones cracked like roaring thunder. An inexplicable, overwhelming aura surged through his veins. His physique had been visibly refined into sheer muscular perfection. The moment his stomach growled in ravenous hunger, Lang Vu reappeared out of nowhere, tossing him a colossal feast fit for a king. Watching him devour the food like a demon starved for a millennia, a bizarre thought crossed her mind. As an elite master, she was essentially playing servant by preparing meals for her own subordinate. Naturally, she instantly rationalized her own actions, convincing herself this was simply the absolute joy of raising a loyal minion. By treating 𝑩𝒊𝒕𝒕𝒆 exactly like a fiercely protective demonic pet, our supreme main character had been officially demoted to a mere guard dog in her eyes. But this peaceful illusion wouldn't last. Shortly after, the global newspapers exploded with the devastating headline of "The Britannia Kingdom faced fierce condemnation from the surrounding nations." Yet the Eastern Empire chose to remain completely silent. This gave the enemy the perfect excuse to ignite the flames of war. Our main character, 𝑩𝒊𝒕𝒕𝒆, saw right through their scheme. Some fools naively believed that revealing the princess was still alive would be enough to halt the incoming bloodshed. But Lang Vu knew the dark truth of this world. Those greedy lords would simply deny her royal identity. The allied nations only joined the cause because it fed their own twisted ambitions. Even as the world crumbled around her, Princess Lin Ko could only weep bitterly. She desperately wanted to face her royal father and demand the truth. But a massive mystery hung in the air. If that tyrannical heavenly emperor was truly her biological father, then, as his direct descendant, she should have inherited at least 50% of his monstrous power. Yet this royal bloodline possessor was unbelievably weak. Her fragile mortal vessel had been cursed with illness since birth. Deemed completely worthless as a political pawn, she was tossed aside by her own flesh and blood like garbage. Sticking to their original survival strategy, the group set their sights on returning to the Britannia Kingdom. But gazing at the shattered princess, 𝑩𝒊𝒕𝒕𝒆 felt a dark shadow of unease creeping into his soul. Something about this entire setup felt dangerously wrong. Meanwhile, the Eastern Empire's forces had already finished their deadly preparations. Their blades were drawn and hungry for slaughter. The sovereign of Britannia roared his absolute command. The drums of war echoed, promising to dye the eastern lands in a sea of crimson. As the world prepared to drown in blood, the cruel emperor stared at an old portrait of the princess and her mother. With a twisted sneer, he crushed the memory in his fist. To him, both mother and daughter were nothing but colossal disappointments. Neither of them had managed to awaken the legendary ancient bloodline. The mythical power of the nine-tailed heavenly fox remained dormant. In his rage, he had slaughtered the entire fox demon clan. He kept the weak princess alive for one sinister purpose. She was nothing but a hostage to force the queen's awakening. But when the mother failed to unlock the supreme power, she chose the path of death, taking her own life once her daughter came of age. The only reason the emperor had spared the young princess was his insatiable greed for the nine-tailed fox's absolute power. With it, he would reign supreme over the seven kingdoms, mounting his colossal demonic serpent and commanding the great sky demons. The tyrant marched forward to ignite a world-ending catastrophe. Back with our main character, 𝑩𝒊𝒕𝒕𝒆's party had also begun their perilous journey. But suddenly, the fragile princess froze in her tracks. The chaos of the previous ambush had scattered her thoughts. Only now did a horrifying realization strike her core. Her bare feet were actually touching the filthy mortal earth, a direct violation of her tyrannical father's absolute decree. According to their twisted royal tradition, this was an unforgivable sin. The mere memory of those suffocating rules made Thanko grit her teeth in absolute fury. She viciously stomped her foot into the dirt, sending sand exploding into the air. Her sudden burst of rebellious rage caught both of her companions off guard. The weak, crying girl was finally showing some backbone. The royal title of princess was dead to her now, From this moment on, she was only Than Ko. With renewed resolve, the trio vanished into the shadows. Meanwhile, back in the mortal realm, danger lurked at 𝑩𒍊�𝒕𝒆𝒏's father's barber shop. A gang of vicious thugs had arrived to wreck the place. Since our main character was allied with the so-called traitorous princess, his innocent family had become the prime target. The punks waved crumpled photos of the father and son in the air. They plastered the walls with wanted posters, mocking the old man without mercy. The father could tolerate his shop being smashed to pieces. But the second those trash mobs insulted his beloved son, he nearly buried a ceramic plate into the leader's skull. Seeing the father roar and aggressively chase them away, the sadistic thugs only grinned wider. Relying on their numbers, one punk swung a heavy fist at the defenseless elder. But before his dirty knuckles could even graze a single hair, 𝑩𒍊�𝒕𝒆🏐 materialized out of thin air and caught the punch. The thugs glared at this sudden four-eyed intruder. They barked at the supposed nerd to back off, screaming that this was official vampire business and none of his concern. They warned him that poking his nose in would cost him his life. But 𝑩𒍊�𝒕𝒆🏐 just adjusted his glasses with a cold smirk. Are not you pathetic mongrels just fragile humans yourselves? Enraged by his absolute disrespect, the gang used the excuse of punishing traitors to justify a full-blown massacre. But they had just awakened a sleeping beast. 𝑩𒍊�𝒕𝒆🏐 slowly and methodically removed his glasses. In a blinding flash of violence, he launched the entire squad out the front door. The thugs looked up in absolute horror. 𝑩𒍊🏐🏆's fingers had morphed into razor-sharp talons, and his eyes glowed with a demonic crimson light. Terrified, the punks immediately bowed, begging the vampire lord for mercy. Disgusted by their cowardice, 𝑩𒍊🏐🏆 unleashed a terrifying sonic roar, blasting them down the street. With the trash taken out, his aura stabilized. He stepped back inside to check on his friend's father. Seeing the old man trembling with anxiety, 𝑩𒍊🏆 gently promised him that 𝑩𒍊�𝒕𝒆🏐 possessed invincible strength. But to a loving parent, no amount of monstrous power could stop their worry. In the father's eyes, his son was still a fragile boy. He recalled how young 𝑩𒍊�𝒕𝒆🏐 used to get bullied by stray dogs. His heart ached with unbearable dread, praying to the heavens for his son's safe return. But the danger was far from over. Lurking on the rooftops, a squad of elite vampires bared their fangs. Their malicious eyes were locked dead onto the old man's neck. They planned to capture him as the ultimate bargaining chip, forcing our main character out of hiding. Once he surrendered, the location of Linh Lang Vu would be theirs. Sure, 𝑩🍊🏆 was standing guard, but his vampire awakening was completely incomplete, and his refusal to drink human blood left his combat power drastically weakened. He alone could not possibly hold off a bloodthirsty vampire swarm. But just as the shadows descended, Instructor No from the Martial Arts Academy crashed onto the scene with his disciples. Like a surging storm, the martial artists utterly decimated the blood-sucking ambush. Every second felt like a matter of life and death. They needed to evacuate the father to a secure bunker immediately. 𝑩🍊🏆 hesitated, terrified that the old man would stubbornly refuse to abandon his lifelong shop. But plot twist. The old man had already packed his survival bags and was ready to sprint. Meanwhile, across the world, our overpowered main character let out an exhausted sigh. In this regression, all he wanted was a peaceful, mundane life to care for his father. Yet here he was, dragged back into the bloody gears of destiny, running frantically through enemy territory. With a path completely shrouded in darkness, in the blink of an eye, the trio finally breached the borders of Britannia. 𝑩🍊🕕🕋💆's aura was practically boiling with killer intent. He was completely ready to smash through the front gates, but charging in blindly meant certain death. They desperately needed to gather intel and camouflage their presence, slipping seamlessly into a grand masquerade festival. They disguised themselves as ordinary citizens of the Empire. The local men were instantly green with envy. Our main character had two breathtaking beauties walking right by his side. In this twisted kingdom, women of status were strictly forbidden from touching the streets. To avoid suspicion, the girls had to play the role of his exclusive property. In order to infiltrate the inner city, they had to evade the Empire's all-seeing surveillance network. Riding in a royal palanquin would be too flashy, but walking freely on foot would draw unwanted predator eyes. They were walking on an absolute razor's edge. To play it safe, they acted like wandering nobles, casually mapping out the outer city's complex labyrinth of alleyways. However, the Britannia Kingdom was shockingly compact. It was heavily fortified, but it possessed the smallest territory among the remaining 6 great nations. Their quiet investigation soon led them to an incredibly imposing structure, the Sovereign Grand Shrine, the ultimate resting place for the vampire royalty's legendary ancestors. They expected a massive ocean of mourners, a sea of black robes weeping for their fallen princess. But the reality before their eyes sent chills down their spines. The Grand Plaza was absolutely dead. Not a single soul had come to mourn Her Royal Highness. The Empire's excuse for launching a catastrophic war was vengeance for her death. Yet, looking around the empty streets, neither the heavily armored guards nor the ordinary citizens showed even a single ounce of grief. The whole war was a sickening lie. Disgusted by the cold-blooded reality, they turned to leave the silent shrine. But just as they stepped away, a violent commotion shattered the silence. An elderly commoner named Vu Dien was desperately screaming at the gates. He had brought meager offerings to honor the fallen princess. But the ruthless elite guards shoved him back into the dirt. With tears of fury, the old man cursed the soldiers. "How can you heartless monsters feel nothing for her death, just like you ignored her beautiful mother's tragedy?" Before the old man could finish speaking his dangerous truth, the guards viciously kicked him down the stone steps. The Shrine Templars spat at his feet, ordering him to scram. They threatened to summon their demonic Shikigami to devour his soul if he stayed. With a heavy thud, the massive iron doors slammed shut, leaving the fragile old man crying in the dust, trying to salvage his crushed offerings. As he wept, he tenderly wiped the dirt off a faded photograph of the queen and princess. Watching from the shadows, Thanko felt her heart shatter into pieces. Consumed by sorrow, she almost broke cover to comfort her lone, loyal subject. But a swift hand grabbed her shoulder. It was Lin Langvu, pulling her back into the darkness. Even if this old man was a devout servant of her late mother, exposing themselves now would ruin the entire mission. They needed to act like true hunters and observe from the shadows. Silently, the trio tailed the heartbroken elder back to his crumbling shack. Inside, a hidden altar was dedicated solely to Thanko's mother. The old man collapsed in despair. With his queen dead and his princess supposedly murdered, he felt he had absolutely no reason left to exist in this cruel world. She pulled out her mother's final relic, a single strand of hair. As the flames consumed it, a hypnotic scent curled from the smoke. Thanko was drawn in, completely mesmerized. Dropping all her disguises, she stepped straight out to face Old Ba. Her gaze was locked onto the burning brazier. The moment that ancient, familiar scent hit her senses, her eyes began to change. A blinding light flared deep within her pupils. It was the undeniable scent of her mother's bloodline. Old Ba wept with joy seeing the princess alive, but that relief lasted less than 3 seconds. Panic set in as he desperately tried to extinguish the agonizing scent. But Lin Langvu grabbed his arm. It was too late to hide the truth. The seal was breaking. Thanko collapsed in absolute agony. She clutched her head as the bloodline scent suffocated her. Demonic fire now blazed in her once innocent eyes. Seeing no other choice left to make, Old Ba slammed his hands down, casting a forbidden array. A massive, glowing runic circle erupted across the floor. It instantly expanded into a colossal protective dome over the entire house. He was channeling a high-tier concealment barrier. The immense energy drain left the old man gasping for breath. Seeing his life force fading, Lin Langvu could not just stand by. She activated her substitute doll, casting a shadow over the heavens to mask their presence. But out of nowhere, the princess went completely berserk. An apocalyptic surge of dark energy exploded from her body. While Old Ba and Lin Langvu could brace themselves against the crushing aura, 𝑩𝒊𝒕𝒕𝒆𝒏 was not so lucky. Despite his main character destiny, his current weak body was brutally crushed by the demonic pressure. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, he was violently blown dozens of feet away. He crashed hard, struggling to comprehend the monstrous power. Meanwhile, staring at her mother's portrait through the lingering smoke, the fractured pieces of the princess's mind finally shattered entirely. The sealed memories flooded back in a tidal wave of blood. She remembered her mother's endless tears of despair, and the apocalyptic night their entire Fox clan was slaughtered, massacred by none other than her own biological father. That tyrant used the blood of their kin to force her mother's awakening. He was a monster who stopped at nothing, even threatening to murder his own daughter. Driven to the brink of absolute madness, her mother had finally snapped. She rose up, wielding a fragile blade in a desperate bid to assassinate the tyrant king. But the gap in their strength was like heaven and earth. Failing to avenge her clan, she chose death over submission, taking her own life to break her tragic fate. Little Thanko had stood completely paralyzed in front of her mother's lifeless corpse. Her childish mind could not process the nightmare. Yet, even in death, that Devil King used his dead wife's blood. He painted a demonic memory seal right onto Thanko's soul. That was why the scent of blood carried the sickening ash of burned corpses. Stripped of her horrifying past, she had lived a pathetic, ordinary life. Blissfully ignorant, she was the absolute last vessel of the nine-tailed bloodline, a mere puppet dancing on her father's strings. The sheer weight of this absolute betrayal was too heavy for her mortal mind. Her sanity shattered completely. Viscous dark aura erupted as two spectral tails ripped out from behind her. Her face twisted into a mask of pure, unadulterated vengeance. The legendary power of the Heavenly Fox had finally awakened, but she was no longer the girl they knew. A ferocious, bloodthirsty beast had taken her place, blind to friend and foe alike. Old Ba trembled in absolute terror at the sight. This awakening was a catastrophic disaster, triggered by apocalyptic trauma. Her mind was completely swallowed by the abyss. It meant her rationality was gone forever. She would slaughter everything until her body collapsed in death. Thank the heavens she was only at the seedling stage with merely two tails manifested. Lin Lang Vu moved like lightning, weaponizing her flowing hair to bind the rampaging beast. Defying his injuries, 𝑩𝒊𝒕𝒕𝒆𝒏 charged in, wrestling her down to buy precious seconds. Old Ba finished chanting, and the crimson runes morphed into an inescapable cage, trapping the two of them inside. The feral princess shrieked, thrashing wildly as she sank her fangs deep into 𝑩𝒊𝒕𝒕𝒆𝒏 flesh. She wanted to rip him apart. But the moment a single drop of his mysterious blood touched her tongue, her demonic aura instantly evaporated. She went completely limp, leaving a breathless 𝑩𝒊𝒕𝒕𝒆𝒏 to gently lower her to the ground. He thought the nightmare was finally over. But Lin Lang Vu's sharp gaze pierced the shadows. "This is only the beginning," she warned, pulling out her spatial substitute doll. This artifact was their only shield against the cursecaster's tracking magic. Old Ba was drowning in anxiety. Realizing the sheer scale of the princess's abrupt awakening, an energy spike this massive would bring the hounds of hell straight to their door. Discovery was inevitable, but Lin Lang Vu's tactical mind was already steps ahead, calculating a ruthless sacrifice. She planned to use Old Ba as bait to save the rest. Just as predicted, the tyrant's elite assassins were already swarming the perimeter. They completely surrounded the property in seconds. Back then, Old Ba had only survived the massacre by pure luck, remaining under heavy suspicion ever since. He was the only loose end who knew the nine-tailed secret. That was the only reason he was allowed near the princess. Speak of the devil, the old man suddenly detonated his own courtyard. He had played the fool for years, hiding his true terrifying power. In reality, he was a supreme array master of the highest order. Seeing his explosive outburst, the assassins assumed he had finally lost his mind over the princess's demise. Riding the wave of their assumption, he demanded they bury her in the royal shrine. He roared that he would fight them to the bitter end if they refused. Watching the old man's desperate, suicidal stand, the lead assassin sneered in utter disgust and drew a blade crackling with lethal aura. Refusing to back down, Old Ba unleashed his ultimate binding array. He sought to crush the arrogant dog where he stood, but the enemy captain was dangerously overpowered. With a single, devastating slash, he shattered the complex runic magic into dust. Without a shred of mercy, he drove his blade straight through the old master's body. Old Ba collapsed, coughing up blood, but the captain refused to grant him the mercy of death. Barrier masters were impossibly rare in this brutal world. The dying old man still held tremendous strategic value. He ordered his subordinates to drag the unconscious master back to the dungeons. They would torture every last secret out of his fractured mind. Surveying the burning wreckage, the arrogant commander completely missed the truth. He simply wrote Old Ba off as a delusional old fool fighting for meaningless pride. It was not until the sinister figures completely faded into the night shadows that a peculiar, ancient conch shell materialized among the ashes. It was Lin Lang Vu's legendary spatial artifact. Against all odds, they had shrunk into the pocket dimension, narrowly escaping a brutal slaughter. She knew those arrogant dogs would not search the rubble. Years of surveilling a harmless old man had made the assassins fatally overconfident. Their massive egos had literally saved the heroes' lives. Inside the dimensional space, Thanko jolted awake. She screamed for her mother, drenched in cold sweat from the abyssal nightmare. Glancing around in pure panic, her breath hitched at the sight of the eerily familiar room. Stumbling outside to grasp her reality, the terrifying truth hit her. She was standing right inside the imperial palace. It was her mother's blood-stained prison, The horrifying visions assaulted her mind once more, splitting her skull with agonizing pain. And the puppet master behind this phantom realm was none other than Lin Lang Vu. Seeing her companions casually standing in the enemy's stronghold sent the princess into a spiraling panic. She frantically begged them to run away before the royal guards detected their presence. But this imposing palace was nothing more than an elaborate mirage. They were safely hidden inside the conch's ethereal illusion matrix. The ancient shell possessed the divine power to materialize dimensions built entirely from the host's subconscious. It had reconstructed the palace pixel by pixel, drawn straight from Than Ko's deepest traumas. As her mind cleared, a chilling realization froze her blood. Old Ba was nowhere to be found. Learning he had been dragged away to the emperor's torture chambers, soul-crushing guilt swallowed her alive. She was too hopelessly weak to save the only family she had left. Tears of absolute despair streamed down her face, cursing her own pathetic existence. But from this humiliating abyss of powerlessness, a true legend would soon be forged. Wang Zhe's mind raced as memories of his father and Wen Chang flashed before his eyes. Seeing Qing Ge weeping so brokenly in front of him, his heart tightened, and he instinctively stepped forward to comfort her. Holding her trembling form, he felt the crushing weight of her despair. Tears blurred his own vision as an unbreakable vow took root in his soul. He had to become overwhelmingly powerful, strong enough to be an invincible shield for the weak. But at the mere mention of power, Qingji's tears instantly vanished. A chilling realization struck her. She suddenly remembered the dormant, terrifying energy that had pulsed inside her veins while she was unconscious. Without a single second of hesitation, she recklessly detonated her ancient bloodline. A shockwave of pure aura erupted, sending Wang Zhe flying backward like a fragile leaf caught in a hurricane. Ling Lang Yu immediately manifested beside her, screaming a warning. "You must dominate the beast within. If you cannot control this primal power, do not dare to summon it. It will completely devour your mortal vessel." But Qing Ge was long past listening. She hungered for absolute strength, willing to sacrifice her very life as tribute. Screaming in agony, she forced her evolution as a terrifying third tail ripped through her flesh. Wang Zhe merely stood there, completely overwhelmed by the explosive aura. Annoyed by his inaction, Ling Lang Yu barked an order. "Stop watching and do something. Dive into your subconscious mind. Tear open your inner vault and siphon away her berserk energy immediately. If you don't, her physical body will shatter into a million pieces." Hearing this, Wang Zhe snapped out of his daze. He desperately recalled the profound energy-channeling teachings of his former master. As he focused his spiritual core, a brilliant crimson light blazed to life on his forehead. He successfully cracked open the inner gate. But the true trial had just begun. How could he safely drag this chaotic external aura into his own body? Cold sweat drenched Wang Zhe's back. He attempted to draw the energy in, drop by agonizing drop. Yet, the very second his senses brushed against the nine-tailed fox's raw power, a violent backlash blasted him away. He desperately snatched onto a massive stone pillar, barely managing to anchor himself against the storm. Facing the princess's catastrophic, swirling aura, he finally managed to drag two minuscule sparks of energy into his inner vault. Just absorbing that pathetic fraction left Wang Zhe gasping for breath like a dying hound. But surrender was absolutely out of the question. Qing Jie's mortal frame was rapidly reaching its breaking point. Old man Wu Dian had warned them about this exact nightmare. If all nine tails manifested through sheer, uncontrolled force, her life force would be instantly extinguished. However, there was one desperate glimmer of hope. If they could aggressively drain the feral beast nature from her core, she might survive the nine-tailed awakening while keeping her humanity intact. Wang Zhe risked his very soul on this deadly gamble. Coughing up mouthfuls of black blood, he violently siphoned her berserk aura, dragging the cursed energy deep into his inner vault. He slammed the inner door shut, vowing to conquer this dark power and ascend to greatness himself. Meanwhile, Qing Zhe writhed wildly on the cold floor, clawing at her surroundings like a rabid, cornered beast. Wang Zhe pushed way past his physical limits, absorbing the chaotic energy like a madman. But his internal spiritual realm was collapsing. Exhaustion threatened to completely shatter his consciousness. The inner gate, which he had pried open with such immense difficulty, was now forcibly trying to seal itself shut. Wang Zhe channeled every single ounce of his remaining willpower to hold the line. Yet the heavy vault door crept closer to shutting with every passing second. Just as his trembling arms gave out, a terrifying crimson aura erupted from his own body, completely bypassing his mortal control. The feral energy radiating from Qingge was mercilessly dragged into the blazing red core on Wang Zhe's chest. For a fleeting second, the princess regained a sliver of her human sanity. But madness instantly reclaimed her as the monstrous fifth tail violently tore through her flesh. Her eyes ignited with a hellish crimson inferno. The gentle girl was entirely gone, replaced by a bloodthirsty apex predator. Driven by pure demonic instinct, she sought to force her ultimate evolution. Her fading human consciousness begged to stop the madness. But the monstrous entity completely overpowered her will. The beast quickly realized that Wang Zhe was draining its source of rage. With lethal killing intent, it locked onto the boy, hindering its dark ascension. But Ling Lang Yu absolutely refused to be a mere spectator. She unleashed her razor-sharp hair, weaving an inescapable net to bind the rampaging fox. Yet this time, the sheer power of the beast was overwhelming. Qingge's claws effortlessly shredded the spiritual binding threads into absolute nothingness. Realizing her current strength was utterly useless against the awakened vampire entity, Qingji instantly turned to flee. But Ling Lang Yu pursued her relentlessly. "You cannot escape my grasp, you little beast." Cornered and desperate, Qingge pivoted, redirecting her lethal fangs straight toward Wang Zhe. But before her claws could even graze a single hair on his leg, she was brutally blasted away. Ling Lang Yu's chaotic aura sent her crashing heavily into the distance. The ancient spirit smirked, thinking she had finally subdued the little fox. But unexpectedly, Qingge activated an ancient spatial displacement art. She teleported directly behind Ling Lang Yu, splitting into multiple shadow clones that lunged straight for Wang Zhe. In a flash, she pinned the boy down, sinking her demonic fangs deep into his vulnerable flesh. But within a single heartbeat, sheer terror flashed in her crimson eyes. She realized she had made a fatal miscalculation and desperately tried to tear herself away. But Wang Zhe was no longer the helpless prey. He gripped her with an iron hand, brutally forcing the feral beast to swallow his supreme vampire blood. Qingge thrashed violently in panic, her massive tails involuntarily wrapping around their entangled bodies. The lineage of the heavenly fox was exceptionally rare and sacred. Such short-sighted foolishness would only doom her future descendants. Since she stubbornly refused to listen to reason, Wang Zhe decided to enforce his own absolute dominance. He coldly tapped the dead center of her forehead. Eerie purple flames instantly erupted along her tails, writhing in a mixture of agony and newfound dark power. Her terrifying eighth tail burst forth from the void. Fortunately, the shattered spatial rifts finally began to mend themselves. This mystical spatial vessel was the ultimate treasure of Nation H, secretly swapped out by the cunning Count Qi. As the two of them finalized their dark scheme to completely awaken the supreme vampire resting within Wang Zhe's soul, the once feral Qingge now kneeled subserviently on the ground, trembling violently before her new master. But Wang Zhe looked down upon her with cold indifference. She reeked of mindless beasts, making her entirely unworthy to serve as his close subordinate. With a single arrogant snap of his fingers, her 8 majestic tails instantly vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away at the American Federal Bureau of Investigation headquarters, their top-tier agents had successfully tracked the British Vanguard forces, ruthlessly manipulating the public opinion of the Asian territories. Over in the remote capital of the far nation, Shadows moved to assassinate the Asian minister, intending to conveniently shift the blame onto the British Empire. But Nation H was plotting something far more apocalyptic. They had primed a colossal intercontinental missile, aiming to wipe both rival nations completely off the map. Nation N chose to sit back in the shadows, greedily waiting to reap the spoils of the inevitable war. Only the Snow Nation remained truly neutral, refusing to target anyone or join the mindless slaughter. They simply locked down their frozen borders, daring anyone to cross their path. Fully loaded heavy tanks and devastating missiles stood ready to obliterate any foolish invaders into dust. Back in the British Empire, the king's royal subordinates were strung as tight as a bowstring. All preparations were complete, stockpiling enough military resources to sustain a brutal one-year war. A terrified scout crawled in to report that old man Wu Dian still hadn't uttered a single word. The commander shot him a lethal, blood-curdling glare, forcing the scout to scramble away before his head literally rolled. Inside the darkest royal dungeon, the battered and bruised old Wu Dian hung suspended in heavy chains. Despite his mangled flesh, he spat a bloody wad of spit at his captors, his eyes burning with unbreakable, kingly contempt. Even facing the cold steel of the Grim Reaper's scythe, his arrogant demeanor never wavered for a second. The torturer viciously plunged a jagged blade straight into the old man's eye. Yet Wu Dian didn't even flinch, glaring back with pure hatred while spewing beautiful, venomous curses. "You pathetic dogs of Ren." This final insult completely enraged the executioner. The bastard raised his hand to shatter Wu Dian's skull, but before his hand could descend, his life was instantly extinguished, sending his soul straight to the underworld. Wang Ze and Ling Lang Yu had finally arrived to shatter the prison. The princess stayed behind for a far more crucial mission. Now, it was time for this unstoppable duo to set the entire royal palace absolutely ablaze. Tonight, when the guards discovered the infiltration, they swarmed the prison like ants. But the commander, Ren, faced a fatal dilemma. All his elite troops had been dispatched to the border. Yet, an ambush was happening right inside the imperial palace. Prioritizing the immediate threat, he unleashed a devastating slash. The iron bars shattered into dust, but as he stepped inside, the cell was completely empty. Suddenly, his sharp senses picked up a disturbance outside. He instantly teleported, hovering high in the night sky. Scanning the magical formation, a terrifying realization hit him. The Grand Library, all the military blueprints, troop command seals, and top-secret tactical maps were there. He shot toward the archive like a meteor, but upon arrival, his eyes widened in pure rage. Lin Langvu stood amidst the completely ruined library, holding the most crucial documents. However, the arrogant Ren merely sneered. He believed that no matter whose spies they were, they would all face a gruesome death by his blade. Nearby, the elder Wu Dian collapsed on the ground, coughing up blood. He had exhausted himself summoning 3 high-tier protective barriers. Yet it still wasn't enough to kill this monstrous bastard. Ren, the arrogant commander, scoffed at his prey. A mere star rank like Lin Langvu, a diamond rank weakling like the main character, and a dying old man? How could such trash ever hope to defeat him? Though Ren had consumed a massive amount of aura, including 2 ultimate strikes to break the barriers, he remained terrifying. But surprisingly, Lin Langvu wasn't the one stepping up to fight this monster. Instead, the seemingly weak 𝑩𝒊𝒕𝒕𝒆𝒏 took the stage. Earlier, he had absorbed a terrifying amount of berserk vampire energy. Now, it was time to test this overwhelming dark power. Feeling deeply insulted that a mere insect dared to challenge him, Ren's pride shattered. Roaring in fury, he drew his greatsword and unleashed a devastating downward slash. Fortunately, 𝑩𝒊𝒕𝒕𝒆𝒏 was agile enough to dodge the lethal strike by a hair's breadth. However, the massive room behind him wasn't so lucky, instantly splitting completely in half. The battle had just begun, yet our hero could already feel a chilling aura creeping down his spine. So this was the true, terrifying might of a king-rank warrior. Seeing 2 more lethal sword waves tearing through the air toward him, 𝑩𝒊𝒕𝒕𝒆𝒏 barely had time to react. He was completely cornered. His only combat experience was basic close-quarters brawling. But then, a flashback hit him. His master's voice echoed, teaching him the ultimate secret to controlling special abilities. Both he and Van Shuang had trained until their lungs burned and bodies gave out. Yet, the master pushed them past their absolute limits. It wasn't about a lack of talent, but their awful synchronization rate. Because both boys were the chosen familiars of a true vampire, they possessed an ocean of monstrous strength, but could only tap into a pathetic 5% of it. The only way to break this limit was to heighten every single bodily sense and let ancient instincts take over. Suddenly, 𝑩𝒊𝒕𝒆𝒏's aura exploded. His entire body ignited in a blazing, blood-crimson, and deep purple flame, as pure survival instinct hijacked his mortal vessel. His true dark power finally awakened. 𝑩𝒊𝒕𝒆𝒏's eyes glowed with demonic intensity. He blasted forward like a crimson comet, charging straight at the king-rank commander, while the arrogant Ren still believed the boy was just throwing his life away. 𝑩𝒊𝒕𝒆💏 unleashed a devastating uppercut, nearly shattering the commander's jaw. Stumbling back, Ren finally realized the boy's terrifying battle intelligence. Because his sword aura traveled in 2 parallel, straight lines, 𝑩𝒊𝒕𝒆𝒏 had flawlessly slipped through the deadly blind spot in the center. The boy had risked everything, escaping with only a tiny scratch on his arm, bleeding from the mouth and nearly losing his teeth. The king-rank warrior cared only about one thing: his trampled pride. A supreme commander humiliated by a mere diamond-rank insect. So, when 𝑩𝒊𝒕𝒆𝒏 launched his next rapid assault, Ren viciously caught the boy's wrist. With a sickening crunch, he twisted the hero's arm 180 degrees. Consumed by overwhelming humiliation, Ren craved nothing but a brutal execution to wash away his shame. Gripping the boy with one hand, he raised his legendary blade and swung with lethal force. 𝑩𝒊𝒕𝒕𝒆 desperately threw himself backward, dodging the fatal blow, but still took a deep, bloody gash across his chest. Refusing to let his prey escape, Ren leaped into the dark sky, raising his massive sword, gathering a terrifying storm of crackling lightning. But our main character wasn't done yet. His blood aura flared even more violently, pushing his agility beyond mortal limits. In a fraction of a second, a catastrophic explosion shook the entire palace as their powers clashed. However, the king-rank warrior's aura shield remained intact, keeping him alive against the blast. As the thick clouds of dust finally began to settle, a heart-wrenching scene was revealed. Ren's massive blade had pierced straight through 𝑩𝒊𝒕𝒕𝒆's body. It was a brutal reality check. A mere diamond-rank warrior defeating a king-rank monster was simply an impossible fairy tale. But watching from the sidelines, 𝑙𝒉 knew the absolute truth. Her master would never fall in such a pathetic, anticlimactic way. Proving her absolute faith, 𝑩𝒊𝒕𝒕𝒆's blood-soaked hand was firmly buried into Ren's stomach. With his other hand, the boy gripped the piercing blade with crushing force, locking the commander in place. It was a terrifying death trap, and then, unleashing his most forbidden and totally shameless secret technique, he delivered a devastating strike right to the enemy's family jewels. It wasn't a flashy magical art, but the emotional and physical damage was catastrophic. A loud, sickening crack echoed, causing Ren to roll his eyes back in agonizing torment as he violently flung our hero away. Having secured his brutal revenge, 𝑩𝒊𝒕𝒕𝒆 instantly lost consciousness, falling into a deep, bloody slumber. Meanwhile, the mighty king-rank commander was left groaning in absolute misery, completely unable to stand up straight. His majestic aura flickered weakly, like a dying candle. Desperate to avenge his shattered manhood, he leaped forward in an incredibly awkward, knock-kneed posture to finish the boy. But in the blink of an eye, 𝒉 vanished into the shadows. She smoothly intercepted the unconscious hero, tossing him safely to the elder Vu Dian for emergency healing. Now, with her master secure, she turned her intoxicating gaze toward Ren, ready for a deadly game of cat and mouse. Experiencing this ultimate, back-to-back humiliation, the commander completely lost his mind. Roaring like a slaughtered beast, his massive arms and sword were engulfed in a terrifying, swirling vortex of pure destruction. Hovering high above the shattered ground, he radiated an overwhelming, suffocating killing intent. Yet, facing this apocalyptic wrath, 𝒉 simply curved her lips into a sinfully delighted smile. The more deadly his bloodlust became, the more excited she grew. Ren glared at her with hatred that pierced straight to the bone. Seeing this absolute monster rage, the elder Vu Dian frantically tried to hold 𝒉 back. He warned her that even emperors of rival nations trembled before this madman's ultimate strike, and she was currently nothing more than a fragile, star-rank fighter. A mortal stepping into the domain of a king-rank grandmaster was pure suicide. But what the old man didn't know was her glorious new status. Bearing the ancient vampire mark of her master, 𝒊𝒕𝒕𝒆, she had inherited a fraction of his terrifying, bottomless dark power. She desperately wanted to use this lethal dance to test exactly how deep her master's true potential ran. Without a shred of fear, 𝒉 prepared to unleash the glorious gifts bestowed upon her by her lord. Seeing this mere insect standing boldly before him, Ren wasted zero time. Drawing his heaven-shattering greatsword, he once again devoured the ambient energy of the earth and sky. A blinding, toxic green light condensed at the tip of his blade, shattering into a storm of lethal energy darts. They rained down like a meteor shower upon 𝒉. But the gorgeous vampire merely swayed her tantalizing curves, dodging every single projectile with supernatural grace. After elegantly flipping through the air 774 times, she finally touched down, only to blast straight toward her prey. She was right in front of him. Yet, when Ren brought his devastating blade crashing down, he hit absolute nothingness. The woman had dissolved into a screeching swarm of crimson-eyed bats. Swirling through the shadows, they reassembled her flawless figure in an entirely different blind spot. To the arrogant king, these were just pathetic parlor tricks. Yet, his furious second slash didn't even graze the hem of her dress. Instead, the massive row of buildings behind her was utterly vaporized into ash. Lin Langwu moved like a phantom of the night, phasing in and out of reality. She appeared right behind his neck, but the moment he spun around to strike, she vanished into the abyss once more. Driven into a blood-boiling frenzy, Ren locked onto a single spatial point and swung with everything he had. Watching Lin Langwu seemingly take the catastrophic blow head-on, the elder Wu Dian almost had a heart attack in sheer panic. Yet, as the dust cleared, the beautiful vampire stood there with flushed cheeks and heavy, ragged breaths. The overwhelming danger had only made her wildly, dangerously excited. Arching her back with a wicked, intoxicating smile, a sinister smirk crossed her face. She had not stretched her muscles like this in ages, and the thrill of battle was intoxicating. Ren, utterly humiliated once again, let out a roar of absolute fury, unleashing a devastating cross-shaped slash. Facing the crushing pressure of that strike, Elder Wu Tian instantly manifested a defensive barrier to shield them both. Meanwhile, Langwu was entirely swallowed by the deadly sword aura. Anyone would have thought that she had just been sent straight back to Mother Earth. But suddenly, a single speck of crimson light ignited within the dust. It gathered an overwhelmingly dense vampire aura, before violently expanding outward. The explosive wave nearly devoured Ren whole. Although he managed to dodge the fatal blow, fresh blood bloomed across his chest. Realizing his flesh had been sliced open, he immediately shifted into a desperate defensive stance. The sprawling crimson energy morphed into a massive, terrifying sigil, before shrinking down and branding itself right onto Langwu's forehead. In that very instant, the air around her warped. A radiant halo manifested above her, burning with that same bloody core. Staring at the horrific phenomenon, absolute terror gripped Ren's soul. He instantly recognized the impossible, the primordial bloodline wheel. According to the darkest legends, this divine authority could only be wielded by a flawless genetic specimen, a monstrous entity bearing the absolute purest orthodox bloodline. Only a supreme ruler could manifest it. Yet here it was, blazing fiercely above Langwu. The revelation shattered Ren's composure. Just what kind of terrifying monster was this woman, standing beneath that suffocating, abyssal pressure? Elder Wu Tian was utterly crushed by the bloodline hierarchy. His knees slammed into the dirt, his entire body trembling violently, feeling her newfound power transcending to an entirely different realm. Langwu only cared about one thing right now. Could this overwhelming strength slaughter England's greatest swordsman? Even though she had only awakened a single, primordial bloodline wheel. Her combat prowess had effortlessly doubled, standing toe-to-toe with Ren's ultimate might. Realizing he was standing at death's door, the desperate swordsman rapidly recalled his scattered sword aura. He compressed all that lethal energy around his blade, manifesting a relentless swarm of phantom swords. Trying to mask his fear, he barked, "I will grant you the honor of dying beneath my blade!" But Langwu merely threw her head back and laughed maniacally in his face. With a mere pulse of her supreme vampire aura, she mercilessly shattered his condensed sword energy. Knowing he was completely outmatched in a clash of pure power, Ren abandoned his pride. He vanished into the shadows, attempting a desperate sneak attack on Langwu's main body. But as expected, her upgraded reflexes treated his speed like a joke. Effortlessly sidestepping his strike, she flexed her divine bloodline. The primordial wheel did not just project power, it contracted, trapping the pathetic swordsman inside a localized gravity prison. Forced into a corner, Ren frantically parried an endless storm of lethal strikes. He had once read that a supreme vampire could summon multiple blood wheels. If just one of Langwu's halos held such apocalyptic destructive force, she could not help but tremble with pure excitement. Wang Zhe, the supreme monarch, definitely possessed an unimaginable number of these wheels. The mere thought of his godlike power drove her into a blood-crazed frenzy. She bombarded Ren with a flurry of devastating blows, leaving him utterly breathless. His aging mortal body simply could not keep up. He swallowed several crushing direct hits. In his fading vision, Langwu had morphed into a towering, apocalyptic demon lord, while he was nothing but a speck of dust beneath her heel. Driven entirely mad by his overwhelming defeat, he plunged his broken blade into his own heart to trigger a catastrophic self-destruction. Before Langwu could rip him apart to stop the blast, her own body violently staggered, having hit its absolute limit. But Ren was not blowing himself up for pride. He was sacrificing his flesh to feed the Emperor. Suddenly, a horrific mutation erupted from the grand palace in the distance. Grotesque, pulsating tentacles violently smashed through the architecture. This was the forbidden resurrection art of the Emperor himself. A massive, slimy tentacle shot across the battlefield, impaling Ren straight through his gut. The loyal hound who had literally thrown his life away for the throne was now being butchered by the very master he swore to protect. All across the royal grounds, those demonic appendages began slaughtering every living soul in sight. This nightmarish abomination was the Emperor's true botanical core. The coward would have never exposed his real body unless he was under fatal threat. Sustaining critical damage, he was desperately draining the life force of his own people to heal. Exhausted from her awakening, Langwu finally retreated. She collapsed onto Wang Zhe's lap like a deflated balloon, shamelessly using her fatigue to get uncomfortably close to the monarch. Meanwhile, Elder Wutian was losing his mind in sheer panic, having completely lost track of the royal princess. But Langwu simply smirked, tilting her chin toward the emperor's monstrous tree form. There, a majestic, white, nine-tailed fox was viciously tearing into the demonic roots. It was none other than Princess Qingji. She had marched straight into hell, absolutely determined to sever her father's head from his shoulders. The colossal abomination unhinged its jaw, charging up a devastating, blinding beam of pure annihilation. Staring down the barrel of that death ray, Qingji's mind flashed back to a heated argument from 3 hours ago. Having finally awakened her eighth tail, Langwu had advised her to play the long game. Yet the hopelessly stubborn princess demanded to confront her father, desperate to hear the vile truth from his own lips. The reality of his betrayal was already etched in blood, leaving Langwu utterly baffled by the girl's naivety. Did she really think her psychotic father would just apologize, cry tears of regret, and play happy family again? Even though Qingji screamed that her heart was filled with nothing but vengeance, anyone with eyes could see she was still dangerously soft-hearted. Despite knowing this was a suicide mission, Langwu allowed her to go, so reality could violently shatter her delusions. After that, they planned to bail out Elder Wutian. Seeing Wang Zhe sleeping entirely through the apocalypse, and knowing Qingji lost her human memories while in her beast state, they were not worried about his monstrous secrets being exposed. Thus, the tragic princess walked into the emperor's personal chambers, completely alone. The tyrant was staring blankly at a withered cherry blossom tree. The moment he sensed her presence, a flash of absolute disgust crossed his eyes. But within a fraction of a second, he masked his vile nature with sickeningly sweet venom. He spun a web of lies, claiming he planted that very tree for her late mother, swearing he had loved them both with all his heart. He stared at Qingji with fabricated warmth. In truth, his demonic senses were salivating over the awakening of her nine-tailed heavenly fox aura, manipulated by her desperate need for a father's love. When the emperor opened his arms, Qingji dropped all her defenses and buried her face into his chest. But the greedy bastard could not mask his predatory hunger for long. He immediately obsessed over the manifestation of her ninth tail. The only reason he had kept her pathetic life around was to harvest this ultimate power. Now that the fruit was finally ripe, his ravenous impatience took over. Just as Qingji thought she was having a heartwarming reunion, the monster summoned the terrifying eight-headed serpent to devour his own flesh and blood. He had only claimed the throne through bloody usurpation, possessing 0 drops of the sacred royal lineage. To fill the pathetic void in his genes, the false emperor had scoured the earth, hunting nine-tailed foxes just to feast on their divine cores. Only by consuming her could he evolve into a flawless, pure-blood emperor. Now tightly bound by the serpent's crushing grip, Qingji felt 0 fear. Instead, a volcanic eruption of pure hatred consumed her soul. Because of this pathetic man's obsession with false glory, her mother and her entire clan had been brutally butchered. He had raised her like livestock, waiting for the slaughter. And if she had failed to awaken her supreme bloodline, he would have just tossed her to the wolves as a political pawn. Staring into the jaws of the beasts waiting to tear her apart, she unleashed a heaven-shaking roar. The sound wave alone violently shredded the serpents into a mist of blood and meat. Realizing his snakes were slaughtered, the emperor coldly deployed the great Tengu to execute her. Qingji's heart finally froze over. This monster had completely abandoned his humanity, erasing any last trace of their blood tie. With the final thread of her hesitation burned to ashes, Qingji fully manifested her demonic claws and lunged into the abyss for the ultimate kill. The battle turned into an absolute bloodbath. A devastating lightning bolt blasted from the great Tengu's jaws. By sheer luck, she dodged the fatal strike, instantly casting a swarm of shadow clones. They charged forward, ready to slaughter. The monsters had the size advantage, but her endless illusions overwhelmed the battlefield. Even the so-called Heavenly Emperor began to tremble before her might. Cold sweat dripped down his face as the Heavenly Fox pressed on. One of her phantoms slipped right behind him, aiming for a swift and brutal execution. Yet, the tyrant just smirked, utterly unfazed. Quote, the reason for his arrogance? He had already devoured 3 of the 4 mythical Shikigami bloodlines. Her lethal strike was violently deflected by an ancient summoning circle. From the abyssal glow, jagged, nightmarish spikes erupted. A colossal, terrifying head tore its way into our reality. Demonic energy rapidly gathered deep within its gaping maw, condensing into an orb of pure annihilation. The beast unleashed a devastating beam straight at her. Her remaining clones instantly united, desperately trying to push back the encroaching doom, but the grotesque eyes scattered across the monster's flesh twitched and locked onto their targets. It had found the real ones. The demonic Shikigami clawed its way completely out of the seal. In the blink of an eye, it shredded an illusion to absolute dust, raising its towering, monstrous arm. With a sickening crunch, another phantom was mercilessly crushed. No one could stand against the overwhelming might of the Shuten Doji. Her magical reserves were running dangerously dry. Sensing her exhaustion, he mocked her useless struggle. He ordered her to surrender and become a feast for his dark pets. Pushed to the absolute brink of despair, she had only one terrifying option left. She shattered her own limits, forcefully awakening her 9th tail. A legendary transformation. She was now a true 9-tailed heavenly fox. Her fur gleamed with divine, pure white light, but her gaze was deadlier than the Reaper. An unyielding aura of death surrounded her. The ultimate pinnacle of beastly power is, ironically, true humanity. And humanity was the one thing this twisted heavenly emperor completely lacked. Yet, his vile eyes were instantly captivated by her divine beauty. She floated through the air with ethereal grace. Crimson rose petals cascaded around her. But as they touched the ground, the horrifying truth was revealed. Those were not petals. It was the crystallized blood of the very creatures he had ruthlessly bred. With his forces decimated, the madman still refused to accept defeat. His dark obsession drove him to devour her at any cost. He would consume the heavenly fox, because he still hid a devastating trump card. Suddenly, sinister crimson runes violently carved themselves across his arm. The heavenly emperor had been hiding a nightmare. He possessed the forbidden halo of an ancient bloodline. Unlike the others, his raw power pulsed with a sickly abyssal purple. His towering arrogance came from a brutal truth of this dark world. Only those who wield the blood halo hold absolute authority. Before the crushing weight of ancient power, even king-tier existences are nothing but whimpering mutts. Unleashing this forbidden energy, the tyrant mutated, his flesh expanding into a colossal abomination. In mere seconds, he towered higher than a skyscraper. Glaring down at the tiny figure of his prey, he lunged to crush her with his massive palm, but she vanished like mist, dodging the lethal blow. Panic flashed in his giant, twisted eyes. He realized a fatal flaw in his evolution. He was entirely too weak to control such catastrophic power. She simply hid in the shadows, patiently waiting for the immense energy to tear him apart from the inside. Feeling his life force violently leaking away, the monster refused to die. In a desperate frenzy, he began snatching up innocent humans, devouring them alive to fuel his failing body. He had completely lost his mind to the dark hunger. Consumed by his endless greed for power, he was eating his own people. Witnessing this senseless massacre, she could no longer hide and wait. She had to strike. Her 9 ethereal tails, hardened into indestructible spears, violently piercing the beast's corrupted flesh. A direct hit to his vitals. But the blood halo automatically triggered a horrific counterattack, sending a shockwave. That made her cough up mouthfuls of blood. A terrifying realization hit her. His true form was a demonic parasitic tree. He had no internal organs to destroy. Even after draining half the city, he twisted his twisted logic, claiming humans would just breed again anyway. He slaughtered the innocent without a shred of remorse, all to ascend as a supreme bloodmaster. Exhausted, she finally fell into the beast's grasp. Absolute despair washed over her. But she refused to become his stepping stone. Choosing death over submission, she initiated self-destruction. Her beautiful form began to dissolve, slowly turning into stardust. Watching his ultimate meal fade into nothingness drove the monster into a blinding, psychotic rage. His massive body began to rupture and explode from the uncontrollable energy. Yet, this maddening setback did not shatter his grand illusion. He still wanted to devour the entire world and stand alone as the one true king. Watching this apocalyptic nightmare unfold, tears streamed down the old man's face. He could not accept that their beloved princess was gone forever. The others desperately wanted to fight back, but their mana was completely drained, and their strongest asset, the main character, was still unconscious. They could only wait for the Grim Reaper as the Titan's shadow fell over them. But in this heart-stopping moment of absolute doom, deep inside the main character's soulscape, a single, glowing cherry blossom began to take human form. Because she had sacrificed a piece of her spirit to him earlier, a sliver of her divine consciousness had survived safely hidden inside his mind. Her spiritual form manifested once again, but what she saw left her completely paralyzed with shock. Within his soul existed a breathtaking, heaven-defying palace, and the supreme being sitting on that magnificent throne was the main character himself. The sheer, unfathomable pressure of his aura made her tremble in awe. Her inner heavenly fox lost all control, growling instinctively at the monstrous power before them. But the moment he took a single step forward, the mighty fox whimpered and hid like a frightened pup. His voice echoed with godlike authority, questioning why she dared to die and doom his allies outside. Guilt pierced her heart, but she was simply too weak to fight fate. However, his overpowered true form currently needed an anchor in the mortal realm. So, the Supreme Being offered her a divine contract, a deal that would change everything. Swear absolute loyalty as his familiar, and she would not only live, but obtain unimaginable strength. With her back against the wall, she did not hesitate. She dropped to her knees, begging for his supreme mastership. With time running out in the real world, he casually traced a master-servant seal onto her forehead. Instantly, his unconscious body on the battlefield erupted in a blinding, heaven-piercing light. The monster's claw, inches away from slaughtering the old man, was brutally repelled by a storm of glowing petals. A violent magical floral tornado swept across the desolate wasteland. She had resurrected alongside her heavenly fox. She was back, and her power had evolved into a completely different realm. Teleporting right before the giant's eyes, she and her beast drilled massive, bloody holes straight through his torso. But the cursed blood halo's regeneration was too absolute. It was not a one-hit kill. The abomination immediately grabbed more victims to absorb their life force. Flesh violently knitted back together. Against the infinite healing of a king-tier blood halo, killing him 1,000 times would still be utterly useless. But every absolute defense has a fatal flaw. She declared she would devour his source of power, the blood halo itself. The monstrous tyrant burst into maniacal, mocking laughter at the impossible threat. But his arrogant amusement did not last long. The heavenly fox lunged with blinding speed, snatching the halo right out of his aura. The ultimate king-tier artifact was stolen like taking candy from a baby. Normally, without a pure ancient bloodline, holding it would be a death sentence. It should have rejected her completely. But the tyrant had miscalculated one terrifying detail. As the familiar of an overpowered supreme being, pure, godlike blood now coursed through her very veins. She assimilated the ancient power without breaking a sweat. The sinister, abyssal purple of the halo instantly purified into a radiant, breathtaking lotus pink. The moment she established dominance over the bloodline, the 3 terrifying Shikigami that had just tried to kill her immediately dropped to their knees, bowing to their new heavenly empress. Cold dread washed over the former tyrant, as his frantic commands were completely ignored. In the blink of an eye, the monstrous beast was reduced to nothing. It screamed in agonizing terror, until its massive body was violently torn into hundreds of bloody shreds. The gruesome pieces instantly transformed into delicate, falling petals. The stolen life force, the devoured spiritual energy, finally returned to its rightful owners. Overwhelmed with sheer euphoria, the survivors fell to their knees. They bowed deeply, chanting the name of their new sovereign. Witnessing Thonko standing there, now the absolute master of 4 legendary Shikigami, Elder Vu Dian wept tears of profound joy. The royal guards and remaining officials swiftly rallied, swearing eternal loyalty at her feet. With the treacherous general dead, Thonko immediately appointed a new commander to lead the vanguard. Their absolute mission? Halt the brutal invasion of Country A. The new commander activated the crystal communicator, broadcasting the new Heavenly Empress's divine decree to the forces at the border. Since the former Heavenly Emperor had perished, they were ordered to fall back. But those fanatical dogs stubbornly chose to die for a ghost. The communication crystals violently shattered into dust. Seeing her own soldiers defy a direct command, 𝒉𝒐𝒏's eyes turned terrifyingly cold. She officially declared a ceasefire with Country A. As for those brainless traitors, she would personally slaughter them all. Meanwhile, at the bleeding borders of Country A, the loyalist hounds of the old emperor, though completely leaderless, still fiercely pushed their invasion. They unleashed a devastating sword strike. The jade-shattering technique violently crashed against the defensive barrier. The sheer combined aura of the invading army birthed an attack of catastrophic proportions. The Prince of Country M arrived just to mock the slaughter. He smirked, highly impressed that their jade-shattering arrow packed the explosive payload of a literal nuclear warhead. Lurking in the shadows, the vultures of Country Ni waited patiently. They wanted the juiciest piece of Country A. They watched the defending commander burn his own life force to protect his homeland. The allied nations simply stood there, laughing as the defender slowly bled out. The commander closed his eyes, fully accepting his tragic death. But suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion ripped through the battlefield. A colossal crater vaporized the very ground they stood on. Elite soldiers were tossed away like broken dolls. The unstoppable jade arrow was completely obliterated. Everyone froze in absolute horror. To block an attack of that magnitude, the newcomer had to be an emperor-class powerhouse. But nobody expected this. It was 𝑩𝒊𝒕𝒕𝒆𝒏, wearing a menacing mask. He neutralized the nuclear-level strike with a single, casual punch. Their eyes nearly popped out of their skulls. How could he unleash such a godlike technique? He had absorbed all the overflowing, frenzied energy from 𝒉𝒐𝒏's awakening. Now, he was releasing it as pure, unadulterated devastation. And standing right beside the overpowered main character was the princess. Seeing the girl who was supposed to be dead standing there, completely unharmed, sent shockwaves through the enemy ranks. 𝒉𝒐𝒏 had arrived to claim her absolute throne. She loudly announced that her royal brother was dead, demanding an immediate retreat. But those stubborn meatheads refused to bend the knee to her authority. So, 𝒉𝒐𝒏 decided to reward their misplaced loyalty with a gruesome death. Suddenly, an invisible, crushing pressure locked the traitors in place. Their bodies uncontrollably levitated into the cold air. The rest of the army was completely paralyzed by her overwhelming aura. She summoned the great Tengu. Lethal spears materialized from the beast's maw, ruthlessly skewering the rebels like cheap meat on a stick. Standing over the bloodbath, she invoked her name as the new Heavenly Empress, officially ending this pointless war. The other four nations were absolutely dumbfounded, but her next words shook them to their core. She declared a formal alliance with Country A. Naturally, the greedy vultures violently objected. This was their golden ticket to devour Country A. They sneered, threatening to gang up on her if she betrayed their wicked pact. But they clearly didn't know who they were messing with. Their pathetic bullying ignited a blazing fury within 𝒉𝒐𝒏. How dare they look down on her empire? She decided to show them the true gap in their power. The atmosphere violently warped as she manifested her blood ring. Jaws dropped in absolute terror. Nobody expected her to possess an ancient blood halo. It was a divine power held by less than 5 people in existence. Sweating bullets, the prince frantically dialed his president, begging for immediate backup. The king of Jia was also rushing to the scene. Both rulers were veteran blood ring masters. They arrogantly believed they could easily crush this newbie. Since the big bosses were fighting, the weaklings immediately pulled back. But did they really think they could just walk away? You dare come and go as you please? 𝒉𝒐𝒏 instantly sealed the spatial dimensions, trapping every single enemy exactly where they stood. The invading forces were grinding their teeth in absolute rage. They arrogantly thought, just wait until our reinforcements arrive, you are dead meat. But their 1,000-mile telepathy was jammed. Their escape routes, completely annihilated. The so-called backup kings were completely locked out of Country A's borders. They were the ones who ignited this bloody war, so being brutally suppressed was simply karma at work. Meanwhile, out in the free ocean, the president of Country M was tearing his hair out, racing toward the border after sensing the ancient blood ring's catastrophic aura. His wicked plan? Assassinate 𒉉𝒐𝒏 while she was supposedly still weak. He planned to use forbidden, human blood sacrifice bullets to blast her brains out, then nuke Country A into oblivion. But fate loves to crush the arrogant. Before he could even issue the command, a report came in. His military headquarters had just been blown to spectacular pieces. Meanwhile, the High Priestess of Sa was also rushing over. Using her divine eye of prophecy, she foresaw a terrifying future. In exactly 3 hours, her sacred temple would share the same explosive fate as Country M's base. But there was a massive problem. Her temple was entirely built beneath the shifting desert sands. It constantly moved. Its location was supposed to be completely untraceable. Yet someone had perfectly pinpointed it for an ambush. Thanking the heavens for her future sight, she immediately ordered her elite guards to enter maximum lockdown. But before a single defense could be raised, boom! A devastating explosion violently rocked the desert. She stood frozen in sheer horror. The catastrophe had triggered way ahead of her predicted timeline. The crusty old president finally arrived on the scene, instantly blaming Country A's dark tactics. He demanded to team up with the priestess to butcher 𝑩𝒊𝒕𝒕𝒆𝒏. Back at the blood-soaked border, the trapped trash mobs kept running their mouths, but 𝑩𝒊𝒕𝒕𝒆𝒏 remained as cold as an iceberg. Until this was completely over, not a single soul was leaving alive. Suddenly, the spatial fabric tore open. The 2 veteran kings materialized right behind her, reeking of killing intent. They sneered at 𝑩𝒊𝒕𝒕𝒆𝒏 power, arrogantly dismissing her as a fragile, newly awakened blood emperor. Believing she was nothing but a pathetic rookie, the 2 old monsters combined their legendary aura and lunged for the kill. At the exact same moment, a rotting zombie army was violently battering Country A's massive iron gates. But then, the dark, thunderous clouds violently parted. A colossal black dragon descended from the heavens, leading the true elite forces of Country A. The Emperor had finally entered the chat. His majestic, godlike presence illuminated the battlefield. His loyal subordinates felt like they had finally found the sun in a pitch-black abyss. The enemy forces nearly bit their own tongues off in pure shock. The king of Country A had been casually hiding in the clouds this whole time. His ability to completely erase his terrifying vampire aura was beyond legendary. In a flash, all the bitter misunderstandings between Country A and 𝒊𝒕𝒐𝒏's empire were dissolved. As for those rats who broke the peace treaty, they were about to become minced meat. Still blind to the towering mountain before them, the 2 enemy kings proudly ignited their individual blood rings, fully intending to flex their supreme power. But oh, the absolute second-hand embarrassment. The Emperor coldly stepped forward and ignited 2 catastrophic blood rings. Let's see who the real apex predator is. The enemies stared in soul-crushing despair, their minds completely shattering at the impossible sight. Yet, they still desperately tried to play the victims. Screaming about justice, they accused Country A of sneak attacking their bases. To prove their fake innocence, they even booted up a global livestream to publicly execute Country A's reputation. But karma hits like a freight train. The live broadcast hijacked their feed. It explicitly exposed Country M manufacturing forbidden artillery, using illegal human blood sacrifices to forge weapons. They were the true violators of the peace contract. The broadcast had been completely hijacked. The truth was finally exposed to the world. Country X was secretly breeding abominations of blood and flesh, a forbidden fusion of vampires and savage beasts. This dark experiment shattered global environmental treaties. Their most sinister secret was laid bare for all to see. The female leader panicked. She frantically ordered her men to cut the live feed, but it was too late. Country H thought they could hide in the shadows, but their high-frequency Aurora weapons were also exposed. Terrified of the incoming backlash, they tried to deny everything, but every dark deed was recorded to be judged by the world. And the mastermind behind this global exposure? This absolute menace. Posing on a soaring rocket like a superstar, he stared into the camera and declared war on the world. His next target for absolute judgment? Country H, down in their command center. The higher-ups exploded with blazing fury at this arrogant threat. They foolishly believed Country S and Country M fell only because their kings were absent. But their own president was still here. They thought their supreme leader made them untouchable. Little did they know, this was all a deadly trap designed by Country A. 𝒊𝒕𝒕𝒆𝒏 had faked his own treason and death. It was the perfect bait to lure their enemies into a bloodbath. The president of Country H glared with murderous rage. He swore to tear 𝒊𝒕𝒆𝒏 to pieces. But the Earl himself? He was currently chilling in a hidden forest cabin, completely exhausted after flying across the world. Suddenly, the Emperor's hologram flickered to life through a secure channel. The Emperor's first words were a warm greeting to his loyal Earl. How did 𝒕𝒆𝒏 travel like a ghost? By borrowing the terrifying void magic of Country A's king. They had spent years investigating their enemies in the shadows, all to stage this grand illusion of Country A's downfall, feigning weakness to draw the monsters out of the dark. Before cutting the transmission, the Emperor warned him repeatedly. Guard your life above all else. The bond between these two veterans was unbreakable. After hanging up on his old friend, the Earl immediately dialed his precious daughter. This legendary conspiracy was orchestrated by the three of them. Their ultimate goal? To place the Heavenly Fox bloodline on the throne. The original plan was to assassinate the king to secure Qingge's crown. But destiny had other plans. She forcefully awakened her ancient bloodline and seized the throne herself. The ultimate credit for this miracle fell onto 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏. He was offered a grand reward, but sensing the looming danger, he immediately tried to refuse. However, Ling Langyu had already plotted against him. She bought him a ticket and exiled him to Country H. Tossed into the fire just as global tensions reached a boiling point, 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏 cursed his fate. He thought he was just a weak pawn, as fragile as a blade of grass, yet he was dragged into this apocalyptic scheme. Standing in line, he noticed a pink-haired woman with a stunning figure. Flashing an elite human contribution medal, the terrified ticket inspector immediately let her board. When 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏's turn came, he coolly handed over his forged documents. Thanks to Ling Langyu's flawless forgery, he boarded without a hitch. But suddenly, chaos erupted. A desperate man tried to force his way into Dr. Jindi's cabin. The guards violently blocked his path. This train was ruled by an absolute hierarchy. Red cabins for noble vampires, blue for elite humans and trusted vassals, and the pitch-black cabins, reserved for worthless, ordinary humans like him. The man was ruthlessly cast aside. Witnessing this blatant discrimination, 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏's eyes grew cold. He recognized the woman instantly. It was the legendary Dr. Jindi, but playing the hero wasn't in his nature. He just wanted a peaceful journey in his seat. Unfortunately, fate refused to let him rest. The desperate man snapped. He took a female staff member hostage, revealing a bomb strapped to his chest. Instantly, Jindi's elite guards aimed their weapons at his head. Tears streamed down the hostage's terrified face. The man begged the doctor standing right in front of him, but the guards refused to back down. Pushed to the brink, his thumb hovered over the detonator. The air grew freezing cold. Jindi calmly stepped forward and asked about his wife's illness. A lethal mutation of Alzheimer's. Only a supreme medical facility could cure it. But they had condemned her to death for being a low-class human. Hearing the gravity of this tragic fate, Jindi pulled a glowing blue vial from her metallic case. She ordered him to receive it with both hands, promising that not a single drop of this miracle cure could be wasted. Blinding hope flashed in the man's eyes. He shoved the crying hostage aside. Trembling, he reached out with both hands to accept his salvation. But in that split second, Jindi's eyes turned to ice. She ordered her guards to open fire, turning her back on the bloodbath without a second glance. But as the blue vial caught the light, a sinister smile crept across the hostage's face. It was an ambush. A swarm of deadly assassins materialized from the shadows, lunging at the guards. A blonde assassin clashed with a guard. The guard prepared to unleash his destructive aura. But Jindi barked a strict order. No fire magic. The intense heat would destroy the experimental blood serum. Forced to hold back his true power, the guard took a brutal hit to the face. He could only use raw strength to smash the blonde into the wall. 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏 watched this absolute bloodbath in stunned silence. These lunatics were throwing their lives away for a single vial, standing amidst the chaos of flying blades. Jindi remained as calm as a frozen lake. She raised the vial and commanded them to freeze. This was storm number 1. A single drop could unleash a plague across 1,000 miles. She threatened to shatter it and bury them all. But the blonde assassin sneered at death. She was ready to die, taking Jindi down, sacrificing herself for the greater good. Watching from the sidelines, 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏's sharp eyes caught a deadly detail. The fake hostage was holding the bomb's detonator, just as the blonde prepared to die a hero's death. Smack! A slap so loud you could feel it through the screen. 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏 ruthlessly snatched the detonator from her hands. He wasn't about to let his precious life end in such a pathetic explosion. The blonde assassin lunged like a feral beast to take it back. But 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏 was faster. Without a single wasted motion, he shattered the train window, dangled the detonator out into the rushing wind. With a chilling glare, he commanded both the assassins and the elite guards to stand down. The tunnel was ending. The security cameras were about to go live. If they wanted to survive, they had to bury their weapons now. He shot a freezing glare at Jindi, warning her to stop playing with apocalyptic toys in public. 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏's oppressive aura forced everyone into silence. As daylight pierced the train cabin, the assassins vanished into thin air. Only then did the useless security finally arrive. Jindy slowly walked up to the mysterious young man. She secured the bomb and handed him a pitch-black business card. Wang Zhe took it with a hint of suspicion. She turned and walked away, her cold presence lingering. Reaching his destination, he casually stepped off the train. He stared deeply at the card. Suddenly, a strange, sweet scent hit his senses. Before 3 seconds even passed, his vision went completely black. The last thing etched into his fading mind was Jindy's piercing gaze. The main character's eyes snapped open. Cold steel bit into his wrists. He was chained to a massive pillar. That psychotic woman had dragged him into her lair. Her twisted goal? To turn him into a living test subject. The horrific truth finally clicked. That business card she handed him was laced with a powerful knockout gas. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. The system had initialized. A comprehensive scan of Wang Zhe's vitals was complete. Phase 2 commenced immediately. The Moore gene injection was forced into his veins. Absolute agony ripped through his body like liquid fire. His very blood began glowing with an eerie, toxic green radiance. Out of 1,000 subjects, the mutation success rate was a mere 8%. This made him her most prized specimen. Fury blazed in his eyes like a dying star. He roared at her to release him from these chains, but the system chimed again. Test subject evolution confirmed. Total stats increased by 2%. It was an absolute miracle. He was actually surviving the lethal genetic fusion. Not only did he endure the monstrous serum, but his mind remained entirely intact. The mad scientist smirked and walked away. She left him to suffer the next stage of hell alone. If he could just survive, if he could fully absorb this raw energy, he would awaken the legendary blood power of an ancient vampire. Right at that moment, a terrifying emerald green demonic phantom materialized behind his back. His consciousness was instantly violently pulled into his personal retainer space. It was his only sanctuary from the pain. Ling Langyu was waiting inside. Desperation choked his voice as he begged for her divine intervention. He panicked, screaming that a lethal toxin was destroying his physical body. But her reaction was ice cold. She calmly stated that this torment was a supreme blessing. It would forge his mental strength into unbreakable steel. The 3 retainers hadn't come here willingly. Wang Zhe's chaotic aura had forcefully dragged them into this dimension. Seeing them all gathered in one place, he was utterly stunned. Before he could even process the shock, Wen Shuang and Qing Ge exchanged polite, formal greetings. Something felt incredibly wrong. A chilling realization washed over his exhausted mind. This was his private domain. Why was Qing Ge acting like a humble servant here? Then, the pieces of the puzzle slammed into place. He realized her terrifying misconception. Qing Ge actually believed Ling Langyu was her true master. Despair crashed over him like a tidal wave. These ancient vampires were walking nightmares. But little did he know, the 3 girls shared a massive secret. They knew exactly who the most terrifying monster in the room truly was. It was him. But bound by an ancient oath, they couldn't reveal his true identity. So, they played along with his delusion. They silently affirmed Ling Langyu's fake dominance. Shifting focus back to reality, they discussed his captor, Dr. Jiney of the Hex Nation. A genius of unparalleled intellect, yet entirely devoid of humanity. Her cruelty was legendary. For a single, twisted experiment, she would pile up mountains of innocent corpses. Wen Shuang revealed classified intelligence from her dark network. On the ultimate assassination list for crimes against humanity, Dr. Jinny ranked strictly in the top 10. Hearing this, Qing Ge was consumed by a bitter sense of shame. She hated feeling so utterly useless to her supposed master. Her aura flared with catastrophic killing intent. In a fraction of a second, her sweet demeanor vanished. She wanted Dr. Jiney dead, but the only thing on Wang Zhe's mind was survival. He desperately hoped Ling Langyu would detour to the Hex Nation and break him out. Initially, she had considered it, but now, fate had other plans. She flat out refused. Yes, the torture was undeniably fatal, but it was also the ultimate catalyst for an awakening. Just by dragging the 3 of them into his soul space, his soul rank had violently skyrocketed from star tier to peak tier. He was merely inches away from the king realm. Despite this legendary power-up, Wang Zhe was terrified the Hex blood power would brainwash him. Ling Langyu stepped forward, her voice carrying absolute authority. She guaranteed his mind would remain entirely his own. He was completely baffled by her unshakable confidence. But the 3 retainers knew the unspoken truth. No mutation in existence could override his primordial bloodline. He wasn't just a host. He was the supreme apex predator, the undisputed king of the abyss. No entity in the dark fantasy world could ever rival his hidden potential. With that, the retainers vanished. They left him alone in the physical world to treat this hellish torture as a brutal training exercise. His eyes snapped open. He was locked inside a massive, rusted cage, filled with strangers. Every single one of them was human, except for a mysterious figure curled in the darkest corner. That figure radiated the terrifying aura of a vampire's retainer. A bearded man patted his shoulder, offering grim comfort. "Do not panic, kid. You will get used to the nightmare." The cage held victims from all walks of life. Kidnapped innocents, sold slaves, and sinners condemned to become lab rats. When 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏 asked how long they had been trapped in this hellish dungeon, a voice pierced the darkness with a chilling correction. "You should be asking how long we have left to live." A suffocating silence choked the room. Everyone knew the Grim Reaper was knocking. Dr. Gianni had recently multiplied the lethal dosage. Seeing 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏 look like a walking corpse on day one confirmed their worst fears. That psychotic witch was escalating her horrific methods. A harsh siren signaled feeding time. A mechanical arm descended from the ceiling, dropping a tray of slop. It looked like absolute garbage, but it was packed with peak nutritional energy. One prisoner finally snapped under the psychological pressure. He violently smashed his bowl against the iron bars. He roared that he would rather starve to death than be a monster's guinea pig. His rebellion lasted mere seconds. The robotic arm lunged like a steel viper. It grabbed a fistful of the vile food and brutally forced it down the man's throat. It did not release its iron grip until he gagged and swallowed every last drop. Witnessing this absolute violation, 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏 felt his stomach churn, but he forced himself to choke down the meal. He needed strength to survive. The very next day, guards dragged him back into the laboratory. The usual grace period was 3 days. The realization hit him like a freight train. If this continued, his mortal body would turn to dust. Since Ling Langyu refused to save him, he had to forge his own bloody path to freedom. His face was deathly pale, but his eyes burned with an unquenchable, absolute resolve. He was breaking out of here. The bearded man saw his defiant aura and offered a sad smile. His own execution was scheduled for tomorrow. He pointed to the shadowy figure in the corner, calling him the Wild Dog. The Wild Dog was a fully transformed vampire retainer. His body was pumped full of a catastrophic overdose. No one knew if he would survive another night. He always laid there, paralyzed like a corpse. But at the sound of those words, the paralyzed monster twitched. Crack! His head violently snapped 180 degrees to lock onto them. The sheer horror of the movement froze 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏's blood. Before anyone could even breathe, the Wild Dog launched himself at the main character. Razor-sharp claws slashed downward like a guillotine. On pure instinct, 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏 vanished from the impact zone. Boom! That simple strike obliterated the solid steel floor beneath them. How did he dodge that? His body moved with supernatural, ghostly agility. The ancient Hex bloodline was fully awakening. The monstrous attacker was panting violently, drained of energy. Yet, blinded by madness, he charged again. His blood-stained claws tore through the air, aiming straight for 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏's throat. Clashing head-on was a suicide mission. 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏's defenses were full of fatal openings. But as the beast closed in, a shocking detail caught his eye. The maddened monster was weeping uncontrollably. Thick tears streamed down the terrifying creature's face. It was a silent, desperate plea to end his endless agony. Understanding the tragic truth, 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏's hesitation evaporated. He gathered every ounce of his new, primordial power. His fist cut through the air like a meteor. Bam! A devastating, full-force blow crushed the Wild Dog's abdomen. The man collapsed into a massive pool of his own dark blood. Staring down at his crimson-soaked hands, 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏 trembled violently. He had just taken a human life. He repeatedly told himself it was an act of mercy, but suffocating dread locked around his throat. Suddenly, the system. Danger alarms shrieked through the subterranean facility. A lethal wave of toxic gas flooded the holding cells. In mere seconds, the lesser test subjects collapsed like broken dolls. But Jindy? She just stepped into the observation room with a twisted, sadistic smirk. Our main character, 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏, had been dragged into a living nightmare. Strapped down in the dark lab, sheer agony ripped through his veins as unknown alchemical serums invaded his bloodstream. Tears and sweat stained his face, but that crazy witch showed absolutely no mercy. "Pump another 100 liters into him," she barked. The pain reached a catastrophic, soul-crushing level. 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏's body erupted. Violent bioelectricity and crushing spiritual pressure surged outward, spiderwebbing the reinforced glass. Jindi's eyes practically glowed with obsession. Her masterpiece was evolving to a godlike tier. He was ascending to an entirely new realm of power. Even his hair lengthened wildly from the genetic mutation. Thrilled by her success, she immediately ordered him thrown into the beast arena. The lab technicians panicked. They frantically warned that pushing him now could cause his cellular structure to rot and collapse. But humanity had completely abandoned that woman's soul. If he dies, she scoffed. Her chilling cruelty only earned a standing ovation from the vice commander of the 2nd Legion. It wasn't even an official military inspection day, but he had slithered his way down here just to watch the bloodbath. Smitten by her utter madness, he promised to funnel top-tier, ultra-rare resources into her next twisted experiments. Meanwhile, deep within the hellscape of the underground Colosseum, Jindi initiated the drop sequence. A massive steel shipping container slammed into the dirt. Boom! The metal doors blasted open, and 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏 stepped out of the shadows. His eyes now burned with a terrifying, toxic green aura. System scans went wild. His latent abilities had surged by over 30% just from the torture, but the real bloodbath was just beginning. The ground trembled as the iron gates rose. A colossal, prehistoric mammoth lumbered into the light. Standing before this towering behemoth, 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏 looked like nothing more than a fragile speck of dust. The monster roared and charged like a runaway freight train. But in the blink of an eye, 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏 vanished, reappearing squarely on the beast's massive back. His agility and combat senses had reached an ungodly level. Realizing a mere insect was disrespecting it, the mammoth went feral. Its eyes burned crimson as it whipped its massive trunk, wrapping it like a vice grip around 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏's body. With a deafening roar, it slammed him into the concrete floor. Crash! A massive crater caved in, kicking up a storm of debris. But when the dust settled, our boy was just sitting in the rubble. Not a single drop of blood, not even a scratch. He was just slightly annoyed about getting his clothes dirty. The mammoth literally sweat cold drops of terror. But suddenly, a forced berserker command overrode the beast's brain. Driven into a violent, bloody frenzy, it locked onto 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏 and brought its colossal foot down to crush him into red paste. But the main character didn't even flinch. He raised a single hand and caught the crushing weight of the giant beast effortlessly. A predatory glint flashed in his glowing eyes. Muscles bulging with ancient power, he lifted the titanic monster completely off the ground. With terrifying raw strength, he swung the behemoth like a rag doll, shattering the arena's central pillar. The beast was knocked out cold. 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏 just stood there, dusting off his hands as the VIPs dropped their jaws in absolute disbelief. System alarms blared. His power output had skyrocketed to a staggering 95%. They had enough combat data for the day. But the maniacal Jindi refused to pull the plug. A brain-dead mammoth wasn't enough to force out his absolute limits. He needed a true nightmare to fight. Desperate to impress Jindi, the vice commander ripped off his shirt, begging to jump into the ring and show off. She looked at his pathetic display of bravado and rejected him instantly. Without a second thought, she ordered the staff to release the next horror, completely ignoring the vice commander's whining. Down in the blood-stained arena, a massive, suffocating shadow swallowed 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏. The air grew freezing cold. Jindi had released the ultimate predator. Hovering dramatically above the arena was an ancient powerhouse of the blood tribe. A pure-blood vampire. Cloaked in absolute darkness, this arrogant noble looked down on 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏 with pure disgust. To him, humans were nothing but livestock. Dripping with deadly confidence, the vampire flicked his wrist, sending a writhing mass of cursed fabric hurtling toward our main character. But arrogance is a fatal flaw. 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏 casually raised one hand and snatched the lethal attack right out of the air. Insulted, the bloodsucker unleashed a torrential rain of razor-sharp cloth blades. Swish, swish, swish. 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏 danced through the barrage like a ghost. In a flash of green light, he teleported right behind the arrogant noble. He cocked his fist back, aiming a devastating blow straight for the skull. But the vampire was incredibly fast. He dodged by a hair, immediately splitting into dozens of shadow clones. The dark illusions completely surrounded 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏. The bloodsucker smirked, absolutely confident he was perfectly hidden. But the main character just scoffed. Without a single moment of hesitation, he vanished and reappeared right in front of the true body. Bam! A brutal punch carved a bloody hole straight through the vampire's side. The noble's jaw hit the floor. How did this lowly human see through his ultimate technique? Realizing 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏 was a genuine monster, the arrogant vampire finally panicked. He commanded every single clone to attack simultaneously, but it was utterly useless. Every strike hit empty air as 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏 stood completely unbothered like a towering mountain. Desperate, the vampire resorted to psychological warfare. He started mocking the stray dog he had killed earlier. 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏's fallen comrade. This monster had slaughtered the man's entire village, forcing the comrade to beg on his knees just to survive the night. The vampire had turned him into a ghoul for fun, but admitted he found the man absolutely sickening. With a twisted grin, the noble actually thanked 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏 for putting that pathetic stray dog out of its misery. Hearing his fallen brother's memory dragged through the mud, a dark, apocalyptic fury ignited within 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏's soul. His comrade had wept tears of pure despair, and this bastard was laughing about it? No words were spoken. None were needed. 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏 launched himself into the sky like a ballistic missile. He threw a world-shattering punch. But he had triggered their trap. The cursed fabric slithered like vipers, wrapping around 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏's body and sealing him inside a suffocating, unbreakable sphere. Up in the booth, Jindy shrieked with absolute delight. This was the true crucible. Her monitors flashed blood red as 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏's heart rate reached impossible speeds. System notifications spammed the screens as his dormant abilities violently multiplied under the threat of death. Suddenly, a blinding, chaotic green light bled through the fabric. Glowing cracks shattered the cursed sphere. Kaboom! The unbreakable prison exploded into a million shredded pieces. Before the vampire's brain could even process the explosion, 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏's brutal claws ripped through the air. Slash! The noble was blasted across the arena, smashing violently into the reinforced wall. But as the vampire's disguise tore away, the horrifying truth was finally revealed. This wasn't some old bloodsucker. It was a grotesque, three-headed monster. A vile noble imprisoned here for butchering countless. The beast let out a blood-curdling laugh. The rules were simple. If she managed to kill 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏, her sentence would end, and she could go right back to feasting on the innocent. Dripping with dark malice, she summoned a condensed sphere of absolute annihilation and fired it. 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏 raised his arm to block, but the dark magic was too volatile. His entire arm exploded into a mist of blood. He collapsed to the dirt, his right arm violently severed from his shoulder. Up on the wall, the three-headed freak panted heavily, completely exhausted from unleashing her ultimate strike to claim his limb. But then, all 9 of her grotesque eyes widened in absolute, soul-crushing terror. Flesh, bone, and muscle stitched together at light speed. 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏's arm was flawlessly regenerating. She blinked, and the bloody spot on the ground was totally empty. A cold sweat dripped down her spine. She slowly turned her heads. 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏 was standing right behind her. "Hello there. Miss me?" His eyes flared with a godlike, toxic brilliance. A demonic smile crept across his face, followed by an apocalyptic green explosion that engulfed the entire arena. Up in the VIP stands, the elites could only tremble. 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏 was no longer human. He was a god of destruction, even towering like a monster. His current state wasn't enough to satisfy her dark ambition. If he could just absorb 5% of that forbidden power, it would rival a single finger of the approaching Blood Emperor. The tyrant's own bloodline, Lord Gamos, was scheduled to attend the Grand Assembly. The vice commander planned to lure this royal vampire in, securing his divine genes to fund Jindy's twisted experiments. Given just 30 days, she swore she could fuse the protagonist's body with 1% of the ancient's devastating aura. But for now, the guards restrained him in heavy iron chains, locking him away in a pitch-black solitary confinement cell. When Jindy stepped into the shadows to monitor her ultimate weapon, she knew one terrifying truth. A single centimeter closer, and her life would end instantly. The protagonist glared at her. His eyes burned with unyielding fury, while fresh blood dripped from his gritted teeth. Despite being treated like a mere lab rat, his aura was suffocating. Sealed within a restrictive blood circle barely 3 meters wide, he was temporarily powerless against her. Yet, instead of gloating, Jindy revealed the impending arrival of the royal vampire. She offered a dangerous gamble. If he agreed to step into the death arena as her prime specimen, she promised to guarantee his survival. It was a desperate pact, but stepping back wasn't an option. Falling into the royal family's clutches meant losing his humanity forever. Becoming a mindless blood slave was a fate worse than death. However, our hero drew a hard line in the sand. He absolutely refused to harm innocent human lives. Hearing this, a dark smirk crossed Jindy's face. Her true target was none other than the royal vampire himself. But as she carelessly stepped across the boundary line, His primal instincts took over. Shattering his iron bindings with raw physical force, he pinned her to the cold floor by her throat. Yet, Jindi didn't flinch or beg for mercy. She knew they were fighting the exact same war. Ripping open her collar, she revealed the hidden crest of the human resistance. The truth was brutal and unforgiving. Mere mortals could never match the terrifying speed and strength of pure-blood vampires. To survive, humanity had to become the very monsters they hunted. They obsessively researched ways to graft vampire genetics into human hosts, all to steal their power, and use it to slaughter the Nightwalkers. Jindi had swallowed her pride and endured endless humiliation to infiltrate their ranks. But when this hellish laboratory was constructed, when she saw thousands of innocent souls dragged in, her heart shattered into pieces. Yet, for the sake of humanity's future, she forced herself to swallow the tears. Donning the twisted mask of a human traitor, she played the role of a mad scientist, sacrificing her own people on the altar of progress. Earlier, when the vampiric guards tried to drag the protagonist away for interrogation, Jindi had claimed him as her personal test subject. Using her authority, she saved his life by plunging him into her deadly trials. However, she had discovered the secret relic given by his master. Unlocking the ancient artifact, a holographic memory stone activated. It was an encrypted message, meant only for the highest-ranking leaders of the human resistance. The glowing runes floating in the air confirmed everything. The boy standing before her wasn't a monster. He was humanity's sharpest blade. Overwhelmed by finding a true ally in this pitch-black hell, tears finally broke through her cold facade. But our hero remained utterly silent, his guard still raised. Jindi completely understood his suspicion. After all the blood on her hands, trust was an expensive luxury. Revealing her master plan, she explained that during the Grand Assembly, she would inject a deadly mutation serum into the royal guest. When the poison took hold, the protagonist would strike. He would deliver the fatal blow from the shadows, assassinating the tyrant before escaping into the night. But this suicide mission carried a heavy price. Jindi would be left behind to face the vampire's wrath. She told him about a previous test subject, who had been turned into a mindless blood beast. Through her secret agonizing treatments, that monster had slowly regained its human soul. But waking up to the horrors it had committed, the guilt was too crushing, driving the poor soul to choose death over living as a demon. Jindi's eyes darkened with a heavy, sorrowful weight. She was walking that exact same tragic path. However, empathy wouldn't win battles. Right now, the protagonist was too weak to even scratch the royal vampire. To survive, he needed an absolute earth-shattering power-up. He had to dive into the Soul Dream domain. This dangerous realm held the lingering will and shattered memories of the ancient Blood Emperor, one of the 7 legendary supreme warriors. Currently harboring 0.5% of that divine lineage, he barely met the qualifications to enter the mental labyrinth. The rules were brutally simple: survive the nightmare and walk out alive, and he would transcend his mortal limits. It was the ultimate path to a god-tier evolution. Retreating into his own spiritual mindscape, he consulted the 3 mystical beast spirits residing within him. Hilariously, these ancient entities just nodded in unison, completely ignoring the deadly risks. They didn't care if their host was walking straight into a death trap. But the celestial wolf spirit saw right through his hesitation. Beneath the protagonist's cautious exterior, his warrior's blood was boiling with anticipation to conquer the ancient's mental domain. Facing the legacy of the vampire progenitor, fear was replaced by an unquenchable thirst for power. His eyes sharpened with an unbreakable resolve. To protect humanity, he had to become an absolute monster. Without another word, he accepted the hellish trial. Strapped into the ominous integration capsule, the countdown began. The Western factions were already leagues ahead in this arms race, possessing an entire leg of the ancient god. Jindi's faction, however, only possessed a single, severed hand to draw power from. Every heartbeat and shallow breath would be meticulously tracked. The external team stood ready to intervene if his vitals crashed. But Jindi delivered a chilling final warning. Once the blood fusion process commenced, there was no emergency stop button. He would either wake up as a legendary powerhouse or die a gruesome death in his sleep. Digesting the heavy stakes, our hero gave the absolute signal. The technician slammed the heavy iron lever down. Instantly, the tyrannical cells of the Blood Emperor surged violently into his fragile human veins. The agony was incomprehensible, forcing his body into violent, thrashing convulsions. The temporal laws themselves warped around him. 1 minute in the waking world equaled an entire agonizing month inside the mindscape. Failing to open his eyes meant his soul had been erased. But before the scientists could inject the second stabilizing serum, absolute chaos erupted. Terrifying arcs of dark lightning exploded from his body. The monstrous energy surge overloaded the entire facility, shattering the reinforced glass and frying the mainframes. The control lever violently snapped back and forth. Ignoring the lethal voltage tearing through her own flesh, Jindy desperately threw her weight onto the controls. Enduring the agonizing shocks, she manually forced the nutrient proteins into his system to keep his physical body alive. Inside the tank, the protagonist's eyes shot wide open in absolute torment. His muscles bulged unnaturally as the medical tubes were forcefully ripped from his flesh by sheer aura. The facility plunged into total darkness. Only the blood-red glow of the containment pod illuminated the room. One agonizing minute had officially passed. The terrified technicians whispered in the shadows, convinced the subject's human body had already been vaporized. Could a mortal truly survive the god's blood? Suddenly, a massive, mutated arm smashed through the reinforced glass, grabbing a scientist by the throat. The monitors were instantly painted with crimson spray. A bone-chilling scream echoed through the laboratory, leaving the survivors frozen in absolute terror. Before their horrified eyes stood a newly birthed nightmare. He had mutated into a towering, titangent-like behemoth. Veins pulsed with dark energy across his ridiculously jacked physique, but as he slowly turned his head, the face staring back possessed zero trace of humanity. The biological fusion was technically a flawless success. Yet, a terrifying question plagued Jindy's mind. Was the supreme beast breathing heavily before her still the boy she made a pact with? Let's rewind the clock to the exact moment the trial began. His consciousness had been hurled into the ancient god's spiritual domain. Towering before him was a colossal, intimidating gateway, radiating crushing spiritual pressure. Retreat meant permanent brain death. Gritting his teeth against the suffocating aura, he prepared to force his destiny open. Planting his feet firmly, he shoved the massive gates apart with raw strength. A dense, suffocating crimson mist instantly flooded out from the void. Peering into the abyss, he discovered a second, even more imposing doorway, tightly sealed by heavy, cursed chains. Suddenly, the hair on the back of his neck stood on end. A murderous intent locked onto him from the shadows. Before he could fully react, a demonic bat launched a lethal strike, leaving a bloody gash across his handsome face. But this wasn't a one-on-one duel. Hundreds of red-eyed monstrosities materialized from the dark. They unleashed a synchronized, brain-shattering sonic screech meant to rupture his soul. Refusing to let his eardrums burst, our overpowered protagonist stomped the ground with earth-shattering force, ripping up a massive slab of stone. He hoisted the debris as an impenetrable shield. Blocking the sonic wave, he loaded his fist with devastating kinetic energy. Boom! A single, catastrophic punch instantly vaporized the entire swarm. Disgusting neon green blood splattered across the realm like chaotic rain. Brushing off the slime, he turned back to the gate, only to witness the cursed chains dissolving into ash. His cellular fusion rate had officially hit 1%. Defeating the Guardians had granted him the absolute right to advance. A fresh surge of intoxicating power flooded his spiritual veins, exponentially multiplying his base stats. With his newly awakened senses, he finally established a mental link with the domain's mysterious system. He had entered the legendary inheritance tower of the Blood God. The temporal laws here were divided into 24 brutal milestones, spiraling upward into an infinite abyss of power. With every single step forward, this floor was a crucial checkpoint. Opening the 24th door meant claiming the ultimate reward. 30% of the ancient sovereign's power awaited him. But failure carried a heavy price. Stumble here, and his soul would be chained in this abyss forever. However, our main character, 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏, was never the scholarly type. Why overthink when you can just overpower? He aggressively yanked the door open. Through the narrow crack, a sea of glowing eyes locked onto him. He paused. A grotesque, bipedal pig monster stood before him, clutching a butcher's cleaver. Foul saliva dripped from its jaw as it spoke with chilling malice. "Humans feast on beasts," it growled. "So I shall feast on you." The abomination lunged, ready to tear 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏 limb from limb. But he simply leaped. Hanging from the ceiling beams, he glared down with absolute disgust. Below him, the cages were packed with indescribable beastmen. Yet, his piercing gaze bypassed them all. His eyes locked onto a seemingly innocent infant. Suddenly, the pig demon hurled its massive cleaver at the roof. But in a flash, 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏 teleported right behind the beast. Gripping a butcher's blade of his own, he unleashed a flurry of devastating strikes. Flesh tore and bones shattered. Who could stomach such revolting meat? He scoffed. The monster was obliterated in a split second. But 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏 frowned. The third door remained sealed shut. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of killing intent washed over him. The crushing aura originated from the infant. This was no ordinary child. It was a monstrous, pure-blood vampire. The caged horrors instantly dropped to their knees, begging for mercy. They groveled before the tiny terror. But our invincible main character stood his ground, his posture as unshakable as a mountain. He refused to bow to anyone. His defiance completely enraged the bald, blood-sucking infant. Driven by madness, the caged monsters shattered their prisons. They swarmed toward 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏 like a tidal wave of death. But this was nothing more than a materialized nightmare. These creatures were already dead, and he feared absolutely no one. He simply placed a hand over his eye. In an instant, the monsters behind him violently detonated. Blood rained down in a breathtaking, macabre fireworks display. The vampire brat watched in sheer disbelief. 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏 smirked. It was time to teach this demon some manners. With a burst of speed, he teleported right to the creature, his hand locking fiercely around its throat. He thought he had the kill, but reality suddenly warped. The world turned a sickening shade of crimson. The demon child vanished from his grip, materializing right behind him. 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏 was completely paralyzed. He could not move a single muscle. This was the terrifying space-time dominion of a pureblood. The grinning demon crushed a pocket watch. Instantly, floating orbs of highly compressed blood materialized all around 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏. This was dark blood magic at its peak. A single touch would trigger a catastrophic blast. Bound by the absolute chains of frozen time, dodging was impossible. The deadly spheres of blood enclosed him completely. He was trapped in a flawless execution matrix. Without a second of hesitation, the demonic infant triggered the trap. The blood orbs resonated, merging together before erupting into an apocalyptic explosion. As the thick smoke finally cleared, only a massive crater remained. There was zero trace of 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏. The demon smirked, assuming the arrogant human had been vaporized into nothingness. But then, a brilliant azure light pierced the darkness. A divine aura erupted, and incredibly, time itself began to flow backward. Cold sweat poured down the vampire's face. How was this possible? Aside from its own bloodline, who else in this domain could bend the laws of time? While it stood paralyzed by panic, a devastating slap echoed through the air. 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏's heavy hand struck its backside, sending the demon flying 30 feet across the room. Even 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏 was silently stunned. How did he master time manipulation without a drop of pure blood? Regardless, this newly awakened power was absolutely exhilarating. With a smug grin, he snapped his fingers. The demonic brat was instantly sealed inside an energy sphere. The creature lacked manners, but its dormant power was undeniably legendary. 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏 was not one to waste good loot. He ruthlessly drained every drop of the creature's ancient energy. Even as it withered into an empty husk, the demon laughed wildly. It had finally realized the terrifying truth of 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏's identity. Ding! His power integration rate spiked by 0.3%. He now commanded 1.3% of the divine authority. Eager to test this overwhelming strength, he flicked his finger at the third door. A hidden eye spying from behind the crack was instantly pulverized by the shockwave. Kicking the third door wide open, an intoxicating wave of energy hit him. But his excitement vanished in an instant. Sprawled on the floor was a woman, dramatically playing the victim. Her pathetic scheme was obvious. She wanted him to feel guilt for harming such a delicate flower. But 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏 possessed zero sympathy. He lunged forward to smash her skull while she acted weak. Panic flashed in her eyes. Sweating bullets, the witch scrambled backward and summoned a glowing parasol for defense. Did she really think he would play the noble knight? Who in their right mind wastes breath talking to a boss monster? 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏 sneered, raising his hand to condense a terrifying sphere of pure destructive aura. Seeing the devastating attack closing in, the witch frantically expanded her shield. She was utterly confident that nothing could pierce her ultimate defense. But a second later, she was coughing up mouthfuls of crimson blood. The barrier shattered instantly, and a brutal surge of lightning fried her entire body. As the smoke cleared, a single, delicate flower swayed in the ruined room. Her lingering illusion still hoped he would act like a poetic scholar, pick the flower, and trigger her final trap. But 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏 could not care less. He mercilessly stomped the flower into dust and marched toward the fourth door. That stage was a joke, granting him a pitiful 0.2% power increase. Judging by all the hardcore games he had played, the difficulty would only escalate. He needed to speedrun this dungeon and harvest as much power as possible. The mysterious system wanted an apex predator, not a corpse. So he figured he had time to grind. Or so he thought. The moment he cracked open the fourth door, things went terribly wrong. A scorching blast of battlefield heat slammed into his face. Suddenly, a spatial rift dragged him violently away. He was skipping from stage 4 straight to stage 10. That cursed umbrella witch had rigged the portal before dying. He expected a steady grind to the top. Instead, he was plummeting straight into the gaping jaws of a colossal, sky-swallowing leviathan. Reacting instantly, 𝑩𝒍𝒐𝒏 delivered a bone-crushing kick to its snout. Using the beast as a stepping stone, he crashed safely to the ground. But the moment he landed, the sheer scale of the chaos left him breathless. Humanity was waging an all-out apocalyptic war against monstrous hordes. Before he could even process the devastated wasteland, a massive shadow blotted out the sun. A majestic human dreadnought soared overhead, locked in combat with a gargantuan, tentacled cosmic horror. Humanity unleashed their ultimate artillery, showering the beast in devastating laser fire. The colossal monster shrieked as its body was obliterated. Victory belonged to mankind, but their desperate cheers of triumph were instantly silenced. Staring up at the heavens, pure despair washed over them. A terrifying shower of blood-red meteors was plunging straight toward the earth. The apocalypse arrived without warning. In a single heartbeat, blazing meteors obliterated the heavens. Warships shattered into raining debris, and the earth tore itself wide open. From the bleeding chasms, grotesque hands clawed their way to the surface. Nightmares made flesh poured from the abyss. These were true demons, crawling straight out of hell's deepest circle. They devoured everything in their path, leading an endless march of colossal, terrifying skeletal legions. Their singular goal was absolute extinction. Humanity fought back with the desperate fury of the dying. But mortal weapons were a joke. Bullets rained down like harmless pebbles against the impenetrable, cursed hides of the invading vanguard. Desperation forced mankind's ultimate trump cards onto the battlefield. State-of-the-art battleships descended from the clouds, unleashing devastating pillars of concentrated laser fire. Hope flickered in their hearts. Surely, this would leave a scratch. But cruel reality crushed that hope instantly. As the smoke of destruction cleared, the gargantuan bone beasts stood completely unscathed. Mankind's strongest artillery was nothing but a gentle breeze. The true slaughter had only just begun. The Titan casually raised its massive, rotting hand, gathering dark energy at its fingertips. The soldiers scrambled to fall back, bracing for their own deaths. But the monster's hollow eyes weren't locked onto the battlefield. A blinding crimson laser pierced the sky, striking directly at the final refugee barrier. Inside that fragile dome, billions of helpless civilians screamed in pure terror, realizing that death had finally come knocking at their doorstep. The frontline soldiers threw their lives away in a futile attempt to defend the innocent. But human struggles were so pitifully insignificant against the abyss. The main character watched this tragic theater unfold before his eyes. He stared at the crumbling ruins of mankind's last bastion. A chilling sense of dread threatened to consume him. It was an unspoken truth echoing in every beating heart. The era of humanity was drawing to a bloody close. Absolute victory belonged solely to the monsters. Humans were fundamentally weak creatures, clinging to their pathetic metallic toys just to give themselves a false sense of security. It was all an illusion waiting to be shattered. Battleships detonated into fireworks across the blackened sky, brought down by glowing green runes. The source of this chaotic magic was an albino demon, playing a twisted, soul-crushing melody on a cursed instrument. The haunting tune forced soldiers to their knees in agonizing pain. As they writhed in the dirt, their irises were hijacked by a sickening, unnatural green light. Their free will was instantly erased. The albino fiend smirked. It commanded its new puppets to slaughter their own comrades. The uncorrupted soldiers fought back with tears in their eyes, desperately trying to disarm their brothers in arms. But mercy only rewarded them with brutal, explosive deaths. The brainwashed swarm relentlessly bombarded the energy shield until it shattered into a million sparkling fragments. Panic erupted as civilians trampled each other to escape. But amidst the chaos, a paralyzed mother clutched her child. She stood frozen in absolute despair. The pilot aiming a hijacked fighter jet right at her was her own flesh and blood. Her noble son, who had sworn to protect humanity, was now an executioner for the demons. The jet nose dived toward his weeping mother. Witnessing this twisted tragedy, the main character snapped. His gaze locked onto the pale monstrosity, orchestrating this nightmare. He refused to be a helpless spectator any longer. His muscles coiled like springs before he launched himself straight at the albino demon. He delivered a devastating, heaven-shattering punch. "You like blowing tunes? Let me blow your damn skull wide open." The cursed melody abruptly died. The fighter jet veered off course just in time, as the pilot's eyes returned to normal. Snapping out of the trance, the furious human forces immediately turned their weapons back on the demonic horde. Standing amidst the chaos, the main character had finally caught the attention of the monster commander. The boss sensed an abnormal, terrifying aura radiating from this mere human. It hesitated for a fraction of a second. But the promise of evolving from killing such a high-tier prey ignited the beast's bloodlust. To them, the protagonist looked like an insignificant insect. Dozens of behemoths immediately swarmed him, blocking out the sun. Yet, in the blink of an eye, that insect unleashed a storm of absolute carnage, slicing the giants into ribbons of flesh. Gripping his blood-soaked blade, he charged straight at the final boss. Suddenly, a hunched, skeletal mage teleported right into his path. It unleashed a domain of absolute zero, aiming to freeze his soul. But these three petty tricks were utterly useless against an apex predator. With a simple flex of his aura, he shattered the glacial prison into harmless dust. Anyone foolish enough to block his path became a stepping stone of corpses. But just as he drove his blade into the skeleton's chest, the dying mage triggered a sinister, ancient hex. Vile, necrotic energy violently surged up the blade, staining the hero's right arm pitch black. The demonic commander chuckled, vastly amused by this turn of events. A corrupted human with such monstrous strength was a rare prize indeed. Watching the venomous curse spread, the boss made a terrifying offer. "Bow down and serve as my loyal dog, and I will grant you salvation." But submission was not in the protagonist's vocabulary. His only burning desire was to sever the arrogant monster's head from its shoulders. Without wasting a breath, he vanished from sight and launched a lethal downward strike. Clang! The commander casually intercepted the blinding strike with just 2 fingers. The power gap was absolutely suffocating. With a flick of its wrist, the beast ruthlessly twisted the young man's arm until bones snapped like dry twigs. Agony flared through his nerves, but he didn't even flinch. Pushed to the brink, he activated his ultimate trump card. Time itself froze. Slipping from the monster's grasp in that suspended heartbeat, he launched himself backward. He sprinted up the debris and unleashed a beautiful, decapitating arc of silver light. The boss's head rolled across the ash. For a fleeting second, victory seemed secured. But high-tier demons mock the laws of death. Bubbling shadows quickly wove themselves together, regenerating the severed head in a matter of seconds. Unfazed, the beast drew a colossal, blood-stained machete from the void. Its patience had finally run out. It was time to erase humanity from the map entirely. With one devastating swing, the remaining defense towers were obliterated into dust. Mankind was submerged in an apocalyptic sea of hellfire, screaming a chorus of absolute despair. The demonic grunts snatched fleeing survivors off the streets, crushing them like fragile dolls. The commander's final decree echoed through the burning skies. "Leave no survivors." The main character gritted his teeth at the massacre. Before he could counterattack, the dormant curse erupted violently within his veins. It felt like 10,000 venomous centipedes burrowing directly into his brain. The sheer agony of the dark hex dropped him to his knees. Seizing the opening, the commander pinned him to the ground beneath a massive, crushing foot. Surrounded by the blazing ruins of human civilization, the arrogant overlord threw its head back and laughed in absolute triumph. But when the beast looked down to savor its kill, there was nothing but empty air. The young man had slipped away into the shadows. Half of his body was now devoured by the vile black curse, mutating his flesh. The pain only fueled his rising madness. With a flash of unholy speed, his blade claimed the commander's head once again. As the skull hit the dirt, it continued to laugh hysterically. All human struggle was futile. The demon was practically immortal, and its venom was slowly turning him into a monster. Yet, instead of falling into despair, a terrifying, manic grin stretched across the hero's face. His sanity was fraying at the edges. He let out a dark, blood-chilling chuckle. If it can regenerate, I just have to slaughter it again and again. Protecting humanity no longer mattered to him. A sick, intoxicating thrill of violence washed over his soul. He became a reaper of nightmares. In mere moments, a towering mountain of severed monster heads painted the wasteland red. The final beast fell, But as the surviving humans peered out of the rubble, their savior stood completely still. He stared blankly at his pitch-black, clawed hands. The humans he had fought so hard to protect were now backing away, aiming their trembling rifles right at his chest, their terrified faces twisted into ugly, ungrateful masks. A crimson, demonic glow ignited within his pupils. An insatiable thirst for blood, an urge to tear the world apart, clawed at his mind. Sensing the apex predator awakening, the cowardly soldiers dropped their weapons and fled for their lives. He gripped his skull, screaming in pure agony as he desperately fought the encroaching darkness. He clung to his fading humanity with everything he had left. But the inner demon was too strong. The light of reason flickered, and finally died. The hero was gone, leaving only a monstrous deity of carnage in his wake. A foolish squad tried to restrain him, but a single, casual punch evaporated them into a mist of blood. Absolute terror gripped the battlefield. They weren't looking at a human anymore. They had just witnessed the birth of the ultimate calamity. That wraps up today's epic recap. Smash that like button, share the video, and stay tuned for more legendary manhwa breakdowns.